amazing time networking with each of the amazing dignitaries out here as we inspire each other. May we request you all to now take a halt here, as there are going to be a number of opportunities to continue networking with like-minded people. May we now request you to kindly take your places. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm sure you would have all put your mobile phones on silent mode so that you can enjoy today's amazing session. Yeah.
Hello? Hello, hello, people in the back. Can you please stop talking amongst yourselves? Guys, bhai wo chai band kar do piche.
Names of people who are standing, so maybe I can... Preet, are there enough chairs? I'm assuming there are enough chairs, right? Chairs are coming? Okay, so can we start, Preet? Adi, can we start? Okay, over to you, Nisha.
So this looks absolutely fabulous. Truly a powerhouse out here. Feels amazing to witness this energy out here. So as we begin this filled with energy event, let's give a round of applause to our own selves for this vivacious energy in the room. I'm sure you haven't enjoyed your tea yet, have you? I mean, your applause doesn't ensure that. So can we have a really loud applause to see how amazing your energy is? Super! Thank you! Today, we have all gathered here to TiECon 2022, hosted by TiECon Surat. It's giving us immense pleasure to me, Nisha Anand and Prakash, to be here with you and sharing with you this amazing energy throughout this evening. This is just the initial phase, an inaugural session. Moreover, this event is actually a celebration of success. And we call it a celebration of success because today and tomorrow, we're going to celebrate some journeys of amazing entrepreneurs who have made it big, who have definitely had their own share of struggles in lives and still achieved those milestones that inspire millions. And it is an honor for TiECon Surat to share with you these amazing journeys. More than 40 plus speakers out here sharing with you their learnings, their takeaways to inspire you and take you to the next level. At the outset, I would like to quote Winston Churchill, who talks about success so beautifully. Says he, failure to failure, failure to failure without the loss of enthusiasm is what success is all about. And we see that happening. For a lot of you who are already here, who have proven that dreams can actually turn true. At the outset, may I now take this event further, welcoming you all to TiECon Surat. Thank you so much for making it today. It is truly a privilege and honor for all of us. Talking about TiE itself was launched by a group of successful entrepreneurs who had already made it big, and it was launched way back in 1992 in the Silicon Valley with a core objective to give back to the society. And now it has its presence globally. Today's day and tomorrow, you shall be witnessing how amazing this beautiful community is, and there's so much to learn. Not wasting further time, may I now request the chapter president, Shri Kashyap Bhai Pandya, to kindly come up on the stage for his opening remarks. May I take the honor to also introduce to you this amazing personality who has been a cornerstone of our chapter. He's been the founder charter member who has been a founder charter member for TiECon Surat. He is a strategic planner by profession and a writer at heart. Kashyap Bhai is the founder of Syncoro Ventures, a startup accelerator, co-founder of Unisync Angels, an angel investors network, and director of KCell Consulting, a strategic consulting firm. He's also the author of the best-selling book, From Idea to Action, The Art of Writing a Business Plan. Kashyap Bhai is passionate about building a vibrant startup ecosystem in Tier 2 cities across India. Let us all put our hands together to welcome Shri Kashyap Bhai Pandya.
Friends, and welcome to the first edition of TiECon Surat 2022. We are very fortunate that in the first edition of TiECon, we have with us TI Global Chairman, Mr. BJ Arun. A big round of applause for him. Thank you, BJ, for joining us today. We also have our mentor, a chapter mentor, Mahavir Sharma ji, Chair, TI India Angel, and past Chairman, TI Global. We are very fortunate. Thank you so much, Mahavir ji. In fact, Mahavir ji and Girinder Kasmarkar from TI Pune, both were there when we launched our chapter in July 2019. And as BJ said very interestingly that वो लोग पहले शादी में आए थे, अभी delivery के time पे आए हैं. So I think we are very fortunate that you guys are with us. Friends, as Nisha was telling, this is our first TiECon. So when we were wondering that, why TI in Surat? Why TI and why now? So if you go back the way we started TI in Surat, I'll just take 2 minutes to, give the background story because I think it's very important that how it works. Few years back, few guys got together, to build a startup ecosystem in Surat. That was a time around 2014-15 where there was no startup or startup ecosystem in Surat. And some of our existing founding charter members were actively working to build that. So I think the way the things moved in the last 6-7 years was very interesting. Surat went through few phases of startup ecosystem development. The initial years, people were skeptical. Those who were talking about startups, कहता रहे startup नहीं बात करे छे. Mehul is here, Gaurav bhai. Those were the early days. People were not taking startup seriously. But I think 7 years was a long time. In the 6-7 years, what has happened is, thanks to Corona, thanks to a few great success stories, thanks to the growth of startups locally also, now the confidence is slowly building. And I think that's the time where Surat is also entering a very interesting stage. And now I think organization like TI plays a very important role in building the right ecosystem. And we are fortunate that we have Mahavir ji and BJ with us. So if you see our agenda, it says opening remarks by Kashyap Pandya, followed by BJ Arun, 15 minutes, followed by Mahavir ji, 15 minutes. Then in the morning when we were having breakfast with BJ said, Kashyap, why 15 minutes ka monologue? Let's make it interesting. Let's do a 30-minute conversation. It will be very interesting for the audience. I said, this sounds great, okay? Then I thought, okay, but then followed by us, we have Mahavirji. Can we join Mahavirji also? So we'll have, a 3-people conversation, a 45-minute talk. Friends, this is how startups are built. I had 15 minutes. He had 15 minutes. He had 15 minutes. We all got together. We got 45 minutes. We are probably going to deliver a better value to our audience. Okay? Probably we are not owner of that 100% of my 15 minutes. Now we have shared our 45 minutes. But that sharing, we are going to enjoy more. And our audience is going to enjoy even more. So I think this is a classic example how startups are built and how collaboration happens. So thank you, BJ, for changing the format. And now I take this opportunity to invite you guys also. Over to you, Prakash.
Of you have heard of a city named San Francisco? Okay. Do you know a company which got its name from San Francisco, which was the, once upon a time, before the dot-com boom, dot-com burst, pardon me, one of, ऐसे ही पेपर फूटते हैं. Good. So, what I understand from startups journey is either you get a great valuation or you get bought by a large company. BJ Arun was the CEO of a company which got bought by a company which once upon a time was the most valued company on the planet. That's Cisco Systems, correctly mentioned. BJ Arun was most recently the CEO of July Systems, a leader in location-based digital customer acquisition and multi-channel engagement platform, which I clearly mentioned was acquired by Cisco. BJ was the president of TiE Silicon Valley, the founding and the leading chapter of TiE. This is where TiE started. He was previously the conveyor for TiECon 2015 and 2016, one of the largest conferences that have ever happened. I request BJ Arun to please come on stage.
Mr. Kashyap to kindly felicitate BJ Arunji with a warm token of respect. Welcome, sir. Such an honor to have you here. Coming up is another serial entrepreneur, a serial entrepreneur who is part of umpteen businesses and social organizations. He exudes passion and idea and early stage angel investing, leadership and mentoring. He's the past chairman of TiE Global Board of Trustees for the year 2020, the first and only Asian to achieve this position. He's also the chairman of TiE's new initiative for investing in idea and early stage startups across India, that's TiE India Angels. He's also the chairman and co-founder of Rajasthan Angels. He's none other than Shri Mahavir Pratap Sharma. We take the honor to welcome Shri Mahavir ji on the dais. A very active angel for early and idea stage companies for a number of years. Such an honor to have you here. May I request founder president of TiECon Surat to kindly come over. Shri Sanjay Punjabi ji, to present to him a bouquet and token of respect along with Shri Kashyap Pandya ji. Thank you so much. So here's a panel all set for a thought-provoking discussion, and the stage and the floor is all yours, Kashyap ji.
Thank you, Nisha. Thank you, BJ Mahavir. I think as in your introduction, Prashant was saying, Silicon Valley. So when we hear the word startup, the next word comes to our mind is Silicon Valley. And BJ, you have been part of TiE for the past 30 years, I think probably since the inception of TiE. So we have seen a journey of TiE in Silicon Valley. So what we would like to hear from you is two things. One, how Silicon Valley ecosystem is different compared to other ecosystem, because we are very curious to know that. And two, how TiE has made contribution in that journey.
Thank you for having me, Kashyapji. So I think, when I got involved with TiE, I mean, I know you made me sound very old. You said part of it for 30 years, but I was in my late 20s back then, and first-time entrepreneur. And what I saw was that, there were probably, you could count on the fingers of one hand the number of people of Indian origin who had made it big. And when I say made it big, means listing your company on the New York Stock Exchange or the NASDAQ. So these are stalwarts like Kanwal Rekhi, Dr. Suhas Patil, Vinod Khosla. And, I would read about them in the press and say, wow, these guys have done so well. And I was truly inspired by reading about them. Now, all of these stalwarts, they came together, and, what they realized is that, wealth creation through informed entrepreneurship is a very, very noble endeavor. And so they said, look, we have done well, we have made money. Now, how do we help our fellow people? Now, instead of just writing checks and making donations, they figured, let's teach other people how to create wealth themselves. And so that's how TiE came together came about in 1992. It's the world's largest not-for-profit, which helps people create profit. So all of us are pro bono. We don't get paid anything. We do this just to give back. And it's a very unique organization. And so I think, to answer your question, I think you wanted to know, how does TiE help? Big part of it is inspiration. You come to events like this, you hear from very successful people. Another big part of it is, mentoring. So you actually get to identify and get mentored by successful people. Networking is a huge, huge aspect of this. I mean, I can't emphasize that enough. When you come and meet successful people and you network with them, some good things are going to happen, right? At a minimum, you get inspired, but, in my own journey, right? So my co-founders, my investors, my customers, and finally even companies that have acquired me, they have all come through the TiE network. I'm not, making this up. This is the power of the network. And so I think these are the attributes which make TiE successful. And that's why 30 years down the road, it's still thriving. Today we have 57 chapters in 14 different countries. So it truly is a wonderful organization. And if you don't already belong to TiE Surat, I would highly encourage that you join and you get active and start connecting with your fellow entrepreneurs.
Thank you. It's fantastic. I think 30 years was a very long time. And I think in India also, Mahavirji, for the past almost 25 years, TiE India, started by Harish Mehtaji. I think he's on his way. So how TiE India is performing vis-a-vis TiE Silicon Valley or other chapters globally? Because I think each ecosystem has its uniqueness. I cannot simply copy what works in Silicon Valley and try to implement in Surat. So, and I think you've seen the journey of both the world. So, how we can adopt and what kind of things we can adopt from them.
Thank you, Kashyap. First and foremost, I'd like to congratulate you, your team, past President Sanjay, for bringing Surat from where it was. We met in Chamber of Commerce in some gully somewhere in Surat, near that Ande Wali Dukan, and now here we are at Marriott with such a great full, and it was a small room of people, 40 to 50 people, Sanjay, right? And here we are with a few hundred people grown to this location, and I think the time has arrived. I don't know if it's delivered or we're doing a threesome, whatever that is, but I think it's a great journey. Congratulations, and put your hands together for all of them, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
So 1997, when Delhi, Saurabh Srivastava and Harish Bhai and all these people got together, and TiE Delhi and TiE Mumbai were launched. NASSCOM Such organizations were in their nascent stage, and I think it was a great initiative with people like Kanwal, Suhas, all coming down from Silicon Valley and seeing, and they all came in to fight BSNL Bhagao, Desh ko bachao, because there was a monopolistic rule that was controlling India at that point of time, and that's when privatization in the telecom sector, and then, you know, rest is history in the tech domain, because obviously technology had an important role to play. Subsequently, in 99, 2000, 2002, many chapters were formed, and Jaipur was one of the chapters in 2002 that was launched with many other chapters. I see a lot of synergy between a Surat and a Jaipur. Traditional businesses, Marwadis, Gujaratis, diamonds, colored stones, handicrafts, builders, you know, it's absolutely great business acumen. And what Jaipur has evolved since 2002 to now is that it has become, you know, amongst the top 10 cities in the startup ecosystem. It is the next best city outside of Delhi NCR because of its proximity and the HRs that are available. Because of COVID and work from home and technology being anywhere, it is evolving as one of the big cities. And I think Surat has that potential. Its proximity to Bombay, traffic, crowd, cost of living, quality of life, everything that you measure Surat with Bombay and Delhi with Jaipur and with Bangalore's of the world. Sorry, BJ, about that.
I'm originally from Bangalore, so he wants to make sure I'm not offended.
Yeah, you know, it should be some fun and some, you know, action on the stage also. So I think Surat has a lot of potential. With the kind of evolution that TiE has brought into India, into the cities of Chandigarh, in Calcutta, in Bhubaneswar, Nagpur, and Pune, it's pretty immense. You know, from starting from the school level to the college level and now to angel investing stage, where we are providing each and every charter member without any additional fee to angel invest and co-invest with experienced peoples across Silicon Valley. So TiE India Angels has people who are sitting in Silicon Valley, who've been there, done that, who understand technology, investing into India and startups. So I think TiE has been a great revolution. Obviously, Indian Angel Network, Mumbai Angels, every other angel network, every other startup fund has a TiE charter member as the founder or co-founder. I mean, Sanjay is sitting here. I mean, there's so many, Venture Catalyst, you name a fund network in India that does not have a TiE charter member from one of the chapters as the co-founder, and I will tell you that fund does not exist today. So from everyone, from Rajan to Google to everyone, we are at the helm, and TiE has played such an important role in evolving the startup ecosystem, and I'm very proud to be part of it, and I'm continuing to promote it, and I think Surat has a great potential taking that forward.
I think this is a very interesting point because, you know, recently we were having a discussion with some government authorities, and they threw two very interesting facts about Surat. BJ, right now there are around 70,000 odd startups across India. 4,500 startups are based out of Gujarat. Now, out of those 4,500, 900 startups, that is 20% of the total startups in Gujarat, are based out of Surat. That was an interesting fact. But another interesting fact was 50% of the investors are from Surat, and rest 50% are rest of Gujarat, which includes Ahmedabad, Vadodara, Rajkot, and other cities. So now taking a cue from Mahavir, so I think one is to build any ecosystem, probably we need a tech talent like Silicon Valley or a Bangalore in Surat, but which doesn't exist as of now. But then the investment interest amongst the industrialists is increasingly high. So is it a bad thing, or should we capitalize on this? How do we, build on this? That lack of tech talent, but access to capital. Now, how do we build on these two things?
So if you look at, why Silicon Valley is Silicon Valley, it's because it's a confluence of different things. We have very good universities. So we have the Stanford universities, we have UC Berkeley, and many, many other good colleges and universities from where you get, lots of raw talent graduating every year. You also have a very, early days, we had some companies like Fairchild Semiconductor, etc., which spawned companies like Intel, AMD, etc. So a lot of people worked there and they came out and started companies. We have a very, very fertile venture investment, community. So Sand Hill Road, some of the best VCs are there. So there is lots and lots of access to capital. And then finally, you have role models, right? So when you look at role models, it could be a Steve Jobs, or it could be an Elon Musk, or it could be a Zuckerberg. I mean, anywhere you look, there are role models. So in some ways, while Surat may not have been doing startups, but anywhere you look, you have role models, and you've had them for hundreds of years. So I'm a big history buff. And so if you think about it, I mean, today I had gone to the Surat fort, on the Tapi River. And you see over the centuries, right, whether it was the Sultanate or whether it was the Portuguese or the British, they all came to Surat because this is where the business was, right? The exports, imports, value creation was happening in Surat for half a millennia. So I don't think you need to really try very hard to do anything. It's already here. You just need to, I think, connect all these dots and make it happen. And so, Mahabir, you want to add something to that?
Yeah. So I have a different take to the whole story. So, I mean, AC kafi thanda hai, so we need to do some exercise. So I want, guys, can I have attention, please? Raise of hands. How many of you invest in stock markets? How many of you invest in mutual funds? How many of you invest or have money in the bank as a fixed deposit? How many of you invest in land? And everyone obviously invests in their businesses, time and money. Now, these are all asset classes that you have invested in. You can cash out a stock market in 1 day, a mutual fund in 2 days. Land might take longer. So they have life cycles. And everyone tells you that lambe time tak stock market mein raho, lambe time tak mutual fund mein raho, return better aayega, and don't just, subah sham becho kharido mat. Correct? Similarly, startup, and I know Sanjay will take a master class on what this asset class has later on and go very deep into and detailed. But now this has evolved as a asset class for sure. Now the challenge is lack of knowledge. Stock market mein to chalo kai tip dene wale mil jate hain. Stock market mein you've now understood because it's been around. Mutual funds are not difficult. You see their return on IRRs and you invest in property. Obviously, you know what's happening, where it's happening, etc. So what I suggest that you should do when you want to invest in this asset class, of course, 3 different verticals in the startup ecosystem. One, locally, within Surat or in Gujarat, you should make small check sizes and invest in local startups that you feel that the team is good, their idea is good, they're doing some technology. They might or might not succeed. The odds are very low. But directly investing into startups and understanding what that is will teach you much more than what you would learn otherwise through YouTubes or any other classes or any other channels. Secondly, networks. TiE has a network. There are multiple other networks in India that you can become part of. And part of being those networks, you co-invest with other people. You listen to the deal flows, you listen to the questions that are being asked, you look at the pitch decks, and then you say, ये 4 लोग invest कर रहे हैं या 8 लोग invest कर रहे हैं. To me it sounds good, it's a great idea. Competition में नहीं था, सारे सवालों के जवाब दिए, team भी अच्छी है. You co-invest with people who are experienced, who have done that, who've been successful, who've exited. That's the second option that you have. The third option is SEBI has registered funds, Cat 1, Cat 2, Cat 3 funds. You can become an LP there. You can invest like you invest in mutual funds. Mutual funds are, decided kis stock mein lagana, nahi lagana by the person who's leading the mutual fund. Similarly, all these funds are led by successful people who've done previous funds or doing new funds who are experienced, and that will give you return. For obvious reasons, this asset class has a window of anywhere from average 5 to 7 years. It can go to 9 years. You might have an exit in 3 years. But divide your startup asset out of all the other assets that you have, like that, into these 3 different buckets. That way you will learn, you will add, and that's what I think what traditional businesses should do and Surat should do, and you will see that when you divide your money in these three asset classes, you will see Surat will evolve and grow as a startup and as an angel VC hub where no fund, no VC or angel can have a fund if he or she does not come to Surat. That's what you want to change here.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think you talked about the asset class, but I think the critical question here is most of the assets that you mentioned are tangible assets, where in startups, when you invest, most of the companies are in the intangible class. How do we change this mindset? What is the formula? Because you lead TiE India Angel, you meet investors from across India. So how do you change that mindset? What's the secret formula?
Which stock or which company is not tangible? Is Paytm not tangible or Reliance? Everything is, they're all risk-taking investments. Other than maybe gold and banks and land, land prices have also gone down south also. But the return on investment in the next 5 to 6 years at least in India, in startups, and you will see that and you will regret that if you don't invest, and in the past 4 or 5 years also, will be the best. And the fact that you are starting off, you will be investing in early stage, idea stage, pre-seed, seed stage, you will have the best returns. It's just a matter of making the right choices, investing with like-minded people, investing with people who are knowledgeable and not taking too much risk, and dividing your assets not into just one investment, but multiple investments. And also, if your investment in a startup is doing better, continue to invest in that in stages as it grows, because that will give you the best return and cover. So the difference between the stock market and the startup ecosystem investment is that if you've made 10 investments, one investment will give you the best returns that even if the 9 investments become 0, it will cover for all the 9 other investments. That's how strong the return on investments on certain startups are. So you really have to have the knowledge, learn, and then invest. Gradually, you will also learn the tricks and what's working and what's not working. Obviously, you have to be updated with what's happening in the competition, and not only in India, global competition, because in technology, there's no borders. So something could be happening in Cisco that might just finish your startup, or something might be happening in Cisco that they might want to acquire your startup. So it could work either ways, but you have to be knowledgeable enough to know what's going on in the world, and that's something that's very important. That's why I suggest you co-invest with people that you trust, that have the knowledge, have had the success rate that they've had, and that's what I recommend.
Right. So I think investment and funding is a very important pillar, but I think that's just one of the 5 pillars of TiE. The other 4 pillars, mentoring, incubation, education, and networking, are important. But BJ, what is the relevance of organization like TiE vis-a-vis other industry association, and how we are different? What is our differentiator as TiE, or what differentiator we should try to create in cities like Surat?
Yeah, so I think I'll narrate a little sort of story here. So Prime Minister Modi, right after his first term, in 2015, he came to the Silicon Valley. He got elected 2014, so 2015 he came to the Valley. And again, I mean, though, we all have lived in the US for 30, 40 years, our heart is very much in India, right? So we are very patriotic people. And so, we hosted his visit. So we took him to the guys in the back, if you could please keep it down.
Guys, hello. पीछे वाले भाइयों, आप लोग सब सूरत में ही रहते हो, बाद में बात कर लेना.
Yeah. So, so when Prime Minister Modi came, so we took him to the usual, the Sundar Pichai, the Zuckerberg, we did all that. And he was so impressed. He said, this is amazing what is happening, right? I mean, we see youngsters who are creating so much of value from nothing, right? It's not like it has to be a generational business or Khandani business. These people are just creating so much of wealth on their own. And he said, India needs this. Because in India, we have such a huge population. Every month, I mean, lakhs of people are coming into the workforce. We can't provide jobs for all of them. So we need other people to, start entrepreneurial ventures so that, these people can be employed. So he actually said, look, we need help. And so we actually, TiE had a lot of input into what finally came out as the Startup India policy. And so in 2016, and early 2016 at the Vigyan Bhavan, he launched the Startup India policy. So I think, really, it's, you were asking what is the value of TiE, right? What can TiE do? So right from the PM's level, right? In fact, a delegation of us from Silicon Valley came to Delhi for that launch. We actually got to meet the PM, and had a very, very good discussion. That same evening, we were invited to dinner at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. The late Pranab Mukherjee, he had us over. So because TiE is a not-for-profit, we have a lot of credibility because people look at it and say, you know what, here is somebody who's trying to help fellow entrepreneurs, to help the country. So we have a lot of credibility, and we also have, a lot of recognition, right? So today, how many people can say, well, the PM knows about our organization? So if somebody is from TiE Surat, definitely PM Modi will know about it, right? And so that is the power of TiE, is the credibility, the access, and the goodwill that it has. So over the last 30 years, we have influenced so many entrepreneurs. So there was a study done by Professor Annalise Saxenian at UC Berkeley, and she computed loosely that about $1 trillion worth of wealth has been created within the TiE network. 1 trillion, that's 1,000 billion, that's a big number. So this is sort of the value that TiE has helped create, with nothing, no expectation in return, right? We're not asking for any shares in the company, we're not asking for any commission, nothing. So it's really amazing, the power of TiE.
Right. I think absolutely, and I think last year KPMG also published a TiE Global Impact Report, and I think there were few numbers were very interesting. 2.5 million jobs given directly by TiE members. TiE members contributed $50 to $80 billion of investment in startups. Now, interesting thing is these numbers. I think what is unique about probably TiE is, and probably that's the goal you can set for new chapters like TiE Surat and probably TiE Vadodara and Lucknow. That whatever we do should be measurable and it should create impact. Because I think what we always keep hearing from TiE Global is what impact you have created in the ecosystem. So for a new chapter, what is your expectation from TiE Surat? What do you want us to do to build the right startup ecosystem and empower entrepreneurs here?
Avi, you want to take that?
Sure. So expectations, see, I'll tell you, one pillar of TiE is networking. And I think many of us are beneficiaries of that. I, for one, am definitely a beneficiary. It's a quick story on, I'm a carpet manufacturer and exporter in the early 90s, and I'm doing very well. I said, nahi, carpet mein kaam nahi chal raha, let's add jewelry. So I start jewelry from Jaipur, again, manufacturing and exporting. Suddenly I said, yeah, this is not enough, we need to grow. So I acquire a company in the US, we start importing in the US, we start wholesaling and retail. We said, nahi, India is a good economy. In early 2000, we opened retail stores in India, so we have retail in India. We're importing into India. And 2007, 8, startup ecosystem is evolving, Indian Angel Network is happening. 2009, we have a retreat in Jaipur. And Kanwal Rekhi, Sanjeev Bikhchandani, Deep Kalra, Saurabh Shrivastava, all these people who've been investing for 5-7 years come to India. और मैं बात कर रहा हूँ कि कितना टॉप लाइन है, कितना बॉटम लाइन है. आफ्टर सुबह 9 बजे लेबर से माथा लगाते लगाते रात 9 बजे तक कोई 1-2-3 करोड़ बचते साल में. We are working so hard. And here is Sanjeev Bikhchandani on my left and Deep Kalra on my right. दोनों NASDAQ पे लिस्ट हो रहे हैं. मैंने कहा ये करते क्या है जो साला इतने करोड़ की कंपनी बन गई और हम पलदारी ज़्यादा करते हैं. That just inspired me that was tech is the future. So 2010-11, I started to understand the technology bit of it and how you can scale up much quicker, much faster, unlike a traditional business. आज 10 है, कल 50 है, कल 100 है, 1000 करोड़ होगा. But $1 billion होगा, trillion होगा, वो technology कर सकती है. And that's when 2012-13 I started to angel invest. We founded Rajasthan Angels. And it was all because of the network and inspiration from all these people. So what I expect from TiE Surat is that you, first and foremost, no networking is possible or no networking globally or nationally is possible if you're not networked amongst yourselves. So you need to build partnerships and cohesions amongst yourselves, learn from each other, unlike a traditional business where one diamond wala is competing with the other diamond wala, in the startup and technology, everyone says, Sanjay bhai, you also invest na yaar, mere 50 kam ho jayenge, dono saath karenge. Because the follow-on round becomes easier if there are two people investing in the same thing. So unlike in other traditional businesses, startup is something that Sanjay will call me and say, Mahavir, you want to invest? I am investing, you also should invest. Because we see strength in each other in the follow-on round and bringing value to the company. And that is only possible because Sanjay and I have met 20 times. You and I have met 5 times, and so on and so forth. So the more you reach out to TiE Global events, the TiE Global Summit in Hyderabad, the TiE retreats globally, TiECons in different chapters, it is very important to meet people on official dinners, post-dinners, late nights, early mornings, and meet with family. And that network effect will make you so strong, be able to pick up the phone and call someone or email to someone, reach out to someone that, hey, you are in the biotechnology, you are a doctor, can you help me on this biotech company? And that is the power of the network that TiE has. And I think that is what I expect from Surat. It is starting, and you told me in the lunch area that you not met Aftab bhai for 5 times in the last 2 years, but in the last 15 years, we've met him 5 times already. So you get to know people more, you're more cohesive, you're more knowledgeable, and you grow together. And that is what is the most important pillar. And I think once you have a strong networking base in Surat, collectively investing across sectors, forget startups, even in property, in business, in whatever, in traveling together, attending global events, meeting people from Silicon Valley to Boston to Atlanta to Bombay to Kerala, you will see that you will change as businesses. Your outlook towards your own business, even if you don't invest, will change. And that is what is the power of network that TiE brings, because everyone is selflessly giving back and sharing knowledge with each other.
And if I may add, this network is not just about business. Some of my best friends are from the TiE network. In fact, most of my friends are from the TiE network. So if I'm in Jaipur, right, I'll just call Mahavir up. It's not like Mahavir and I are investing together or doing any business together, but just, you meet wonderful people. And so, if, I meet amazing people around the world. So anywhere I go, right, we have chapters everywhere. Anything you need, it's not just business. Even if you need any help or if you need to just hang out with people, it's just a fabulous network. So the people I'm meeting in Surat, trust me, if you come to the Silicon Valley and you call me, you know that I'll make the time and say, hey, come have dinner or come, let's hang out. Similarly, if I'm in Bangalore, so it's just a fantastic network. There's no downside, right? It's not just, okay, I have to have a ROI in terms of, rupees or dollars and cents. You just meet some very quality people and make these lifelong relationships. So the people, today, for the last 30 years, the network I have built, it's fantastic. Right? And it's on so many sort of counts, right? I mean, we have our TiE Global Summit coming up in Hyderabad, and we need big speakers, right? So we need some keynote speakers. So I was able to reach out to the CEO of Adobe. Adobe is the Photoshop and PDF company, multi-billion-dollar revenue company, Shantanu Narayan. I said, hey, Shantanu, we need you to come speak. He's flying all the way down from San Francisco to Hyderabad to give this keynote. Now think about the power of that, right? I mean, he and I have never done any business together, nothing. But he's a TiE charter member of TiE Silicon Valley. I made a request. He's coming. So it's just invaluable. I mean, it's just, I can't even quantify the value of TiE.
Absolutely. That means it's up to TiE Surat that how we leverage this, right? So I think then probably my last question to both of you would be,
without us being there to showcase and then finally invest in those startups. So the government can't do without us. We should initiate and push the government to do these events, reach out to smaller places and smaller cities, and become collectively together to partner and grow the economy of your state or this part of the state. And that's what I feel you should be able to do next year, at least have government's role far stronger and deeper, unlike what you guys have done and contributed money together, which again deserves a round of applause. And absolutely something that I would look forward to in the next TiECon.
Yeah, so I think, and I was discussing this with you guys earlier as well, if you look at the number of business leaders you have in Surat, I think you have a very tiny percentage of them as your charter members. You have 50 charter members. I'm sure there are at least 5,000 people worthy of being charter members of TiE Surat. So you need to make a list. You need to identify who are the movers and shakers who are the captains of industry in this city, and go and approach them and say, look, we need you to be a part of our network. Because then it's also inspirational, right? I mean, if I am, getting a chance to sit next to a Mahavir Sharma, I will come because it's inspirational, right? I kind of, network and I get my selfie opportunities with Mahavir. So it's just, you really do want to have this sort of halo effect. So make sure that next year when we are here, you have a lot more representation from your, sort of the top people in Surat. And then the second thing is, I think you need, as you were saying earlier, you need some quantifiable or measurable output, right? So you need to set yourselves goals and say, okay, today we have 50 charter members. By next year, I'd like to have 100 charter members. I think in Jaipur, these guys have a waiting list for charter members. People are waiting for, a lot of time to even sort of join. Ravi, you're smiling. Isn't there a waiting list?
Our president is here, but I'll tell you, in Rajasthan, in Jaipur chapter, we charge 4 lakhs joining fees. We charge 80,000 per annum plus GST. And there is a waiting list, and we refuse people to become charter members because you want to be part of us, you want to be part of the ecosystem and collectively work together. You have to qualify. It's not just the money that can you charge. And I want Surat to be at that position within a year or two. But start moving in that direction. 50,000 rupees is nothing. I mean, 50,000 तो अभी वो शाम को बंबई जाएंगे तो ज़्यादा बिल आ जाएगा 5 लाख का तो.
Absolutely. So I think one thing we can promise on behalf of TiE Surat is one, definitely a bigger hall in the second TiECon, and definitely we'll work on the 8 targets that you've given, BJ, and I'm sure this is just the beginning of our journey.
Do chapter retreats, travel together, go outside Gujarat because you can have something more that you can't have here. This will create a bond and value. And when we do charter member retreats, and we're going to Umaid Bhavan or Lake Palace and it's costing us 1 lakh rupees, we don't, it's highly subsidized. Jaipur will pay for almost 60% of the trip because we want serious people to come and not say, "Main aa raha hu, phir aayega nahi." So we do charge 40% of whatever the cost is, and we serve, BJ, the best of food and beverages. And honestly telling you, that is what is going to take your chapter to a different level, because that family to family, spouse and the charter member both coming together will create something that everyone will be happy and a win-win solution for everyone.
The kind of bond I see in some of these chapters, and I'm going to put in a plug for Jaipur here again because we have both Ravi and Mahavir. Their charter members are fighting with each other to host other charter members. So when I go, right, and these parties, they pull out all the stops. These just fantastic because it's like a privilege for them to have their fellow charter members come and, enjoy their hospitality. So that's the sort of bond, I see in, many chapters. I know it's a very new chapter here, but we're just giving you some nuggets that this is what you can aspire for. This is what you need to do, because then it becomes, people look forward to being part of TiE, right? You don't have to go and twist people's arms and say, "Yaar, aa jao, pay your dues." They will be lining up because they're having such a great time.
Absolutely. I think we'll definitely work towards it, and we promise a bigger, better, and more interesting TiECon next year.
Absolutely.
And definitely we would require your support and cooperation for that. And I'm sure we'll have a fantastic time. And also, friends, I think next 2 days, we are going to have amazing sessions by leading speakers. And we are fortunate that we, got this kind of speakers in our first TiECon. So thank you so much, BJ and Mahavir, for coming for the TiECon and motivating us. And I'm sure next year we'll have a bigger, probably
Absolutely.
more
Absolutely.
3-day TiECon that we were earlier planning.
Absolutely.
And let's look forward to it. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Amazing.
Thank you. All
Thank
the
you so
best.
much. A round of applause to all the 3 people out there. Such an inspirational discussion. We really thank the entire panel for this amazing thought-provoking discussion. Truly, TiE has been creating so much of wealth and value for the community as well as for the country. And also kudos to all those people who are present here, who have also built up a lot of hope for us for the upcoming TiECon event. So thank you so much for all your inspiration and encouragement. So moving ahead, we have some recognitions, acknowledgement of people who have been present here. Prakash.
I would like to acknowledge the presence of Shri Pankaj Kumar Singh, Commissioner CGST Surat, and Shri Amit Kumar Singh, Joint Commissioner CGST Surat. Welcome. Over to you, Nisha.
Brilliant. So it's an honor to have such amazing dignitaries amidst us. There's an interesting belief, and this is not my belief. It says there are two types of people in this world. One, who create the future. And second, those people who write about these people who aim to create the future as to why they will fail and post on the internet. We have amidst us a person who believes in building the future. We have this person with us who's a founder and partner at 100x VC. A person who is the early stage investor using iSafe. This gentleman has angel invested in 157 startup companies in diverse sectors. He was an active member of Indian Angel Network, Mumbai Angels, B2B, 1000 Ventures, and CIO Angel Network. Also, he loves listening to pitches, not addicted to funding startups, but addicted to work closely with entrepreneurs. He is none other than the only angel investor with 4 unicorns under his belt. And guess who's that? We have with us Sri Sanjay Mehtaji, founder and partner of 100x VC. May I take the honor to request Sanjay Mehtaji to kindly come up on the stage. We are truly honored to have you here, Sanjay ji. Friends, today Sanjay Mehtaji is going to share with us about some amazing thought-provoking discussion on angel investing. Sanjay ji, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Surat. It has been pleasure getting this invite and happy to share some notes on how I learned my lessons while I was investing. These are all practical experiences which I would like to share. How many of you consider startup investing as a jackpot? सब लोग serious है एकदम. So this is most of the time startup investing is talked about as ke, you know, this is like a lottery. This is a gamble. No, it is not. It's a serious business and actually has to be thought across as a business, right? It's proper dhando che, dhando karwano che, right? And this is where you really need to learn about art of doing investing, right? There is no science in this. I'm going to share some formula, some graphs, some methods which will give you some science, but more or less still it remains as an art. And art, you need to get inspired, right? And TiE is the best place to get inspired. So let me just share some learnings, and these are hardcore experiences over 12 years of startup investing. So just to give you some numbers, આપણને બધાને return my interest હોય, right? As a Gujarati, most of the guys would be interested. So cash on cash IRR, right? Portfolio IRR is 113% over 10 years. What better rewarding business can be, right? This is the power of startup. This is where you can really work hard. And this is the only asset class where you can influence an outcome, right? Mahavir gave you the complete list of asset class, But none of this asset class, you can influence an outcome. You buy a real estate, you can't influence a price. You buy across gold, you can't influence a price. But startups, if you invest, you can influence an outcome, right? You can actually work with the startup founder to help and scale the business, and you can actually influence an outcome. 100x, I started a formal fund after almost a decade of investing. 3 years back, invested over 105 startups. I found that there are not enough lead investors in India, right? And I always wondered across what is stopping people to put their neck out and say, this is a great startup, let me invest and take that lead. Very few people do that. And that's where 100x does the first check and invests and discovers the startups, right? We put our neck on the line, skin in the game, invest the money, and do the first check investing kind of stuff. We invest in a batch mode. We have a class 8, which is coming up on 21st of Jan 2023. In 100x, outside of my angel investing, we have done 105 startups, which we have funded across. And we work across with the founders to scale. What I was telling about how we influence an outcome. We actually build companies, right? We are not like plain vanilla, okay, passively just investing money, right? We actually work with the startup founders. What's our investment thesis? This is what we think across when we invest into any startups. We invest in founders' vision, right? Whenever they pitch across, we invest in founders' vision before the world believes into it. So if they have already raised capital, I wouldn't invest because somebody already has done the discovery. I take the first risk in any deal, whatever I do across, right? So find the startup and nurture them. And when we do the funding, pitch is happening, what we look into it? We look into it that, the whole conversation which we are working across with the founder, what they want to do rather than what they have done, right? What's the future? How are they showcasing our future? Are we getting a new paradigm shift in the future, right? That's where we look into it. These are the two important things which we look into it, while we have got other parameters to check upon. Our success lies on these 3 pillars. And I'll just explain you, this is going to be little scientific, and if you want to take notes, take it across, but I'll share this presentation with all of you. You guys can take it from TiECon Surat. They already have the copy. It gives you a basic understanding of how venture investing works across. Power law of distribution is the first one. Second is building how do you construct a portfolio. And last is how do you index and do an indexing on startups. Power law. This is where it is, if you understand this basic understanding, you know how to select and invest in startups. It's all about understanding and investing in non-linear ideas, right? So in simple terms, it is always said that most of the investments in startup you will do across will fail, and very few of them will give you bulk of returns, right? It's a method of business, right? It doesn't mean that you were stupid enough ke pagal hato ne no I have to invest karta. No, it's not that. It's just that this is how the investing works across, that startup idea fails, few of them will succeed and give you a bumper return. So that's why building a portfolio becomes very easy. And most of the time, we are thinking about frequency of success or correctness. Oh, this is the deal, ama to paisa doobse nahi. Let's invest. That's not how we think. In startup investing is, if this deal goes right, how big it will become. You think about the moonshot side of it. It's not the frequency of success, the magnitude of success. So the focus is about how large this will become across. Is this a moonshot idea? So every time we look into non-linear or exponential business. So let me take a poll here. Where will you invest? Meru or Ola? Both are doing the same stuff, taxi, doing stuff. Ola, everybody does that. Because it's a satellite, scales very fast, and give handsome returns to their investors, right? So idea is everybody is smart enough now to understand where to invest. So I'm not getting into the whole selection process, But let me give you some math and science of selecting and building a portfolio. Now, these are some stats which I would like to share across, and these are real ones. The first one is not mine. The rest two are mine. The whole idea is $5,000 going into Uber gave across investors $25 million. Most of you guys would have $5,000 if you are sitting in the room. And getting a 25 million return on your investment is just phenomenal. The second one, Block One, is one of my portfolio company. It bought the shares which I had purchased at 1,200 rupees to 3.21 lakh per share. Look at the multiples, right? It pays for all your portfolio, and that's how you saw that IRR, which I showed you, right, earlier. The focus here is feed the winners and starve the losers. If I have to give you learning, is always work with the winners. You will have 20 company portfolio. In 6 months, 12 months, you will realize saying that this is a losing proposition. Don't invest time and money to salvage. अरे थोड़ा और पैसा देते वापिस आ जाएगा. Doesn't work. Feed the winners. Write more checks on the companies which are growing and scaling up fast. Right? It's an unfair world, and startup is an unfair place. But that's how you will be able to create wealth. This is how the chart works across and how the portfolio works across. Successful VCs need at least one outlier win, one win, to have a well-performing fund. This is how the VCs think across, right? So average portfolio, if it's of 10 and versus the portfolio size of 50, this is how the math percentage will work across. So if you have a chance, if you are a superstar VC, which means that you have done your work, you are working hard to select the deals, work with the founders, chances are 96% you will have a success with a one outlier win with the portfolio of 50 companies. These are all stats and math. Let me give you a small anecdotal example. In this room, if I have to do a normal distribution of 100 people saying that, let's work out an age, right? You will see, okay, some are younger, some is senior, and the middle age, kind of, and you will get a bell curve. If in the same room, if we try to find across saying that, okay, let's see the wealth of the room, and we have Mr. Mukesh Ambani in the room, suddenly every graph will go across. So assuming this is a portfolio, you need just Mr. Ambani to be in your portfolio, right? And that's how the exponential wealth is created. Portfolio construction. This is the most important part for any startup investing, right? Most of you guys say, "Arey, ek do mein try karte." It's like buying lotteries. You are gambling. Unless you have a long-term working of 10, 12, 15 years and building a portfolio, it doesn't apply across, right? So you need to have, let's run this. Where will you invest? Swiggy or Smoking Joe's? Both are food brands. Swiggy, everybody knows where to invest, right? So you guys are all smart. Everybody in the room is smart. Aapne dhando khabar hai, where to invest. But idea here is, how do you structure, right? How do you find that one Swiggy or one Ola in the whole startup world, right? And be early in that investing. That's only where portfolio construction works across. So that's the chart which is there. It's called the flat, the elbow, and the wall. This is a standard chart most of the VCs will follow across. You invest when the things are flat, right? While valuation is low. You invest, double down with the follow-on when the company is growing across and the valuation is not crazy. You double down on that, and you don't invest at all unless you are a SoftBank or a big Sequoia type of fund when you got infinite capital. So that's how you go on investing across. Budgeting, I'm giving you a model portfolio if you have to build across, right? If you got 2 crore to invest across, simple allocation over 5 years, 50% capital goes across for the first checks, 50% reserve checks for the follow-on investments. 20 companies first check, 1 every quarter, 5 companies check 20 lakhs, wherever you find a winners, invest in 20 companies to preserve capital. This is a math which is proven. If you have a 20 company portfolio, your capital is preserved. I'm not talking about returns. I'm saying capital is preserved, is guaranteed because something will work out on that. And I'll give you a math on that. So portfolio construction strategy. I believe if you are investing at seed stage, which is early, lower valuation, you are an average investor. In terms of deal flow and experience, you don't have much. And your main goal is to get returns kind of stuff. You want to invest in minimum of 100 startups to get a decent shot at 3x to 10x kind of return. This is for blinder, like, just give a passive investing kind of. If you're a really good investor, 50 companies might work out for you. At least, so what I'm talking about is to build a large portfolio of startups to give you decent returns kind of stuff. And get that one unicorn and one outlier win, which will give you a successful outcome. This is an IRR example. Let's assume you are having a holding period of 6 years, expected IRR of 25%, target ROI is, let's say, 3.8x, and portfolio is of 10 companies. Now, if this has to work out, in early stage, typically most of the companies go bust. So, for example, 5 companies have gone bust where you got 0. 4 companies are there left. 5 are left. 2 are getting you 1x. The next is coming across just 3x kind of stuff. But one company has to give you 30x ROI to give you that. This is as simple as that. So one company gives you that 25% IRR on that 10 company portfolio, just creating a hypothesis kind of stuff. Future is designed and not random spray and pray. Lot of guys here think across startup is all spray and pray. No, it is designed. You actually have to work for it. It is not random, right? The success is not random. You actually work for it. And startup investment is rewarding, right? Most of the guys do 1 or 2 investments, 3 investments, 5 investments, and then suddenly back out saying that, oh, this is not working out. It doesn't work that way. It has to have a 10, 15 years horizon and building of a portfolio before you can see returns. Indexing. This is very, very important, right? What is an index? Where you structure across a group of companies, and startup where you can create with quality can generate compounding returns, right? Compounding returns. So you need to apply quality filter. You need to really work with the founders. Selection has to be right. And then across, invest into it. So typically deal flow evaluation for what I've seen across, I'm moving a little fast because paucity of time, but idea is random deals. If you get, let's say you are great on LinkedIn, you will get random deals saying that investors, you will do 500 deals which will come to you, you will do 50 meetings and end up doing 5 investments. If you do validated deals, these are like angel networks, which does the hard work of validating it. You do 100 deals, you get 100 deals, you do 50 meetings and 10 investments. But if it is a referred deal, like for example, TiE, or possibly somebody within your network, your friend is investing, he's putting his skin in the game, right? And he says, I'm investing, why don't you invest? That's where you are maximizing your time, because somebody whom you know has already validated and referred that deal to you, saying that this is the deal which I'm investing. So try and find out and build a network within yourself and start sharing deals at TiE Surat. 100x, what we do across, we get access to top tier deal flow. We see almost like 15,000 deals a year. 15,000 deals a year, right? And we end up investing around 50, 60 deals. 6 weeks, we call all these founders at Mumbai, work with them on various business aspects, help them solve the problems. Anybody who is investing into 100x deals, they don't have to pay any fee, no membership, nothing, and it's direct investing into startup. We earn revenues only on exit. We don't have any other model to earn revenues. So this becomes a platform where people can invest directly, and idea is it becomes like a finishing school for most of the startups, and we invest 1.25 crore for every deal which we invest into it. So first check is of 1.25 crore, and that's where the whole work begins across for those startup founders. What we do is take them from 0 to 1, and that's a Forbes article which has been published on 100x. We discover those moonshot ideas, convert those product ideas into business, build their exponential thinking, give them network of mentors and masterclass, help them to build the next level of business and next round of growth capital. That's how we work across at 100x. Data has proven across, and enough and more like AngelList, Let's Venture, a lot of online platforms, angel networks, have given enough of the data to prove that indexing works across at early stage, right, and produces quality returns kind of stuff, superior, instead of just picking 1 or 2 deals across. So if, let's say, one has invested in every deal on 100x, chances of success is very, very high instead of picking 1 or 2 deals kind of. And, superior performance doesn't come at little later stage. It is always that your multiples happen at, early stage. I'll give you one example. These are both my portfolio companies, Box8 and Wow Momo. The first one, I had invested at 2.5 crore valuation. The second one, I had invested at 100 crore valuation. Both the deals are now at the same stage. Where would my alpha be? The first one, right? Because I had entered early. And my quantum was same at both the end. If you enter late, your quantum has to be significantly higher, right? And where I'm doing angel investing, and this session is about that, I invested the same checks at both the end, right? So both the companies in my portfolio, both the successes, and both are at the, so in fact, both of them have raised money from Tiger Global in the last round, right? So I'm just sharing across a live portfolio. What you need to do is assess the hunger for resources to grow across, right? Founders need to be hungry. When you meet a founder, if they are, "Mere ko 1 crore de do, mera life set hai," you will never make money, right? Unless the guy has hunger to, win the world and create the future, it doesn't work. And let's take a quick moment on what kind of diligence questions you will need to check across. This is what we follow. What is the reason why they are building this company? Very, very important, right? Understand their motive, why they are building this company, right? What's their ask, what's their unique value proposition. Next is ask them their positioning, right? And market opportunity, how big it is, and what is the market size kind of stuff. That's the second one. Third is, why would people need this product more and more? Is this a painkiller? Is it, need to have? So there are 3 types of stuff: painkiller, vitamins, and candies. Painkiller are like abhi chahiye, right? You need a solution. So if the idea is a painkiller, you blindly invest, go across. Vitamins take a lot amount of capital and consumer behavior change. And candies are luxury products and brands which gets built across over time. None of the businesses are bad, but idea is you need to pick and choose basis on your investment criteria. Why is this the right time to build a company, right? Very, very important. Like, for example, economic impetus, like EV. Today, governments are giving subsidies. The market has got huge amount of tailwind. It's crazy growing on the EV side. Pick up the market and take it across. We had seen in COVID, EdTech was booming across. Enabling technology, like for example, GPS. If GPS as a technology would not have been there, Swiggy would not have been there, Ola would not have been there. What are those enabling technologies? Will driverless car make the stuff really change? What will happen in the future? And we invest in future. Next is cultural acceptance, reprogramming of consumer behavior. Everybody is on OTT. Our whole consumer behavior is changing, right? How we are working across. So think across on various parameters before you take investment decisions. Understand where you are now. We asked founders saying that show us the metrics, what kind of capital they would need across, what are the team gaps. Every team has holes, right? But they need to be identified. Why isn't everyone working on it, right? Ideas are nobody's monopoly. Ideas are dime a dozen. दूसरे जन क्यों नहीं कर रहे? Think across what's the competition, what's the landscape, what's the unfair advantage they've created across. So think across. These are all the questions which you need to, for quality filtering of deals, which you need to do. Why will you do better than the established incumbents, right? What's that secret sauce? Think across on those lines. This is the most important slide I would like to leave with you. Whenever the pitch is happening across, we understand money. Everybody understands the money in the world, right? So when they talk about and pitch is about saying that unmet need, is there money to be made, right? पैसा बनेगा या नहीं बनेगा. Next is team execution, right to win, founder का background क्या है, सब कुछ. Are these people who will make me money? And lastly, financial projection, terms of investments and everything, how much money I can make. 3 things. Is there money to be made? Are these people who will make me money? How much money I can make? This is just as a nutshell which I am talking about. We have to be greedy. Investor job is to be greedy. It's like, I was just last week, I was in Kenya, and I could see across lion killing happening across. I was like, my mother, and we are all vegetarian, mother said, hey, kaise dekh sakta hai, and all those. I was saying that poor lion will die if he's not eating. So we as an investor, if we are not greedy, we will die. We will not be able to fund new ideas. Our job is to be greedy. So think across money first and think across exits before you invest across. So until exit, everybody, our donation. काफ़ी जन बोलते हैं अरे आप लोग चैरिटी करो, हम चैरिटी करते हैं, बाकी का टाइम चैरिटी है. Unless we get an exit, everything is charity. This is the 5 things which you need to learn if you want to become a startup investor. Bold commitments. You will never have full information while investing. Everything is unknown. पूरा detail कुछ नहीं है. There are no charts or reports and nothing to be read across, right? Bold commitments, ability to digest risk. Ideas fail, entrepreneurs don't. My success has been backing the same entrepreneur again after losing money with them. I know this entrepreneur is great. Idea नहीं चला, ठीक है. It's okay. Loan नहीं दिया था. That I have to beat a shit out of him to get money. But that entrepreneur was good. I would back his second idea and it has been successful. You lose 100% of deals you don't see. You need to look at every deal which is coming on your table. Really work. Make smart choices. Don't embrace risk. Jabardasti risk nahi lena hai. Right? So make smart choices. Borrow wisdom. Mahavir said about talk, get a lead investor, somebody who is investing, use his brains, see why he's investing, talk to the lead investor, get some comfort, and then invest. Build an exit strategy. Most of you guys fail on this. You don't have any understanding on exits while you are investing. Most of the time, do a blind investing. Define an exit before entry. Right? एक रूम में आ रहे हो, एंट्री का दरवाजा है तो एग्जिट का दरवाजा भी देख लेना चाहिए. Right? As simple as that. Define an exit before entry. 3 types of exits typically exist in startup world. Financial exit, strategic exit, and acqui-hire. Financial are the best where a VC will buy your stake. That's the best exit because they are thinking कि valuation बढ़ने वाला है and let's buy the stake out of the investor who have come early. Strategic where it's a buy versus build and corporates give you good money but not like crazy like a financial investor. And acqui-hire is where you are salvaging your capital, right? It's just a basic saying that let's place this and get our capital back. That's one of my portfolio company. Uday is here, one of my colleague. I was a lead investor into that, and it was a very, very, tough exit where we had got multiple term sheets, and we closed the round with the founder. So working on an exit is as much important, I would say far more important than just working on an entry, right? Exits are very, very important. And many times, the decision taking is, at the exit offer, कि इसमें कंटिन्यू करना है, डबल डाउन करना है, पैसा निकालना है. It's a very tough decision. How do you know about it? I mean, so I run a master class helping all these investors pro bono who are doing it, and I have a specific session on how to build exits. Some point in time we will work on that. Defining characteristics of a startup is often experimentation. A lot of the startups in the portfolio, including mine, which I will share across, is about saying that founders find their way out, right? So they start with one thesis, and if it doesn't work, they pivot to the second one and move on the market, the idea, and take the steps, right? So it's a temporary organizations which is discovering their business models. So this is one of my portfolio company, Bauxite, which I mentioned. Initially, when I invested into it, it was called Poncho. Poncho was a Mexican restaurant, and Mexican chain, they had around 7 QSR outlet. When we invested, we thought Mexican food, spicy, Indian palate, same hai, and Chipotle was doing great in US, amazing founders, so let's invest. But nobody was going out and eating Mexican, right? In that time, and this is, I'm talking across, I think, 2013, 14. Nobody was doing that. So quickly, the founders pivoted themselves to bauxite, which was all desi meal, where they would have paratha and everything, and they would put a chole on top of it, and you can actually use spoon and fork to eat across Indian meal, right? Typically, we have to soil our hands to eat an Indian meal. And it just went crazily, and now they've got so many brands. It's called Eat Club. So startups keep on pivoting and changing across. So you need to understand that the ideas change, and you need to back those founders. Goal is to find the next big thing, which is going to be there. And I'll just share 2 examples of the portfolio. Left side is Kerala banana chips. I mean, when we saw across this founder, saying banana chips mein kaun invest karega, but we asked for samples. We loved the product so much, we invited the guy from Kerala. And in the pitch meeting, we asked him, saying that what's the whole distribution, saying that he wants to have banana chips next to every Lay's chip in the world. And that was like a great statement. And we asked him how is he going to achieve, and he had some plans. We asked him, will you come to Mumbai? Without a, eye blink, he said, yes, I'll come to Mumbai. The guy was doing only 3 to 4 lakh sales a month, which today he's doing 3 crore sales monthly and growing rapidly. The second one, Pocketly. When we invested, these were 2 kids who came to pitch us and just had screen where they were giving across pocket loans to the students, and they had great ideas. What we loved about them was as students, while they were working across, they had sold a software to their own college. And that made a decision saying that at the young, tender age, if they can do a transaction with their college and earn kind of money, it was a great idea, and let's back these founders. And it has an amazing story. In fact, I think I got one of your Surat guys, Dravya, who has invested and led has led the last round. That's my email ID. Short talk, quickly, trying to wrap it up. Sanjay at 100x.vc, happy to help anytime. Thank you.
Sanjay ji, please stay on the stage. It is such an honor and a truly very thought-provoking discussion. Thank you so much, Sanjay ji. May I now request Jignesh ji to kindly come up on the stage to felicitate Sanjay ji. Jignesh ji is a board member and treasurer of TiECon Surat and is a chartered accountant. It's such an honor, Sanjay ji, for all of us to receive such inspirational inputs. And people, I'm sure you have all listened to him well, because we are going to have a quick round of Q&As, a quick quiz for all of you, if you really heard him well. A loud applause to Sanjay ji. Sanjay ji, we do have very enthusiastic people out here. So people, I'm sure you are all having number of questions for Sanjay ji. So we would love to address a couple of them. So the floor is open. Anybody who would want to ask some quick questions to Sanjay ji?
I think everything is solved.
We have some hands raising up. May we have a mic shared on the center table, please?
Hi, Sanjay.
Hi.
So do introduce yourself. It will be a pleasure
my name
to
is
know you.
Dinesh Jain, and I'm into financial consultancy into the city and across other cities. My question is that if you have a net worth of 100 rupees and you are allocating your capital across the various class of assets, how much percentage of that one should start allocating towards startup?
At least 3 to 4% of your net worth.
3 to 4. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Anyways, take, in case if you are interested, take this copy from TiECon Surat. I'm always happy to share knowledge, so please take the copy.
In which Sanjay ji's organization invested. He made a statement. The statement was, I want my banana chips to be available to every Lay's chips. Question is, future is random. Future is random. You cannot really plan for it. Is that true? Yes or no? What do you think? If it's not, then what's the right answer? If future is not random, then how should it ideally be? It should be designed, beautiful. Can you please stand up? We would love to give you a round of applause. Thank you so much for listening so carefully. Brilliant. One more question. What would be your first choice? Should your deals be random, validated, or referred? Any answers? So you've been a wonderful listener, and we're going to try with somebody else. Yes, please? Referred, right? If deals have to be referred, I'm sure that joining TiECon Surat is going to be a wonderful opportunity to build on these references. Also, if you have to build a portfolio, why having one Mukesh Ambani in your portfolio is really going to matter? Why? Do you really think it would matter? He did mention about it. Why do you think it would matter? And that's the last question. Yes, please. Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you so much. A round of applause to all of you. Thank you so much for your answers. And now we're moving ahead. Now we're going to have an amazing discussion. I now take the honor to request Dr. Ravi Modani, President of TiE Rajasthan, to kindly come upon the stage. Madam Anisha Sherian, President TiE Kerala. Shri Jatin Trivedi ji, President TiE Ahmedabad. Shri Sachin Sahni ji, President of TiE Lucknow. And Shri Nilesh Shukla ji, President TiE Vadodara, to kindly come upon the stage. Let us all join our hands together to welcome all the amazing presidents from the country.
Kashyap bhai, you are the heart and soul right now. Can I please invite Kashyap bhai on the stage to moderate the session? Thank you, Kashyap bhai. Before we start, can we have a quick facilitation for all the invitees? Jignesh bhai, can I take your help? Can we have some charter members come up quickly? Yeah, who do I see there? Is Preet there? Rohan? We need to do this quick. Jignesh bhai, tame pa. Geeta Modi, Preet, Rohan, Adi, Saraf bhai, aap. I don't see Geeta Modi. All right, Preet, we can start from this side. Okay, Preet, do you want me to speak the names? Preet is a smart guy. Can I request Saurabh Agarwal to please hand over a bouquet to Dr. Ravi Modani, please? Can I request our charter member Ritesh to please hand over a token of thanks to Jatin Bhai, Jatin Trivedi. Can I request Geeta Modi to come upstage and hand over a token of appreciation to Sachin Shani? Rakesh Bhai, can I request you to please come on stage? Rakesh Doshi, our charter member. Please hand over a token of thanks to Mr. Nilesh Shukla, President TiE Vadodara. Before we start, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Ravi Kapoor, IRS, and Mr. Tanuj Kaushik, industrial designer from San Francisco, the company where Cisco was found. Thank you very much for coming, gentlemen. Over to you, Kashyap Bhai.
Thank you. I think we have a very difficult job. A president's job is anyway difficult, and our job is more difficult because we are between Sanjay Mehta's session and dinner. So I think we'll try to wrap it up as soon as possible. But I think we are very fortunate today that we have with us 5 presidents from across India. Friends, Surat is a new chapter, and the beauty of TiE is collaboration between chapters. And today, I think we are very thankful to all the presidents that they came to Surat to support this chapter. And I think we have been working together, collaborating with each other. And this is a fantastic opportunity for us also to acknowledge your support to our chapter. So thank you so much, guys, for coming to Surat. Friends, 2 months back, we were in Ahmedabad. BJ and everyone was there for TiECon. So Jatin Bhai, amaro sawal ye che ke, you know, your TiECon, Ahmedabad is an 18-year-old chapter, and you could manage a great speaker profile, including Narayan Murthy ji for the inaugural ceremony, for the opening ceremony. So what TiE as a flagship chapter can do to help other chapters in Gujarat like Vadodara and Surat, and how we can work together?
Right, first of all, good evening all, and thank you, Kashyap Bhai. Rather, we should be thankful, but that's what me and Ravi were talking just a few minutes back. Guys, you guys sitting on the other side of the dais, probably you are not aware that the flowers which we have received, the flowers has our own photograph on each flower. So that's something which is very innovatively Surat has done. And all credit which, in fact, we were talking about that how nicely the first icon in the Surat has come up. So compliment to you and your entire team. And we thank that you are hosting, the TiE family. Coming to your question, Kashyap Bhai, is to be very frank, what Ravi and Mahavir has said just a couple of minutes back, the TiE, the brand itself is such, that when you come into the market and when you reach out to the industry people and the entrepreneur, it has its own global reputation. That's one. And I don't know how it has happened, to be very frank. But one thing is very clear, and which I'm aware of because I personally went to pick Mr. Narayan Murthy from the airport. It was his first visit in Gujarat to non-educational institute. He had been several times to the IIM Ahmedabad, several times to the AMA and other association and institute, but first time he has accepted the invitation, and probably which he traveled along with the BJ, and he said it also that this is the first time I'm traveling out of Bangalore post-COVID, right? So that's the credibility of the TiE. And I believe together, in fact, me and Bhavin, when we were, Bhavin is holding a secretary post at the Ahmedabad, we both were talking about the way what Mahavir has suggested to each of us, is that we as a family, as a TiE, we should, one part obviously we do that we meet internally. All the chartered members meet each other. But most of the people are connected with one or other association and they know each other within the town, right? So Ahmedabad or Surat or in Baroda in that case, it's very small towns compared to others. But yes, we should internally connect and rather, I was to propose and I'm proposing in front of all this audience is that why can't we have the retreat within the Gujarat chapters, right? We have a good host who will host, as Mahavir has said, go out. You will get something what you are not getting in Gujarat. So that's where I believe that, synergy within the chapter. And during the COVID, we have done a couple of programs together. Few of them with the Rajasthan, few of them with the other chapters. So that is the way we should grow. And we are definitely, in a TiE, nobody is a parent. Everybody is colleagues and friend. So let's do together and not limiting to the Gujarat, but let's do, let we all India chapters together and meet sometime in addition to the global retreat of the TiE.
Fantastic. Raviji, how do we take this idea forward?
So firstly, you're most welcome to come to Udaipur, Kumbhalgarh, anywhere outside Gujarat, as you are saying. So we can have a regional retreat. So another idea is, the chapters, and I spoke to Jatin a few months ago, that we can have a regional retreat between the chapters as well, right? So maybe, I would say Surat, Ahmedabad, Rajasthan, we can have a regional retreat. That's number one. Secondly, taking from what Jatin said, that these chapters have a common DNA. So if you see there's a tier 2 or tier 3 kind of cities, we have a common DNA, everybody knows everybody, right? So it's unlike Delhi, Mumbai or Hyderabad, right? So we are a very close-knit community in these areas. So, and I think we can share our own challenges and opportunities at the same time, right? And the startup ecosystem is now buzzing into tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So I think this is the right time to take it up. In fact, I shared with other people as well, an event which we did this year, Smash Up, right? So that's an event which we should be, I'm happy to export that event to any other chapter, but that is something which all the chapters should take it up. In fact, we got this event from TiE Mumbai way back in 2010 or 2011, and this is the 6th edition which we did this year. And I would highly recommend all the chapters to, especially the tier 2, tier 3 chapters, so that that's something, because that is the real connect with the startup. So we have been talking about the investors till now, but if we don't about the startups, what will the investors invest into, right? So we also need to take up these startups, youngsters, and make sure they become part of TiE, the way to go forward. And that's where commonly we can discuss with each other.
Absolutely, absolutely. Very interesting. And as you correctly said that, tier 2 chapters have different needs and their program can be different than what other evolved chapter typically do. So Anisha, I think TiE Kerala chapter has been doing some fantastic work. So can you tell us briefly about some of your flagship program and probably what we can learn as a new chapter from TiE Kerala and how we can work together?
First, let me say thank you, Kashyap and TiE Surat, for inviting me. It's quite a pleasure to see this entire crowd of youngsters. TiE Kerala is 20 years old as a chapter, and this year, yes, I'm the first woman president. So one suggestion I would like to make to TiE Surat is, please bring in more women charter members, simply for the fact that if companies want real results, you cannot ignore 50% of the population. So this is a request I would make. And then to get on in regarding to our flagship program, our flagship program is a TYE program. In fact, that was launched in 2017. I had initiated that program for TiE Kerala. That is inculcating an entrepreneurial seed in school children between 9th to 12th. Now, if you go deeper into understanding certain statistics of the TYE program of TiE Global and taking into account all the chapters, the fact is those children who have gone through the TYE program, 40% has become entrepreneurs at some point. So we're looking at statistics of 40%. That is mind-boggling. So it is what I would see, over a period of 40 to 50 hours, if you can inculcate entrepreneurial seed into school children, 40% become entrepreneurs. So that's a fantastic number. And what we have done in TiE Kerala is we've taken that program. We started off with private schools. Now we've launched it into government schools. And the whole intention of launching it into government schools was what we thought is we'll remove the language barrier. So we removed English as a language barrier. And what was amazing was last 2 years, that is 2018-19, the government school teams went on to enter the semi-finals of the global competition. So that was, again, unexpected. It was a huge feather on our cap. We were extremely proud of the fact that, we could get government school children to enter a global competition, enter semi-finals. And we've scaled up this program, and now last year we did 2,500 students on the TYE program. This year our target is 5,000. So we are really scaling up on this program.
Fantastic.
And I would love to help TiE Surat to launch the model.
I think we can take 2 points from your, one is increasing women membership. I think you'll be very pleased to know that 30% of our associate members are women entrepreneurs. And I think we are building on it, probably not in the charter member category, but I'm sure we can promise you that next time we'll have a larger percentage of women. That's one. Two, I think a TYE program we are going to roll out this year from TiE Surat. So we'll definitely take your help to, support this program. So thank you so much, Anisha. Sachin, Lucknow is relatively a new chapter, probably like Surat and Vadodara. So what is your experience about, TiE and, what TiE can do to build an ecosystem in cities like Lucknow and Surat?
First of all, let me, on behalf of my own behalf and on behalf of my chapter and my city of Lucknow, for having invited me and giving me a chance to actually speak to the lovely audience here. Thank you, Kashyap Bhai, for this. Yes, we are also a very young chapter like yours. We are also kind of a startup in a way. We are also, finding our feet, still finding our feet. But let me tell you, in last 2 years, almost 1.5 years since I have taken over as a presidentship, and whatever little interaction and the growth of chapter we've seen is that we've had some global programs. Since it was a new chapter, we could only ape what, the chapters up there were doing. And we conducted 2 TiE women programs. Apart from, we wanted to conduct those TiE university programs as well. So, शुरू में तो ये हुआ कि यार all over तो startups मिलते नहीं हैं, women कैसे मिलेंगे? But good thing was, we selected whatever, women-led startups we could. But with the ecosystem of TiE, we could give them mentorship. क्या होता है कि whether it's Surat or Lucknow or wherever, धंधा करना आता है लोगों को, aspirations भी होते हैं, पर वो hand holding चाहिए होती है, वो vision चाहिए होता है, और जब one of the pillars of TiE is mentoring, funding. So mentoring was provided not only from the limited charter members that we have who have certain amount of standing. These women, I'll tell you about one of the lady who's a scientist who was building a med tech product. अब वो scientist है, वो product तो बना रही थी, that lady and with her team. पर उसको use कैसे करना है, how to scale it, how to commercialize that product into a successful organization, and then taking that, getting the funding for it. वो चीज़ TiE के network ने help करी. Once she got selected, there was almost 2 months of training. Two of the startups got, training to the next level. Now the winner of TiE Women Lucknow, also went to TiE Dubai, TiECon last year. And this year, जो हमने select किया है, she फैमिली है, ट्रेडिशनल बिजनेसेस जैसे यहाँ डायमंड है, वहाँ अतर होता है. अतर यू वुड नो, इत्र को बोलते हैं वहाँ अवधी भाषा में, लोकल भाषा में अतर कहते हैं ना. अतर बनाने में वो एक्सपर्ट है, 150 साल से यही काम कर रहे थे. बट हाउ टू ब्रांड इट, शी न्यू टू क्रिएट एक्सलेंट परफ्यूम्स, but how to brand it, go to next level and actually make it a, you know, sound sophisticated. वो ST Lauder या वो उस टाइप की कंपनीज से कैसे compete करें, या how to, you know, make a mind space in the urban this thing. She is being helped. She was selected in Shark Tank because of the mentoring she got. Shark Tank में she raised funding. So that's the, you know, power of network and mentoring that TiE brought to us. And I'll quickly also add how TiE has helped us. TiE का brand काफी बड़ा है. Now, we were actually approached by Start in UP, जैसे Startup India है, Start in UP. After Modi ji has come, of course, a Gujarati, he's, you know, transformed businesses across India, not only just Gujarat. तो Start in UP approached us. वहाँ के एक senior IAS officer का call आया मेरे पास, यार आपको आना है. We have a project which TiE has to implement in UP and starting with Lucknow. और schools में आपको conduct करने हैं sessions. Be your own boss. Be a job creator and not a job seeker. इसके लिए आपने conduct करना है. We will fund you. So the government is funding us to create that impact. So we are conducting these sessions. We have already conducted in some 6 schools. Now this is also becoming a nursery for us for the TiE program this year. So hopefully next year we'll be sending, you know, great start, you know, young ideas from TiE through TiE to the TiE Global.
Fantastic, fantastic. Friends, as you mentioned, that government initiative. So I think earlier also we mentioned about engaging with government, and I think Nilesh bhai, you have been working with a lot of industry association, government bodies, TiE. So what is your expectation from organization like TiE? Because you are a new chapter, the needs of Vadodara city are different. So what is your expectation from TiE? And
सबसे पहले तो मैं ये बता दूं कि वी वेयर बॉर्न इन कोविड, और आज मैं सबसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि आपको क्लैप देना पड़ेगा. TiE वडोदरा एस्टैब्लिश हुआ है ओनली बिकॉज ऑफ सूरत TiE एंड संजय पंजाबी, बिकॉज ऑफ हिज एडवाइस, हिज गाइडेंस, एंड नॉट ओनली दैट, ऑल द टीम ऑफ TiE. दैट इज द नंबर 1. नंबर 2, बता रहे हैं कि भाई TiE के लिए हमें क्या करना चाहिए. हम तो बहुत स्मॉल है. बीजे अरुण जी है यहाँ, महावीर जी है, अभी तो हरीश भाई भी आ गए. तो जरा छोटे मुंह बड़ी बात इतना है कि लास्ट 40-45 ईयर्स से हम लोग MSME और इंडस्ट्रीज में काम कर रहे हैं. हमारे TiE के अंदर जब हमने शुरुआत की, जो हमको सिखाया गया कि दैट इज द फॉर द स्टार्टअप एंड बैक टू द सोसाइटी, और ज़्यादा करके नेटवर्किंग एंड कनेक्टिंग की बात है. मुझे 3 स्ट्रॉन्ग बाबत करनी है कि अगर यहाँ बैठे हुए अगर TiE सूरत के मेंबर क्यों बने और क्यों बनना चाहिए, तो इनके लिए वी हैव सम एक्सपेक्टेशन फ्रॉम द TiE, एंड दैट्स वाई हमारे पास रियल लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, तो हम सजेस्ट कर सकते हैं. नंबर 1, मेरा ये कहना है कि हम सिर्फ स्टार्टअप की बात मत करो. जो बिजनेस वाले हैं उनकी स्केल अप की भी बात करो, उनके बिजनेस इंक्रीज की भी बात करो, और उनके डाइवर्सिफाई में भी मदद करने के लिए TiE कुछ अपना एक कुछ अलग ढांचा बनाए. दैट इज मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग. हाउ? देयर आर लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स. से फॉर एग्जाम्पल के सूरत के अंदर है टेक्सटाइल, डायमंड, 64 चैप्टर्स इन द ग्लोबल. ज़्यादा करके हम अगर जाएंगे तो इन्वेस्टर्स और एडवाइजर्स जो है, या तो CA और वो मेंबर्स है, इवन इंडस्ट्रीज और उसमें भी है. पर उनसे बताइए ना कि भाई हमारे यहाँ सूरत में ये 2 बिजनेस है, तो उनको किस तरह से हम ग्लोबली उसके अंदर नया वो चाहिए, और क्या डिमांड है ग्लोबल की, पर्टिकुलरली ऑन दिस 2 सेक्शन. सिमिलरली मेरा ये कहना है कि इंडिया के अंदर, हरीश भाई आपसे एक बहुत छोटी रिक्वेस्ट है, आत्मनिर्भर की बात हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी बोल रहे हैं, हम नया स्टार्टअप, नई चीज़, नया इनोवेशन, नई बात, नया आइडिया, कभी कभी हमें लगता है कि ये रिस्क फैक्टर भी है। कभी कभी हमें लगता है कि हमारा जो खुद का काम है वो छोड़ के ये कहाँ हम लग रहे हैं। मेरा ये कहना है कि अभी जो हमारे पास आत्मनिर्भर के रिलेटेड जो डिमांड है, जो नीड है, अगर उनको ही हम टाई में कन्वर्ट करके क्यों ना करें। आई गिव यू स्मॉल एग्जांपल दैट एक जूम मीटिंग में मिस्टर सोडी ऑफ अमूल मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर वो जुड़े थे और उन्होंने, हम आत्मनिर्भर की बात कर रहे थे, तो मैंने बोला साहब हमें ऐसा कुछ पता है कि आपके वहाँ जो मेजरिंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट है वो बहुत सारे यूज होते हैं। बोले हाँ, मोर देन 500-600 मेजरिंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट। कहाँ से आते हैं? चाइना से। तो वो कोई रॉकेट साइंस नहीं है, हम क्यों ना यहाँ कर सके, हम क्यों ना यहाँ बना सके, हम क्यों ना हमारी जो स्ट्रेंथ है उनको यूटिलाइज कर सके। तो दिस इज वन ऑफ द थिंग। सेकंड थिंग, हर बार थोड़ी हम गुजराती लोग हैं, हरीश भाई तो हमारे साथ है, फिर भी मैं अभी महावीर जी ने बताया कि राजस्थान में 4 लाख हमारी फीस है, 80,000 साल में देते हैं। सबको बुरा लगता है मगर ये सब भी हमारी लाइन में है, सूरत एंड बड़ौदा, कोई ज़्यादा फी नहीं है। बट मेरा ये कहना है कि गुजराती है, हम हमारे पग पर खड़े रहेंगे, जो भी स्टेच्यूटरी रिक्वायरमेंट है टाई ग्लोबल की हम पूरी करेंगे, बट फीस तो हम 30 या 50 हज़ार ही रखेंगे, या तो जो भी ज़रूरत है वो रखेंगे। हम अपने आप खड़े हो सकते हैं। द फीस इज नॉट द ओनली क्राइटेरिया, द मनी इज नॉट द ओनली क्राइटेरिया। अगर हमारे पास है, मुझे और दूसरी सबसे बड़ी बात है, कहाँ भी मैं जाता हूँ, मैंने 1 साल में, ये नया ही चैप्टर है, हम टाइकॉन कर रहे हैं 24 फरवरी को, पहले ही साल हमने डिसाइड कर दिया कर डालो। हमने सब देख लिया, अब 4 बॉम्बे देखा, यहाँ देखा, अभी तो हम हैदराबाद भी जा रहे हैं। माय सजेशन इज कि अगर हम जहाँ जहाँ जो कर सकते हैं, इसमें जो भी नई चीज़ है वो हम एडॉप्ट करते हैं। बट एक चीज़ है जो बिजनेस है ऑलरेडी, जो हमारे पास खुद की जो स्ट्रेंथ है, उन्हें कैसी की जाए। और पूना में हमारी कश्यप जी से भी बात हुई थी कि ट्रस्टी ऑफ अवर टाई ग्लोबल
किरण जी,
हाँ,
किरण देश पांडे जी,
हाँ, उन्होंने भी हमें 2-3 बार बात की एंड वी हैप्पी कि हमें कुछ करना चाहिए इस तरह से। और लास्टली मैं इतना ही बताता हूँ, ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं, बहुत अच्छा ये प्लेटफॉर्म है, यहाँ बैठे हुए सब लोग सुन ले। अगर आप में दम है, अगर आप में कोई आइडिया है, अगर आप में कुछ लेने की स्ट्रेंथ है, तो टाई में ज्वाइंट होना बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि इतना ग्लोबली नेटवर्किंग और इतने शॉर्ट उसमें मिलना वो नामुमकिन है एनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। और आप कहाँ भी जाओ, जहाँ भी जाओ, तो आपको वो सपोर्ट मिलता है ना। लास्ट में बोलता हूँ कि लैंग्वेज वाली बात से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। हम जितने भी टाइकॉन में गए, हमने सब इंग्लिश में और या तो फाड़ करके गए। हम तो गुजराती लोग हैं, दूसरे कंट्री में जाते हैं, वो बोलते हैं ना गुजरात में, यहाँ से मेरे पता है जहाँ कोई भी देश दुनिया का कोना नहीं होगा जो गुजरातियों ने नहीं देखा होगा। थेपला और हम खाखरा लेके भी चले जाते हैं, और बोलते हैं ना कि चाइना जाते तो वो क्या दुभासिया ले लेते हैं। कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है, बिजनेस करना इट्स नॉट ए बिग थिंग, बट द थिंग इज कि हमें किस तरह से हर एक के साथ मिलके हर एक को आगे बढ़ाना, दूसरे की स्ट्रेंथ में हमारी स्ट्रेंथ को इन्वॉल्व करना, वही एक रास्ता है। तो अगेन आई से कि 23rd 24th टाइकॉन बड़ौदा भी है, हैदराबाद में भी है, एंड वी आर सो लकी कि विजनरी हमारे पास आज बीजे अरुण जी जैसे चेयरमैन है, जो ट्रस्टी है, और ये पूरी इतनी टीम है, तो उनसे हम कुछ न कुछ आगे करते रहेंगे और सुझाव लेते रहेंगे।
थैंक यू। रवि जी,
So I just wanted to share one thing that TiE is about inspiring somebody, right? So I think we got inspired and just coming out of, it's a 20-year chapter TiE Rajasthan. हम लोग teenage just छोड़ के निकले हैं, और teenage जो छोड़ के निकलता है उसको कुछ ना कुछ energy आती है, you know. So we were lucky enough to get the best chapter award globally. So एक जयपुर राजस्थान जैसे चैप्टर के लिए ये बेस्ट चैप्टर अवार्ड मिलना, and I think this is the future in terms of TiE Surat, TiE Kerala, TiE Ahmedabad, that's number one. Secondly, मुझे लग रहा है काफ़ी लोग यहाँ पे हैं जो new aspiring members भी हैं, जो potential members हैं, right? So I wanted to share something. I've been a TiE member for the last 17 years. and I am a sum total of what I have learned at TiE. So my friends, my thought process, entrepreneurship. Normally अपन 3 तरह के ऑर्गेनाइजेशन 2 तरह के ऑर्गेनाइजेशन अभी तक आप लोगों ने देखे होंगे. पहला होता है अपना ट्रेड एसोसिएशन. If you are into diamonds, you will be having a diamond trade association, textile का सबका. So all of them are trade association, number 1. Number 2 होते हैं चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स, CIA बोल लीजिए, FICCI बोल लीजिए, whatever they are. They are more into policy advocacy with the government, and हमेशा हम वहाँ पे लेने जाते हैं. TiE is one organization जहाँ हम देने जाते हैं, right? It's about TiE is about you as an entrepreneur, right? हम बाकी सब काम औरों के लिए करते हैं. TiE is one place where you give back and learn. हम जब देते हैं तभी हमें मिलता है. So I think that's the ethos जो भी future potential members हैं यहाँ पे, उनके हमेशा एक question आज भी है, कल तक भी रहेगा, और बाद में आपसे पूछते रहेंगे कि हम क्यों TiE member बने हैं. I think ये मत पूछो कि हम क्यों बने हैं, हमें क्या मिलेगा. The point is हम क्या देना चाहते हैं, क्या हम दे सकते हैं. Because everybody is an entrepreneur. You can do mentoring, you can guide people, so TiE के 5 pillars हैं. I'm sure everybody knows, I can repeat those pillars: mentoring, education, networking, incubation and funding. So funding is one of the pillars. लेकिन सबसे ज़्यादा देने पे जो आपको mentorship मिलती है, sum total, महावीर was here, वो मेरे से senior है स्कूल में 4 साल, that's fine. But जो हम एक दूसरे का knowledge आज जानते हैं, interact करते हैं, I can pick up phone. मेरे को एक काम आया तो मैंने जतिन भाई को अहमदाबाद जाके मिल के आया. So that's the kind of networking you can do at TiE. So no other organization can have a cross-chapter networking. So in terms of I can give you instances. जयपुर में एक exporter थे, उनके जर्मनी के अंदर उनका shipment अटक गया, and they wanted a legal opinion and a law firm. So TiE had a chapter in Germany. They immediately contact TiE Rajasthan Secretariat. उन्होंने वहाँ पे कनेक्ट कर दिया. एक प्रदेश के अंदर आपको राइट लॉ फॉर्म मिल जाए पैसा रिकवर करने के लिए, इससे आपको क्या चाहिए. सो देयर आर एन नंबर ऑफ थिंग्स विच वी कैन गेट फ्रॉम TiE. राइट नाउ डोंट आस्क दैट कि क्या मिल सकता है, अभी तो ये हम क्या दे सकते हैं TiE को. थैंक यू.
Beautifully put, Ravi ji. I think when we give, we receive. So I think that's the ethos and philosophy of TiE. I think we are running out of time. So I think what we can promise as presidents to each other is that we can collaborate with each other, we can learn from each other, we can avoid mistakes by learning from your experiences, and probably build a stronger chapter. And I think Jatin Bhai being a flagship chapter, Ahmedabad, I think probably you can lead, and Ahmedabad, Vadodara and Surat can create few programs which are useful for entrepreneurs of our region, and probably other chapters also can join, and we can take this idea forward. Last words, Jatin bhai.
अपना next TiECon गुजरात होना चाहिए.
Right. So the first thing what we three are doing together is we are having a retreat, a Gujarat chapter retreat to the Rajasthan chapter. Post Vadodara TiECon. So November end, we will be all coming to the Rajasthan, and he is a kind host, so he will be hosting us.
Absolutely, delight.
Since you, because we are closing this, I just wants to acknowledge the Harish Bhai presence here. One, you asked me the question about that, how the magic happened and how the Narayan Murthy came to TiE. One is obviously the TiE as a brand, and second is this is the man who help us to bring the Narayan Murthy at the TiE Ahmedabad chapter. Harish Bhai, thank you very much. Personally, I could not meet you at the TiE Ahmedabad, but personally, thank you for helping us to bring the Narayan Murthy. Thank you very much, friends. Just on a note, at the TiE Ahmedabad, when we had it on the September last week, we have we had a chief guest, Narayan Murthy, and we had a fire chat with the Narayan Murthy sir, and almost 40-45 minutes was a completely silence, and people were into it. Almost 850 people were in the one audience, and Kashyap Bhai and Nilesh Bhai all were there. The speech was very inspiring. It's all about the ethics and ethos in the business. I would recommend that if you can Google, you will find on the YouTube. It's worth listening if you are really an entrepreneur, irrespective whether you are an entrepreneur or not. But to become a human being, when you're doing a business, that's something what Narayan Murthy has referred on that speech. So I strongly recommend that at least we should have the glance on what tip he has given to the human life. So thank you very much, Kashyap.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. One round of applause to all of these amazing discussions. Truly amazing. And here's an opportunity to thank each one of you from various cities for coming down and sharing such amazing insights to all of our people out here. And I'm sure that the Josh is pretty high. So how's the Josh? People, how's the Josh? Super, thank you so much. And with all of these learnings, we are moving ahead. Nevertheless, we would want you to still stand on the stage because we are moving on to talk about the Maverick effect. And what is it about? So we are definitely going to learn a lot more about it. It says that when Mavericks meet, industry thrives. We have with us a national best-seller author, about whom Jatinji also mentioned. But talking about Harish Mehtaji, I would not be really the ideal person to talk about him. So we are going to all watch the amazing work that Harish ji has been doing and inspiring millions of people across the globe. So may I request the TiE team to kindly play the video, and in the meanwhile, we would request all the panelists to do stay around because we are going to have a quick book signing with Harish ji. At the counter, and we would be giving away this amazing book to, we have a limited number of copies out here, and it will be personally signed by Harish Mehtaji shortly. Before we actually do that, we would love to watch the amazing work by Harish ji.
It's from my new boss, biography of NASCOM. He's gifted this to the entire floor. And security check is already done, huh?
What is this? NASCOM?
That is American Stock Exchange.
Oh, this Mehta has done something in US Stock Exchange also.
Hey, that is NASDAQ. This is NASCOM. And the author is Harish Mehta. Ayo.
Oh, okay. You tell, what is NASCOM?
NASCOM is an association of software companies. Like, why do we have the Resident Welfare Association?
For imposing penalties and for spending maintenance money and facilities nobody has asked for in the first place.
No, what is it really for?
Resident Welfare Association is for welfare of residents to represent us in different public matters, that's all.
Correct. Think of NASCOM as a Resident Welfare Association for software companies. NASCOM ensures that the government understands what these residents can do for the country and how the government can cooperate.
What our association is doing?
Crying because people are not paying maintenance.
And software industries have contributed 8% to the country's GDP.
See, India makes more from exporting software than Saudi Arabia does from exporting oil. No other sector makes more forex or generates more employment for India than the software industry.
You people only are getting maximum appraisals, marriage proposals. You're also from same sector, no?
And women are able to pursue a career in a safe, equal opportunity, merit-based industry. No brokers here, thanks to the culture software industry has built.
Thanks to Indian parents who are putting their children in engineering. Pay seat, free seat. They should add one thanks page in that book.
Correct. Indian parents knew one day India will need more engineers than Saudi Arabia has oil. I would have laughed harder, but this mask is very tight.
But because of software only, so much brain drain has happened.
Because of software, too much brain circulation has happened. Indian techies have built such a solid reputation for Indian IT. Look at this. Krishnamurthy, who had become Chris after going to America, was now back to being Krishnamurthy for the Americans. They always needed us, but now they want us.
And Manohara wants to borrow that book after you have finished reading.
No?
What? Book circulation will only lead to brain circulation. Tilka.
Brilliant. So I think that round of applause was not enough for Harish ji. So one round of loud applause to Harish ji. People, you would be really glad to know that as beautifully shared, Harish Mehta ji is the author of The Maverick Effect. He's also the founder and EC at Onward Technology. He's the first elected chairman at NASCOM. Harish Mehta ji, his book recounts the early struggles that Harish ji and others had to face bringing NASCOM, the industry of an IT, to life. His extraordinary book talks about the band of dreamers who joined hands to transform the nation and change India's perception. Lot more from him. I am going to take the honor to invite Harish ji to kindly come up on the dais so that we could all share the vibes and witness his aura amidst us. A round of applause to Harish ji. May I also invite Ritesh Saraf ji to kindly come up on the stage to honor Harish ji with a bouquet and a token of respect. A hearty warm welcome, sir. We are now going to have a book signing opportunity. We would request Tyra to kindly come up on the stage for a book signing. And we are all going to be taking this honor and a privilege to have this amazing moment treasured with TiECon Surat. So, before you move down, would you like to say a few words about your book, which is now going to be available at the counter?
Good evening, friends. Now here I can't say I'm delaying going to the bar because I'm in Surat. I just realized that. About Maverick Effect, I mean, some of you must have seen the kind of response the book has received. And one of the key reasons I believe the book has received great response in that sense is it gives one single message that we as Indians, we can. 35 years back, India was a bank, you can say foreign exchange-wise, bankrupt. It was known as a third world country. If you wanted to buy fruits, your parents will say, let's go to Kashmir. If you buy a scooter, let's say when you are in college, it would be delivered when you are married and you have 2 children. So that was the environment. From there, today we have emerged as a global tech power. Today everyone says India now is an unstoppable engine. Now who built that? How did this change happen? It happened because of IT industry, and IT industry brought in that change because of a role that NASCOM played. And NASCOM is a very unique organization which allowed IT industry to grow 30% compounded growth over the last 30 years. Rakesh Junjunwala would say that if you earn 18% compounded growth, you are a king. At 21%, you are an emperor. And here, this industry has delivered 30% over the last 30 years. This industry has also created, one can say, new middle class. Industry employs 5.3 million engineers, who in turn employs 4 to 5 additional engineers. And together, they support a population which is twice of UK. If you look at the foreign exchange, last year, industry earned $220 billion, which is more than Saudi Arabia. But the difference is, in Saudi Arabia, the money goes in one account. In India, this money comes to thousands of companies in the millions of engineers' pockets. And that is what has created new middle class and has given stability to Indian democracy also. If you look at meritocracy, today, IIT Bombay's gardeners son has become an IT engineer because what he knew, not because whom he knew. Today, industry employs 5.3 million women, engineers, and 38% are women, 2 million women engineers. How did they get the job? Because what they knew, not because they knew somebody else. Now just imagine high disposable income coming in this women's hand. My view is there is a quiet social revolution taking place in the country. Because the money and the financial freedom the woman has at home, how they will raise their children, how they'll contribute in their community, how they'll contribute at the work level, it is yet to be seen, frankly. So it's going to bring in a very major revolution coming in. If you look at corporate governance, Murthy the other day talked about ethics. Now, way back in mid-90s, IT industry set up corporate governance standards, world class. The financial reporting that IT industry followed in terms of transparency of quarterly report and annual reports built trust in India as a trusted nation. And then the FDI money started flowing in. Till that point, no FDI money was coming into the country. Now, when that FDI money coming in, it allowed the whole stock markets and everyone else, other corporates, other industry segments also to grow along with the IT industry. Today, the IT industry, just the listed companies' market cap is more than $300 billion. And it has created a large army of retail investors who have benefited. So that is the story in this book, that we can, from a third world country, fakir's country, to a tech powerhouse and building a base, a foundation. And I have taken we can say, put my stake on the ground saying it is in the last 75 years, if there's one change that has changed India, is the role NASSCOM played in building IT and IT change India. You show me one economic gain, or one industry which has contributed. When I launched my book in London, at the end of the fireside chat, one Indian came to me and he said, "Today I'm feeling proud as an Indian." I said, "Why? What is the difference?" He said, "I left India 15 years back. India had a dark history. All we talk about Aryabhatta and our heritage and whatnot. There is not a single story of the current world which was very one can be proud of. Listening to your story, IT story, I feel very proud as an Indian." So if we have done this for 30 years now, imagine when now you have an opportunity to rewrite the history of India. If we were a third world country, we should now emerge as a developed world far sooner than what we all would have anticipated. Because today the tech, I don't want to get into those reasons why I believe so strongly about it, but all I would say is that is the maverick effect is what we are talking about here. Thank you very much.
That was really an honor to listen to you, sir. We are now going to have some of these books signed by Harish ji himself, and you could take the opportunity from the left corner, you would be able to get these books. Thank you so much, Harish ji, once again for this amazing quick warm-up. Of course, we are going to listen to him more tomorrow, and it was an honor that he did come early and we could share the stage today as well with him. So may I now request Prakash to kindly give us a quick overview about tomorrow, and then we'll be moving towards vote of thanks.
कल का एजेंडा अभी से ही बता दिया तो लोग कल क्यों आएंगे? थोड़े फैक्ट्स की बात करते हैं. अभी ऑफ लेट बहुत सारे लिस्ट आ रहे हैं. 1000 करोड़ प्लस वेल्थ किस किस के पास है. इट्स अ लॉन्ग लिस्ट, and I'm one of those few people who use a lot of command F, so I calculated, and then उसके बाद एक और infographic आया. So in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, सूरत कहाँ पे होगा इंडिया में वेल्थ क्रिएशन में? टॉप 10-20 में होगा? क्या लगता है? टॉप 10 में होगा? Okay, let me ask you, टॉप 8 में होगा सूरत? What do you feel? Wealth creation, and I'm not talking about metros, I'm talking about tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Where would Surat be? Top 5? That sounds realistic. Okay, somebody says top 3. Okay, ये passionate लोग हैं कि India best है वाला, Surat number one. So yeah, you guys are right, luckily. Surat is the largest, 50,000 crores is the wealth it has created. The important fact there is, more than 50% of that wealth has been created by people who immigrated to this city. 50% of that wealth. And it flourished. Okay. IT भी flourish हुआ. So, startup से इसका क्या लेना देना? There's a big asset class, whether you would be building wealth directly or indirectly from startups. It's a journey which the city has taken, all thanks to TiE. And it's a matter of few years, whether you are a part of that journey of wealth creators, or you would look back in 2022 and say, वो 5 साल पहले startup का conference attend किया होता, I would have hopped onto that bandwagon. Why I say all this? Today was a very small snippet of what is coming tomorrow. It's a Saturday. You guys can spare a day and become a part of all the riches or grow your wealth multifold, because Surat has a pattern of growing wealth. Startup is an important asset class, and it will create enormous wealth in this decade. I invite you tomorrow, in case if you're not registered, there's a registration desk outside. I invite you tomorrow to come over and join this session where you get loads of information about how the complete ecosystem works. So before I end, I would request the person who founded TiE Surat, our founder president, Sanjay Punjabi, to please give vote of thanks. Over to you, Sanjay bhai. Thank you.
Probably in this hall, I am the luckiest and the happiest people because that the dream what we have seen with the friends together as a founder charter member, this dream come true today. And we are going to write a history, one page of the history for the Surat. So, ladies and gentlemen, behalf of TiE Surat, I, Sanjay Punjabi, founder president, honored and privileged to express our sincere gratitude for this inaugural event for the first ever TiECon Surat 2022. First of all, we are thankful to the global leadership, BJ Arun, who is a TiE Global Chair, and Mahavesh Sharma, ex-chairman and TIA Chair, for sparing your valuable time and came to Surat to bless and guide us for this event. We are thankful to Harish Bhai Mehta, who is beacon to IT industry and the movement for the India, who has considered our invitation to share his thoughts and guide us for the TiECon Surat 2022. We are equally express our gratitude to the ace investor and icon Sanjay Mehta, who has shared his wonderful insight with all of us here at the inaugural ceremony. We are equally thrilled to say a big thank you to our counterparts from various cities, Jatin Trivedi, Ahmedabad, Anisha Cherian, Kerala, Sachin Sahani, Lucknow, Ravi Modani, Rajasthan, and Nilesh Shukla from Vadodara. It would be apt to say wonderful thank you to all our sponsors, partners, supporting institutions, organizations, academia, media, startups who have willingly came forward to be an integral part of the TiECon Surat 2022. We express our deepest gratitude to all our charter members, associate members who have worked hand in hand to make this event more meaningful. Last but not the least, we pray and express our sincere gratitude to Almighty who made us instrumental to make this possible for better Surat, better India, and better world. We at TiE Surat committed for fostering entrepreneurship, and at the end of this inaugural session, with these beautiful words of Dushyant Kumar, I would like to say, सिर्फ हंगामा खड़ा करना हमारा मकसद नहीं है. सिर्फ हंगामा खड़ा करना हमारा मकसद नहीं है. पूरी कोशिश है कि ये सूरत बदलनी चाहिए. मेरे सीने में न सही, तेरे सीने में ही सही. हो कहीं भी आग, लेकिन आग जलनी चाहिए. We request all of you to join us for the networking dinner on this side. We'll start tomorrow again at 9 a.m. with the kickoff session with the Padma Shri Savji Bhai Dodakia. Thank you so much. Good night.
What do you say? Have you come across some amazing, interesting facts about the city or anything exciting that you've come across in the city? Anybody would want to share about any of your experiences, any of a different startup, any business idea, any special food that you want to mention about the city? So Suratis, are you all awake? How many people are there from Surat? How many people belong to the city of Surat? Are you sure? Brilliant. So, what do you say? Anything that has come across your minds? So we're going to pass on the mic. Where's the mic? Here. All right. So let's begin from the person closest to your tables out there. And we would love to know from any one of you towards our left, any one thing from your table as to what do you really think was so different and you would want to make a mention about the city. Let's begin from the first table in the first row. Jigneshji, would you want to make a mention here? Anything about the city of Surat that we should all be aware of?
I think they should visit the momentums जो यहाँ पे किले हैं. I don't know कितने लोगों ने वहाँ पे old forts में गए. I don't know. How many of them? Very few. Only 1 or 2 or 3 members. There are British monuments. There are beautiful libraries, and there are so many things to visit in Surat and near Surat.
Brilliant, brilliant. Wow. Anything else from the table? Yes. Yes, Geetaji.
Yeah, so we always think of Surat as being the financial capital and everything about diamonds and textiles. And I was really surprised because I went for the first time to Dandi with Mr. BJ Arun, and it was an eye-opener. What a beautiful place. I recommend everybody should go, and maybe we do a Thai retreat there or something.
Brilliant. Wow. Brilliant, brilliant.
Yeah, I think one observation I have is Surtis are very, very understated. You have accomplished so much, you have so much, but nobody talks much about it. They're sort of very under the radar.
Okay.
So I think you need to sort of promote your city and whatever you're doing a little more. I was blown away with what I saw. I went to the Surat Diamond Bourse, then I went to Dandi, I went to the fort. And of course, most of the people from Surat who took me there, they had never been to these places. So Geeta had never been to Dandi, Hetal had never been to the fort. I said, yeah, you know, people should be coming from all over the country or the world to see all this.
True.
And so I think you need to really promote yourself more.
We should. I think, and we should begin it right from today. So let's do share with BJ Arunji that yes, of course, we are so very proud of our city. So if you'd love to know more about the city, we'd love to know more about the city from the people of the city. Sanjay ji.
So I need to take a session for that.
Okay.
So there are many things. Yesterday I come to know that some gentleman talked about that Yashwant Sinha's daughter is investing money in Surat, or somebody, Shah Rukh Khan office is also trying to be in touch with that Surati people. So that's lots of happening. The EV manufacturers are coming up. Somebody is launching from Surat the EV bike in Delhi. So a lot of happening in Surat, and something last week that we come across that a gentleman, Vishal, raised that 80 crore fund, and that's something amazing happening over that. So we need to find out that what's happening in Surat, and TiE has taken and committed themselves that we'll try to highlight those people, those having entrepreneurial qualities. Thanks.
Sanjay ji, you did mention something about coffee the last time that's coming up in Surat. Yeah, you want to make a mention? Yes, sir.
Something I come across that there are the coffee gurus in Surat, and a lot of coffee buzz is happening over here. I mean, I heard about in Pune, I heard about in Bangalore, but never imagined that Surat is having a coffee guru. And people are teaching them how to make a coffee, how to brew the coffee. Wow. And it's amazing things happening.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Hemanji.
Fastest growing city in the world.
Yes.
For last almost 20 years, highest GDP growth rate, double digit, 11%.
Yes.
And second cleanest city also.
Yes.
That award we are getting for last 4-5 years. So these are two major achievement. Maybe zero unemployment.
Wow.
Zero unemployment.
Don't you think we should give a round of applause for this such a proud moment? Lovely. Now let's go on to the next row. People, anybody from the next? Yes, sir. Towards the end. You can also take this opportunity to talk about yourself. Maybe you're doing something very different and you would want to make a mention here.
Yeah, good morning everyone, Tejas Patel here.
Ji.
So to start with a brief history of Surat, it would be a very long lecture if I go into all those things, but just touching points. So there are already documents available in various libraries, including the British Library, that Mumbai was established at the cost of Surat, right? So there were special tax recessions given to various Sethjis of Surat to establish their business branches in Mumbai.
Oh,
so
okay.
that is one thing.
Brilliant, yes.
Other thing is, yesterday also it was discussed that most foreigners who had come had established their first center in Surat. So you can even today go and see the English factory, the Dutch factory, the Flemish factories in Surat, as well as their cemeteries,
Wow.
right? So if you go to Katargam Darwaja, all those cemeteries are there.
Right.
So that is also a place to visit.
Correct.
And as on present day, if you are seeing, then we are only talking about two industries, diamonds and textiles. But people would be surprised to know that Surat and the suburban Surat has been very quickly coming up as a chemical industry.
Yes.
Right? So if you take the top 10 chemical industries of Surat and around Surat, then their turnover together exceeds 20,000 crores.
Amazing, amazing.
Right?
Wow.
And similarly, food product industry is also coming up in and around Surat. So that is also worth mentioning that that dried fruits, right? Indian Army's basic source is from in and around South Gujarat region. That is for Surat. So that is also worth mentioning, and we can be looking into it. Thank
Totally.
you.
Wow. We loved your facts. Thank you so much, Tejasji. Super. Anybody else? Yes, we have somebody here.
First of all, thank you, Ty, for organizing this. It's been great meeting all the great minds here.
Yes. Please introduce yourself. We would love to know about you as well.
My name is Anish, and I work for Easy Technologies here. So I would like to mention one thing, that is, the Surat is also known for the peace. So it's a very peaceful city. If you compare with all the metros like Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore, right? Traveling from home to work is like 1 hour, 2 hours journey.
Yeah.
But for Surat, it's like 10, 15 minutes travel from work to home. The commute is so easy.
Easy, that's right.
So that's why many people call the Surat is very peaceful city.
Wow.
And I'm thankful for it.
Super, super. A very nice observation. Thank you so much, Anish. Thank you. Yes, sir. Ma'am, we have one gentleman here. Okay, so we'll come to you. Sorry.
I'm Chetan. If you want to visit, then you should visit Hare Krishna Export, wonderful state-of-art factory of diamond. Then SRK Diamond Factory. Yes, Sarju bhai. You should visit this. At the same time, I would like to say that Surat is now emerging as IT hub. So there are many wonderful IT companies. Those have developed wonderful infrastructures. So you should visit that also.
Okay, all right, fantastic. Yeah, super, thank you. We have a gentleman here, yes.
Hi, good morning. This is Sumant Kachru. I've been in this city now 15 years, moved in 2007 from Florida. And I'm a Kashmiri Pandit, so I have kind of, been an immigrant, but I found home here. So I found this city the best to live, not only because of the, the environment and the infrastructure, but also because of the people and the food. The people are number one. Like, I have traveled the world, so I know, the warmth of the people. And the food is definitely amazing.
Right.
So these are the two standout points, I would say.
Super,
Thanks.
super. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, please. Do we have a mic there? Yeah.
This is Ashwin from Avinashi. I know a couple of facts. So one is like Surat is the only smart city who, introduce a co-working space or startup facilitation center as a part of their smart city plan. So that's one unique thing. Second is we do have very good, water, like from polluted water to clean water system. It's very, state of the art that, someone demoed that by, drinking the filtered water back.
Correct.
Right? And third one, I would say, is like, the food.
The food.
Yeah.
Brilliant. We missed your name, sir.
Yeah, I am Ashwin.
Ashwin ji, thank you
and
so
just
much.
recall the fourth one. One politician someday said, "Ki only vote me if you think your wife or sister they come at railway station at 3 in the morning and they can arrive safely at home."
Very true. Security is a wonderful place. Thank you so much. One round of applause to all of us proud Surtis. Thank you. Brilliant. So as we move ahead, it truly gives us immense pride to host from the city of Surat. There are so many areas of our achievements, and we continue to take so much pride in that. A hearty warm welcome and a very, very good morning, everyone. Good morning. Brilliant. It's wonderful to see your energy, and we're going to try making it short, simple, and very quick. So just to give you a quick overview about, of course, we've been talking about how amazing we've been growing as an organization, as TiE, as a community. Yesterday, it was such an amazing, brilliant session when we learned so much about how TiE has been contributing so brilliantly, so effectively towards the startup community. Talking about India, of course, we've seen that India has evolved over the last couple of decades into really becoming a powerhouse in many areas. We are not just talking about, although there was a revolution that began in IT, in technology, but eventually it has spread across various industries, various sectors. And it truly is a matter of pride that we now have in India more than 100 unicorns wherein across the country, and almost $250 billion value and worth creation. Now this doesn't talk about wealth and value, but also an opportunity for many other startups to be self-driven, to be motivated, to grow ahead and scale up their businesses. TiE as a community continues to do that. We strive to provide a kind of a support system to this entire ecosystem to be able to take all of our entrepreneurs to scale up their businesses, to take up newer heights. Talking about business ideas right from the stage of ideation, wherein we have various programs, right from TiE Nurture, wherein right from the nurturing the ideas to scaling up to large businesses, we have been really exponentially supporting our people. And it takes us immense pride to host this event today. So once again, a hearty warm welcome to TiE's convention today. We truly take an honor to welcome you all to TiECon Surat 2022. A warm welcome with a round of applause to all of you. Thank you so much for making it today this early morning. Moving ahead, we now take this opportunity to kickstart this session. बहुत सुंदर शब्दों में भगवत गीता में कहा है, शिष्य स्तेयम साधि माम त्वाम प्रपन्नम। जिस प्रकार ईश्वर ने अर्जुन को अंधकार से ज्ञान के उजालों की तरफ ले गए, हम भी आशा करते हैं कि आज भी ये सारे महानुभव जो हमारे साथ हैं वो भी हमें अंधकार से ज्ञान की तरफ ले चले, ज्ञान के उजालों की तरफ ले चले. With that, may we have a quick दिया lighting. ईश्वर की blessings के साथ हम विनंती करेंगे सभी महानुभवों को to kindly come upon the stage for दिया lighting. मैं विनंती करती हूँ सबसे प्रथम पद्मश्री श्री सावजी भाई ढोलकिया जी से कि वो कृपया करके मंच पर पधारें. I also request BJ Arun ji, recently the CEO of July Systems, acquired by Cisco. Harish Mehta ji, the co-founder of NASCOM and the author of the national bestseller The Maverick Effect. Shri Mahavir Pratap Sharma ji, a serial entrepreneur and chairman of TiE India Angels. Shri Sanjay Mehta ji, founder and partner at 100x VC. Dr. Ravi Modani, President TiE Rajasthan. Shri Jatin Trivedi, President TiE Ahmedabad. Anisha Cherian, President TiE Kerala. Sachin Sani, President TiE Lucknow. and the entire TiE board to kindly come up on the stage for the alighting.
Can you please request somebody from the hotel to turn off the fan for a couple of minutes? Somebody from Marriott.
We shall now raise for a national anthem. May we all kindly raise up at our places.
शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे, भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे, जय हे, जय हे, जय 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 हे।
જય હિન્દ. થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ. હું વિનંતી કરીશ સાવજીભાઈને કે તેઓ સ્ટેજ પર જ રહે. અને થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ ટુ ધી એન્ટાયર ટીમ. જય શ્રી કૃષ્ણ સાવજીભાઈ, અને આપનું ખૂબ ખૂબ સ્વાગત. મિત્રો, એક નાનકડી ઓપોર્ચ્યુનિટી લઈશ. નાના મોટી વાત છે, છતાં પણ આપ સૌ જાણતા જ હશો, મોસ્ટ ઓફ અસ વુડ ડેફિનેટલી બી અવેર, એક એવા વ્યક્તિ જે ન ફક્ત બિઝનેસ, પ્રોફિટેબિલિટી, સસ્ટેનેબિલિટી, સ્કેલિંગ અપ ખાલી એના વિશે વિચારતા હોય, પણ એક એવા વ્યક્તિ જે જાણતા હોય કે એની પાછળનો મૂળ જે સોર્સ છે, એવા એમના આખા ફેમિલીને, જે એમની ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશનને સ્કેલઅપ કરે છે, એવા લોકોને, એમની ફેમિલીને પણ રેકોગ્નાઇઝ કરવું ખૂબ જ જરૂરી છે. અને એના માટે એવું સમજે છે કે આ તો ફક્ત 2% પણ મોટિવેશન નથી, જેની સામે તેઓ આટલું સરસ વળતર આપે છે, જેના કારણે એમની ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશન આ લેવલ પર પહોંચી છે. ઓપોર્ચ્યુનિટી મળી, મને તક મળી એમના ઘણા બધા ઇન્ટરવ્યૂ સાંભળવા માટે, અને આ વસ્તુ જાણી કે તેઓ તેમના ફેમિલી, કોર્પોરેટ ફેમિલીને કેટલું ઇમ્પોર્ટન્સ આપે છે. સાવજીભાઈ ઢોળકિયા, જેઓ પોતે પદ્મશ્રી છે અને પ્રેસિડેન્ટ સાહેબ તરફથી એમને પદ્મશ્રીનો એવોર્ડ મળ્યો છે. વી ટેક એન ઓનર ટુ વેલકમ સાવજીભાઈ. વી ઓલ્સો ટેક એન ઓનર ટુ હેવ અ ક્વિક રાઉન્ડ of a brief introduction, which is a very, very brief introduction, કારણ કે એના માટે તો ઘણા બધા કલાકો નીકળી જાય. 50 દેશોથી પણ વધારે જે ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશન ડાયમંડ એક્સપોર્ટ કરે છે, એવા હરે કૃષ્ણ એક્સપોર્ટ્સના ફાઉન્ડર અને ઓનર શ્રી સાવજીભાઈ ઢોલકિયા. 10,000 કરોડથી પણ વધારે જેનું ટર્નઓવર છે, જેમાં 8,000થી પણ વધારે એમ્પ્લોઈઝ છે. અને સૌથી ખાસ વસ્તુ જે આપણા માટે બહુ જ ગર્વની વાત છે, જેના કારણે સુરત શહેર ગ્લોબલી જાણીતું થયું, જેમાં એમણે દિવાળીમાં લોકોને, એમના ટીમ મેમ્બર્સને, 1200 જેવા એમ્પ્લોઈઝને ગાડીઓ આપી, જ્વેલરી આપ્યું અને ઘર પણ આપ્યા, 2 bedroom 2 BHKના. Isn't that a matter of pride? One round of applause to him. And स्टोरी अभी बाकी है मेरे दोस्त. સાવજીભાઈએ 60થી પણ વધારે આર્ટિફિશિયલ લેક્સ ક્રિએટ કર્યા છે ગામડાઓમાં, જે ગામડાઓમાં પાણીની અછત હોવાના કારણે ત્યાં ગ્રોથ, ફસલ નથી સારી થઈ શકતી, ત્યાં આર્ટિફિશિયલ લેક્સ ક્રિએટ કરેલા છે. 22 લાખથી પણ વધુ ટ્રી પ્લાન્ટેશન કરેલું છે. એક એવી ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશન જેનું ઇનોગ્યુરેશન, જેમના ફેક્ટરીનું ઇનોગ્યુરેશન આપણા ઓનરેબલ પ્રાઇમ મિનિસ્ટર સાહેબે પોતે કર્યું હોય, એવા શ્રી સાવજીભાઈ ઢોળકિયાને વેલકમ કરતા અમને ખૂબ 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 આનંદ થાય છે. A hearty warm welcome to none other than Shri Savjibhai ઢોલકિયા. A warm applause to you. Pranav Pandya. May I now request Savjibhai to kindly take it forward.
મને લાગે છે કે હિન્દી, ગુજરાતી કરતાં હિન્દી ઝાઝા લોકો સમજશે, કારણ કે તમે ગુજરાતીમાં વાત કરતા હતા ને તો રિસ્પોન્સ ઓછો આવતો હતો. तो मैं हिंदी, मेरे को तो इंग्लिश तो आता ही नहीं है. आप लोगों ने सबने सूरत की बहुत तारीफ की, वो पता चला कि तारीफ करते हैं, लेकिन इंग्लिश तो आता नहीं, मैं हिंदी में करूँगा, मेरी पकड़ तो गुजराती है लेकिन हिंदी भी थोड़ी थोड़ी पकड़ ली है। अच्छी बात है कि सूरत में आज ये फंक्शन हो रहा है, मेरे लिए बहुत सद्भाग्य की बात है। रियलिटी इसलिए कि पहली बार ये टाइकॉन इधर इवेंट करे से ये इवेंट कर रहे हैं और इसमें फर्स्ट इवेंट है और फर्स्ट मेरे को पसंद किया। सूरत का एक रत्न कलाकार, एक डायमंड आर्टिस्ट, एक हीरा घसू को आप इनवाइट करें, ये मेरे लिए ये सबसे बड़ी बात है। वरना सूरत सूरत में वैल्यू नहीं होती है। हमारे संप्रदाय में भी बोलते हैं जो समाज में साधु हुआ उसको वो समाज में कभी नहीं जाने का, क्योंकि वहाँ वो उसकी वैल्यू कोई नहीं होगी। लेकिन मैं अपने आप को प्राउड फील करता हूँ, धन्यता अनुभवता हूँ कि सूरत वाले भी मैं क्यों चाहते हैं। और वैसे भी सूरत की जैसे तारीफ आपने किया, सूरत को तो मैं अपने भगवान से बरोबर चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि सूरत ने जो हमको दिया शायद किसी को नहीं दिया होगा। 12.5 रुपया टिकट में बिना जेब में कोई पैसा नहीं और सूरत में आया था। और आज मैडम ने बताया 10,000 से ऊपर 12,500 करोड़ का एक्सपोर्ट है, तो ये सूरत ने दिया है। आपने सर ने ट्राइब किया सूरत के, आपने बताया ना सूरत कैसा है, अंडरस्टैंडिंग। अरे अंडरस्टैंडिंग पीपल सूरत में है। मैं आपको बोलता हूं अंडरस्टैंडिंग तो है, एक्सेबल भी है, एक्सेप्ट करते हैं सबको, और अंडरस्टैंड तो है, एक्सेप्ट भी करते हैं। सूरत वाले शायद दुनिया में ऐसा पीपल कहाँ भी नहीं मिलेगा। सूरत में मजदूर आते हैं और मालिक होके जाते हैं। सभी मजदूरी आए थे सूरत में, सभी कोई बिजनेस ढूंढने आए, धंधा ढूंढने आए, कोई सूरत वाले ने सबको एक्सेप्ट किया, सबके साथ एडजस्ट भी हुए, सबको समझ भी सका, सबके साथ सूरत वाले ने किया। ये सूरत की तासीर है, ये सूरत का पानी है। मैं आपको शायद इसमें बहुत विश्वास होगा कि नहीं होगा, मैं आपको बताऊं। मैं सूरत गांव में जाता हूं जब भी, और सूरत में आता हूं। हम पहले तो रिक्शा में आते थे स्टेशन से, वहां जाते थे तो वहां पे भी घोड़ा गाड़ी या तो रिक्शा थी। मेरे गांव से हम जहाँ बस स्टॉप होता है वहां से गांव में जाने के लिए। सूरत में 10 रुपया बोले कि 20 रुपया बोले दे देते थे, गांव में कस लगाते थे। तो ये धरती में हम चले गए, आदमी न हम, वही न वही पीपल। वहां क्यों, वातावरण का फर्क आ गया, एनवायरमेंट का। वहां जाते तो कस लगाना चालू कर देते, क्योंकि ये पानी का कमाल है। सूरत बहुत बढ़िया सिटी है। मैं आपको शायद मेरी जर्नी के बारे में जानना है तो सवाल पूछिए। काफ़ी लोगों ने तो मेरे को स्टेज ऊपर, कितने लोगों ने सुना है स्टेज पे? तो 30% है, 40% जिसने मेरे को स्टेज ऊपर सुना। ये मेरे पास कुछ ज़्यादा है नहीं, 2 ही टॉपिक है। एक तो बिजनेस कैसे मैंने किया वो मेरे पास स्टोरी है, और परिवार को मैंने कैसे हैंडल किया वो स्टोरी है अभी तक की। 44 साल से हम लोग जॉइंट फैमिली है, 4 भाई है और 8 बच्चे, 7 बच्चे बिजनेस में आ गई है, अभी तक बंटवारा किया नहीं है। तो सभी साथ में जॉइंट रहते हैं और किसी को कोई कंडीशन नहीं है, फिर भी कंडीशन के आगे कोई गए नहीं है। किसी को कभी कोई लिमिट नहीं रखी है, फिर भी कोई लिमिट क्रॉस किसी ने किया भी नहीं, क्योंकि मैं इसमें क्या मदद कर सकता हूँ। हमारी इंडस्ट्री में होता है तो कुछ ना कुछ मदद कर सकते हैं। लेकिन आफ्टर सब समझाने के बाद मेरे को कन्विंस होना पड़ा मतलब मैं कन्विंस हुआ खुशी से, क्योंकि ये बहुत मैंने डीप में देखा, बहस किया। तो बिजनेस क्यों अच्छा है, पहले मैंने जो किया वो मैं बता रहा हूँ। मैंने क्यों उसको अप्रूवल दिया, तो मैंने इसलिए अप्रूवल दिया कि ये छोटे आइडिया वाला बेचारे पास आइडिया बहुत होता है, पैसा नहीं होता है। तो तू छोटे आइडिया वाले को पैसा देगा, एक तो तेरे को अंदर से सेटिस्फैक्शन मिलेगा, उसको सपोर्ट मिलेगा। उसके पास आइडिया है लेकिन पैसा नहीं है, तो अल्टीमेटली एक सपोर्ट भी हो गया और तेरे को स्टडी हो गया। तेरे को स्टडी करना पड़ा, किसी के यहाँ पैसा लगाने का है तो हर रोज स्टडी करना पड़ेगा ना। तो तेरा एजुकेशन हर रोज लेना पड़ेगा, नए नए लोगों से सीखना पड़ेगा, जानना पड़ेगा। तो दो तरीके से अच्छा है कि भाई सीखना हर रोज परमानेंट रहेगा और किसी को सपोर्ट भी मिलेगा अपने पैसे। और ये मैं आज भी बोलता हूँ, हमारा पैसा है। आज तक हमने 40 साल में एक भी पैसा कहाँ डूबा नहीं है, क्योंकि ये पैसा नहीं, लक्ष्मी है, ये सात्विक लक्ष्मी है। किसी को खुशी दे के लक्ष्मी आती है, किसी को दुख दे के लक्ष्मी नहीं आई है। हमारे यहाँ हमारी फैक्ट्री में आप देखेंगे सब लोग काम करते हुए भी हैप्पी है, खुश है, हमको आशीर्वाद देते हैं। हम लोग डायमंड में भी काम करते हैं तो एम्प्लॉय को भी हमने सिखाया है कि जो डायमंड का पॉलिशिंग कर रहे हैं उसमें ये भाव से पॉलिशिंग करो कि ये डायमंड जो लेगा, डायमंड ज्वेलरी बनाएगा, डायमंड बेचेगा और ज्वेलरी पहनेगा, सबका भला हो। तो वैल्यू ऐड कर, घर बैठा बैठा, इसमें कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है। लेकिन ये वाइब्रेशन अपने इधर बैठे और भगवान सुनते हैं ना, ऐसे ये वाइब्रेशन पहुंचते ही है और हमारा बिजनेस बढ़ता है। हमने ये वैल्यू ऐड किया है। हम ब्लड कैंप करते हैं, कभी काफ़ी बार ब्लड कैंप करते हैं। कभी भी कोई बैंक को चाहिए, ब्लड खत्म हो गया तो हमारी फैक्ट्री पे आ जाता है, क्योंकि हमारे पास 6000 लोगों का डेटा है, कौन सा किसका कैसा ब्लड है और कभी उसने ब्लड डोनेशन किया था, अभी कितनी बोतल आज जावे तो हो सकती है। सब लोग रेडी है, इतना तैयार किया हुआ है। अब 20-25 साल से हम ब्लड डोनेशन हमारी कंपनी में करते हैं। तो किसी को भी ब्लड चाहिए तो आ जाता है। तो हम लोग वो भी तभी भी वही उसको एक थॉट्स देते हैं कि हम जब भी ब्लड देते हैं तभी भी ये प्रार्थना करो कि ये ब्लड किसी के बदन में जाएगा, वो सुखी हो जाएगा, बीमारी उसकी चली जाएगी। ये भाव से ब्लड दो, डोनेशन नहीं है, किसी को जिंदगी दे रहे हैं। हमने कुछ नहीं किया, भाव बदला। तो मैंने ये बिजनेस पसंद करने की भी एक एंगल थी कि हम ये भाव से काम करें कि ये पैसा कहाँ भी जाएगा उसको उन्नति देगा। नो डाउट स्टार्टअप में बड़ा रिजल्ट नहीं आता है, लेकिन इम्पॉसिबल भी नहीं है। ये भाव से हम काम करें तो, ये दिल से हम काम करें तो, ये इंटेंशन से हम काम करें तो। क्योंकि हमारा वाइब्रेशन, मेरी वाइफ कोरोना के टाइम पे बहुत डर रही थी, 35% उसको कोरोना की इफेक्ट थी तो, और शुगर भी थी। तो डॉक्टर ने बोला एडमिट कर दो आईसीयू में, उसको रखना ही पड़ेगा। इसमें पैसे वाले की वाइफ को तो વધારે डॉक्टर भी सड़ा बढ़ा के बोलते हैं, इतना होता है तो गरीब की बोलता है चल चलेगा जनरल में बैठ जा। तो बहुत बहस की मैंने कि घर पे मेरे को जो ट्रीटमेंट करनी है वो घर पे करने की है, मैं हॉस्पिटल में रखने वाला नहीं हूँ, तू मेरे साथ भेज दे। मैं खुद लेने गया था। आज तक मेरी शादी हुई 37 साल हुआ, वाइफ को हॉस्पिटल लेके मैं कभी नहीं गया था। कोरोना के टाइम पे मैं किसको बोलूँ तू लेके जा, मैं खुद गया था। और मेरे को दिल में आया कि आज तो मेरी जिम्मेदारी है, आज तो मेरी फर्ज है, आज मेरी इसको ज़रूरत है। मैं अभी तक टाइम नहीं दिया है, लेकिन आज मैं लेके जाऊंगा। मैं खुद गया तो पूरा घर डांटने लगा, आपको जाना नहीं चाहिए, किसी को भेजना चाहिए, ये करना, आप क्यों साथ में है। मैंने वीडियो बनाया, लेकिन मैं घर से वापस लेके आया। मैं कहने ये जाता हूँ, मैंने 13 दिन 15 दिन उसके साथ ही रहा, साथ में ही खाया, साथ में ही बैठा, वो बच गई, वरना आज मैं नहीं हुई थी, वो होती नहीं। मेरा कहने का मतलब कि इसको हुफ चाहिए, इसको वो टाइम पे ज़रूरत है। हमने पूरा एम्प्लॉय को, कोई भी एम्प्लॉय आईसीयू में थे तो मेरा बेटा है सबसे बड़ा, जो छोटे भाई का जो हैंडल करता है, सब के वहाँ आईसीयू में वो किट पहन के गया था। जब भी हम किट पहन के जाते हैं अपने आप 50% तो दवा की ज़रूरत ही नहीं रहती आदमी। हम लोग क्या करते हैं, यही वैल्यू ऐड करते हैं, बिजनेस में है, संबंध में है, कोई भी जगह पे जावे तो हम ये वैल्यू ऐड करते हैं। बिजनेस में ये सब थियरी क्या काम लगे, हमारा भाव यही होना। हम जितना पैसा इतना दाम नहीं है, तो इन्वेस्ट हम जब भी करते हैं तो वो भाव से करते हैं। और इन्वेस्ट आज तो हम नहीं लेते हैं, कभी काफ़ी बार हमारे चर्चा हुई क्या पब्लिक में क्यों नहीं जाते, मैंने बोला पब्लिक का पैसे की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी क्यों ले? कभी भी 3 पीढ़ी 4 पीढ़ी के बाद भी वो चुकवना तो पड़ेगा ही। हम है तब तक वो बैलेंस करेंगे। बच्चे करेंगे कि नहीं करेंगे इसकी कोई गारंटी है? पब्लिक में नहीं जाने का। ये तो पब्लिक का पैसा, तो मैं पब्लिक का जब जो फाइनेंस लेते हैं उसमें भी बहुत बड़ी बात है। कौन सी बात का ख्याल रख? पैसा मैं ले रहा हूँ, मेरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बढ़ रही है। जब भी हमारे पास हमने एक राउंड लगाया, 100 करोड़ आ गया, 200 करोड़ आ गया, आदमी की बस दिल खुल जाता है, फैसिलिटी बढ़ जाती है, पगार। ये पैसा लोगों का है, ये लोगों की थापन है। वैसे हमको यूज करना चाहिए इन्वेस्टर को कि ये पैसा डूबने नहीं दूंगा, ये पैसा मैं उसको रिटर्न दूंगा। ये भाव से जब भी करेगा, आइडिया कदाच खराब होगा, आइडिया अच्छा देने वाला मिल जाएगा। ऐसा जरूरी नहीं है, लेकिन हमारा भाव क्लियर कट हो, इंटेंशन क्लियर कट होना चाहिए कि हम लोग क्यों बिजनेस कर रहे हैं और हमारे पास हेतु क्या है। मैं बच्चे को भी सिखाता हूँ, 3-4 चीज का ध्यान रख। हमारा कोई भी बिजनेस है, हमारा कोई भी आइडिया है, देखने का क्या? देखने का ये एनवायरनमेंट को नुकसान करने वाला तो नहीं है ना, ये अर्थ को नुकसान करने वाला तो नहीं है ना, ये समाज व्यवस्था को तो नुकसान करने वाला नहीं है ना, और राष्ट्र को नुकसान करने वाला नहीं है ना। ऐसा आइडिया है। ये 5 चीज देख लो, आगे बाद में आगे चलो। मैं तो ऐसा मानता हूँ, ये 4-5 चीज देख लो। ये आइडिया ऐसा है कि समाज को प्रमोट करता है, एनवायरनमेंट को प्रमोट करता है, देश को प्रमोट करता है, आमदनी बढ़ाता है, लोगों को प्रमोट करता है। ये आइडिया सक्सेस होगा ही। ये अपनी जरूरत नहीं है, ये नेचर की जरूरत है। मैडम ने बताया कि 160 सरोवर, 110 सरोवर बनाया अभी तक। मैंने 5 साल में बिजनेस में कुछ ध्यान नहीं दिया, ये सरोवर में ही ध्यान दिया। मेरा आइडिया ऐसा था कि मैं इधर से थोड़ा हटूं तो वो लोग कैपेबल है कितना मेरे को पता चल जाए और उसको धंधा सौंप दूं। इसलिए मैं गया था, तो वहाँ सफलता मिलती गई, मैं करता रहा। इधर मैंने 50 साल में जो काम किया, वो काम वो लोग ने 5 साल में किया। हेलो, मैं तो वहाँ था। काफ़ी बार ऐसा है, हम अपने आइडिया को और अपने जनरेशन को डिस्टर्ब करते हैं। समझो, मैं एज ए फादर मैंने ये सब विचार किया है। फाइनेंस स्टार्टअप में इन्वेस्ट करने का और बाद में बैठने का क्या काम है? बाद में क्या करने का? और उसकी कुछ गारंटी है तो कि नहीं है। तो पैसा तो होता है तो सब कमाएगा, लेकिन पता नहीं है पैसा डालने के बाद प्रेशर बढ़ता है। ये सो जाता है, जिसको दिया, जिसने दिया वो जागता है, हर रोज देखता है साला क्या हुआ, वो आगे गया कि नहीं, मैं क्या जवाब दूंगा, ये किया, इसको बाप को पता नहीं है कि पैसा देके कितनी परेशानी आती है। इतना इजी नहीं है फाइनेंस करना भी और फाइनेंस लेना भी। लेके भी जिम्मेदारी बढ़ती है। जो जिम्मेदारी समझे तो, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेवे तो आवे। हम लेना ही नहीं चाहते, हमारे पास कभी नहीं आएगी। पैसा दिया है तो भी हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, पैसा लिया है तो भी हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। ये अंदर से इंटेंशनली क्लियर होना चाहिए, ये भाव होना चाहिए, ये अपना एक कमिटमेंट होना चाहिए अपने आप से। कोई बोलने वाला तो है नहीं, चला गया कोई बोलेगा नहीं, लेकिन अपने आप से कमिटमेंट होना चाहिए। जब भी मैं छोटा था, मैं तो पढ़ा लिखा नहीं था, मेरे को पैसा बनाने का, बड़ा आदमी बनने का और नाम कमाने का, ये 3 मेरी माँ ने मेरे को बोला था, तू ऐसा बन। मेरे को सूरत में रहने का नहीं था। बहुत बहस के बाद 3 साल के बाद मैं स्थायी सूरत में हुआ। तब तक तो मैं गांव में हर रोज रड़ता था और 4-6 महीने में वापस चला जाता। माँ फिर से समझा के भेज देती थी। बाद में मैंने तय किया, मम्मी की इच्छा, सबको मम्मी को खुश करने की इच्छा होती है। जब तो बालक होते हैं तब तक तो होती है, वाइफ आई तब तक तो होती है, वाइफ आने के बाद चली जाती है, नहीं जाती है, चेंज हो जाती है। એટલે तो मैंने 3 साल के बाद तय किया और भगवान को आंख में आंख डाल के कमिटमेंट दिया कि तू मेरे को ये सांस दे दे, मेरी माँ की इच्छा है। तभी तो मैं बालक था 15-16 साल का, कि मेरी माँ की इच्छा, मेरे को ये इच्छा पूरी करने की है। बड़ा आदमी बनने का है और पैसे वाला बनने का है, क्योंकि ज़रूरी नहीं है पैसे वाला है वो बड़ा है, बड़ा है वो पैसे वाला है, और नाम है और पैसा है, तीनों मेंटेन करना पड़ा 45 साल तक। और जब भी पद्मश्री मिला तभी मैं कमिटमेंट भगवान को देता था। मैं अपने कमिटमेंट की बात कर, अपने आप को कमिटमेंट दो कि मेरा पैसा है, मैं लेता हूँ, उसका 100 गुना करके दूंगा। मेरे को क्या मिलेगा वो नहीं देखने का, मेरे में जिसने विश्वास किया उसको क्या मिला, वो हमारी एंगल होनी चाहिए। 100% हम सक्सेस होंगे। तभी मैंने भी कमिटमेंट दिया था अपने आप को, भगवान को। मैं और भगवान दोनों था, और तो कुछ था नहीं। और मेरी मान्यता कंफर्म थी, क्योंकि हम बहुत पुराने संप्रदाय में थे, और मैं मानता था। वो उसने बताया कि तू ये करेगा तो ये होगा, ये करेगा तो। मैंने भगवान को कमिटमेंट दिया था कि बड़ा आदमी बनने का है, नामा किंग बनने का और पैसा वाला बनने का, इसमें तू क्या मदद कर सकता है। बस ये लास्ट एंड फाइनल, मैं दूसरी बार मांगने नहीं आऊँगा। मैंने वो भी कमिटमेंट दिया था, मैं मांगने नहीं आऊँगा। ये कमिटमेंट जब ये अपने आप को हम देंगे तो सक्सेस होगे नहीं होगे। कैसा भी आइडिया है, कैसा भी है, पैसा है कि नहीं है, डजंट मैटर, कोई मैटर नहीं लगती। हमारा कमिटमेंट अपने आप से कंफर्म होना चाहिए। मैंने ये 45-46 साल पहले दिया था, और आज तक मैंने निभाया। प्रलोभन आया, लालच आई, लोभ आया, काफ़ी पैसे के साथ काफ़ी बाय प्रोडक्ट आता है, वो ख्याल रखना पड़ता है। आज कभी भी आने दिया नहीं है, मैंने कमिटमेंट पूरा किया। जब पद्मश्री मिला तो ही मैंने, मदर थी, सबसे अच्छी बात वो है कि मैंने कमिटमेंट मम्मी को दिया था, भगवान को दिया था, और पद्मश्री मिला, मेरा नाम हो गया। तभी मैंने मम्मी को यही स्टेज में, यही टाइप का मेरा सरप्राइज पार्टी था, तभी मम्मी को बताया कि आज ये तेरा तीसरा कमिटमेंट पूरा हुआ, अभी दूसरा सपना मत देखना, अभी मेरा सपना चालू होता है। ये तीन सपना मैंने तेरा पूरा किया। मैं अपने आप को इससे भाग्यशाली समझता हूँ कि मम्मी और पापा ये तीनों चीज देखने के लिए अभी भी हाजिर है। सब कुछ होता, लेकिन ये नहीं होता तो इतनी खुशी नहीं होती जो आज मैं अभी हमने भी 4 दिन की जीवन विद्या शिविर किया। जीवन विद्या शिविर को शायद जानते होंगे, जीवन विद्या शिविर किया 4 दिन का एम्प्लॉय का। यही चीज है। जीवन विद्या पकड़ने में बहुत समय लगता है, लेकिन मैंने जो समझा कि मैं जो आज स्थिति में हूँ, इतना हर क्षण हर मोमेंट मैं हैप्पी और खुश रहूँ, मेरे को कोई दुखी नहीं कर सकता। खुशी रहने का एक ही रास्ता है, एक ही संकल्प, अपने आप को कमिटमेंट दो और वो कमिटमेंट में ही चलो। हमारा 5 सूत्र भी है जो हम लोग पूरी फैक्ट्री में अप्लाई करते हैं। और इन्होंने बोला ये टाइम का क्या है भाई, 10-10, ये क्या, नहीं क्या है, अच्छा और है 10 मिनट है ना, अच्छा। काफ़ी बार मेरे को टाइम देता है, वहाँ पे मैं क्या बोलता हूँ, तेरे पास टाइम नहीं चाहिए, मैं नवरी बाजार हूँ, मेरे पास भी टाइम नहीं है। हेलो, और आज तो वाकई में ऐसा ही है। मेरा 10:30 का मीटिंग है, 10:15 को मेरे को पहुंचना है, 10 बजे तो मेरे को निकलना ही पड़ेगा, निकलना ही है। तो अच्छी बात है। ये 5 सूत्र बात करने में तो बहुत समय लगेगा, ये 5 सूत्रों में कट कर देता हूँ। 10 मिनट अपने पास, 9 मिनट बची। तो अभी किसी के पास सवाल है तो कर सकते हैं। इस संदर्भ में किसी को कोई क्वेश्चन है, मैं कोशिश करूंगा 100% सेटिस्फाई जवाब दूंगा।
सब्जी काका, आपने सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप भी किया है अदर देन बिजनेस। आपने जैसे लेक्स का दिखाया, वैसे आपके 2 वाक्य मेरे को मालूम है, लेकिन मैं चाहता हूँ आप शेयर करें। एक तो जैसे आपके नेक्स्ट जनरेशन वो 1 महीने के लिए अब खुद को डिस्कवर करने जाते हैं, एक वो मैं चाहता था अगर आप सबसे शेयर करें।
वो बच्चे को भेजते वही।
हाँ, और दूसरा अभी आप जो जिसमें मैं आपके परिवार में भी 2 बार आया हूँ, वो बच्चों को सही एजुकेशन कैसे देनी चाहिए, उसका आप अभी एक्सपेरिमेंट कर रहे हैं।
ये जो पहला सवाल है वही उसका जवाब है। एजुकेशन, हम लोग तो पढ़े लिखे नहीं थे, इसीलिए हम बच्चे को मैक्सिमम साथ में रखा। तू एक दिन स्कूल पढ़ेगा चलेगा। आप सबका बच्चा इधर होता तो इतना कितना मिलेगा सीखने को? ये यूनिवर्सिटी में मिलता है क्या? अपने साथ मैक्सिमम रखो हो सके बच्चा हमारे, और हमारी भी डिसिप्लिन सुधरेगी। हेलो बाप बेटा तू सिगरेट साथ में नहीं पिएगा, हेलो अच्छी बात है दोनों के लिए, मैक्सिमम साथ में रखो बच्चे को, यही एजुकेशन है मेरी भाषा में। तो ये तो वहां स्कूल में माहिती है, हेलो एजुकेशन नहीं है, माहिती है। आज क्या जरूरत है, वो क्या 50 साल पहले का पढ़ा रहा है, इतिहास पढ़ा रहा है, ये तो पहले देख लिया सब दुनिया पूरी, उसको आज क्या चाहिए? तो मैंने उसको साथ में रखते थे, इसलिए हमने, हमारा घर की एक पैटर्न है, कॉलेज करे 1 महीने के लिए बच्चे को भेज देने का, बिना पैसा, बिना परिचय और बिना मोबाइल, जेब में कुछ नहीं, 2 जोड़ी कपड़ा, टिकट दे के भेज देने का, अनजान सिटी में जहाँ कभी नहीं गया, जहाँ उसको कम से कम ये सिटी की माहिती है, वहाँ 3-4 महीना रहने, 1 महीना रहने का, 4 नौकरी करने का, 1 वीक में नौकरी बदल देने का, और पैसा कमा के लेके आ। तू कितना लेके आता है, इतने का है तू, हेलो परिचय देगा तो कोई दया भी देगा, दया खा के नौकरी भी दे देगा, पैसा भी दे देगा, परिचय कहाँ नहीं देगा ना, मोबाइल नहीं, आईडी प्रूफ भी खुद का बनाने का, रियल नहीं देने का, जो भी करने का है करे, 4 नौकरी करने का और पैसा कमा के आने का, वो जो एक्सपीरियंस होता है पूरी लाइफ बरोबर एक्सपीरियंस, 25 साल तक पढ़ो और 1 महीना वहाँ जाओ, दोनों सेम एक्सपीरियंस होता है। इतना बड़ा ये सिस्टम है, आज हम 19 साल से ये कर रहे हैं, और बच्चे ने आके बोला इससे बड़ी कोई यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं है। पहले हमको टफ लगता है, नॉट इजी, सबका करेगा नहीं, बहुत अच्छा आइडिया है, काफ़ी लोग बहुत, स्टेटमेंट नहीं चाहिए, इम्प्लीमेंट चाहिए, स्टेटमेंट नहीं चाहिए, आइडिया तो अच्छा है लेकिन इम्प्लीमेंट करना चाहिए ना। अपने बेटे को भेजने का है तभी पैर ध्रुजने लगता है, नॉट इजी, बट इससे बड़ी कोई यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं है। वो ये भी मैं बता दूं, ये क्यों भेजा था, दूसरा सवाल आएगा, भेजा ऐसा क्यों सोचा? हम लोग को पहले से, हमारे पास एजुकेशन नहीं था तो एग्जीबिशन में हम ले जाते थे, जैसे ऐसी कि भाई चल ट्रांसलेशन करे अच्छी तरह से, तो लंदन गए थे, शाम को एग्जीबिशन हमारा ज्वेलरी का ख़त्म हुआ तो हम लोग होटल में खाना खाने गए। होटल में जब भी खाना खाने गए तो अपना तो स्वभाव होता है, 12 लोग थे तो कितना बिल आया देखा, तो बिल तो साला तगड़ा था, तो आइटम देखा यार इतना बिल कैसे आया, एक एक आइटम देखा तो इसमें पापड़ का 3 के 4 पाउंड पापड़ लिखा था। मैंने बेटे को बोला, बड़ा बेटा था, कि पापड़ खाने इधर थोड़ा आया था, हमारे गांव में 10-10 पापड़ खा ले हम, चला ये 3। तो उसने क्या बोला मालूम है, मैंने खाली पापड़ देखा था, प्राइस नहीं देखा था। हेलो, प्राइस देखने की तो नौबत ही नहीं आई है, मतलब पैसे की कमी नहीं आई है, तो पैसा कहाँ से देखेगा? आज पहले से ने प्राइस देखता है, बाद में पापड़ देखता है, ये पूरा चेंज आया। ये द्रव्य को नौकरी से निकाल दिया था, है? 4 दिन तक नौकरी नहीं मिली, 1 पाव खा के कोची में जीता था, क्योंकि वेजिटेरियन रेस्टोरेंट नहीं था। 4 दिन नौकरी नहीं मिली और नौकरी में रखा, दूसरा मैनेजर आया, उसने शाम को रिजाइन दे दिया, तू नहीं काम का। क्यों? हमने बाद में आफ्टर ये पूरी जर्नी पूरी हुई थी, मैंने स्पेशल बोला तू यहाँ पूछ के आ, तेरे को निकाला क्यों? यार एजुकेटेड आदमी अमेरिका में बहुत स्मार्ट था, लेकिन नौकरी में से क्यों निकाला? तो क्या तेरी स्माइल नहीं थी। हेलो, तो 2 इसमें से लेसन मिला। एक लेसन क्या मिला? अपना प्रॉब्लम अपने पास है, स्माइल तो रखनी पड़ेगी। हेलो, और दूसरा उसने जो लिया, पहले हमारे पास कोई भी आता है तो उसकी मजबूरी क्या वो समझनी चाहिए यार, वो क्यों उदास है, क्यों तकलीफ में है, स्मार्ट तो लगता है, वैसे निर्णय नहीं लेना चाहिए खाली स्माइल से। तो ये दोनों चीज कहाँ सीखने मिलेगी? ये एंगल कहाँ से आएगा? माँ तो यही बोलती है बेटा स्माइल रखो, बेटा पैसा कम खर्चा करो, यही माँ बाप बोलते हैं और कोई नया नहीं बोलते, लेकिन प्रैक्टिकली करेगा तभी उसकी एंगल चेंज होगी। अब बिहेवियर अच्छा करो, सामने वाला का देखो, माँ बाप वही बोलता है, वर्तन अच्छा करो, व्यवहार अच्छा करो, लेकिन क्या करेगा? अपने साथ किसी ने गलत व्यवहार किया तभी हमको ये आंख खुलेगी। थैंक यू वेरी मच, दोनों बहुत बढ़िया है।
जी नमस्कार सौजी भाई, इधर सौजी भाई।
हेलो, एक्सक्यूज मी सर। सौजी सर, सादर प्रणाम। टाइकून में ज्वाइन करने का एक ही मुझे लक्ष्य था, आपसे मिलना। और जैसे आपने आपके एक स्पीच में बताया कि आपने 60 एज तो जी चुके हैं, 40 साल जीना है और 400 साल तक का काम करना है।
हाँ।
और उसके रिगार्डिंग मैं 3 साल से आपसे कांटेक्ट करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। द्रव्य सर को भी ट्विटर किया था, पर आज अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली है और मैं नसीबदार हूँ कि आपके सामने हूँ। और एक सोशल बिजनेस मैंने ऐसे बनाया जो आप फादर और सन को साथ में लेकर पूरे भारतवर्ष में वो रिकॉर्ड क्रिएट करने वाला प्रोजेक्ट है। और जो आप स्टडी करके उस पर सोच सकते हो, पूरे इंडिया को, पूरे भारतवर्ष में वर्ल्ड में उसका नाम कर सकता है। जो सोशल बिजनेस है, समाज, सोसाइटी एंड वर्ल्ड, वो सभी को फायदेकारक है और पूरे इंडिया को एक हिस्ट्री क्रिएट करने वाला है। तो क्या वो प्रोजेक्ट में आप इन्वॉल्व होना चाहेंगे सर?
मैं पहले सवाल समझ लूं बराबर।
सर, एक प्रोजेक्ट है जो पूरे भारतवर्ष में अपने हिंदुस्तान का नाम रोशन करने वाला है।
ओके।
और वो समाज, परिवार और पूरे देश का नाम पूरे वर्ल्ड में कर सकता है। तो उस प्रोजेक्ट में आप मेरा सहकार देने के लिए
100% क्यों नहीं, सब छोड़ के यही करना चाहिए। अच्छा प्रोजेक्ट है, अच्छा आइडिया है और अच्छा लगता है तो करेंगे, जरूर करेंगे।
सर, उसका मैं शॉर्ट ब्रीफ आपको देना चाहता हूँ, आप स्टडी कर सकते हैं।
मैं पैसे तो पहले से ना आपको चैलेंज दूं, वो द्रव्य एक्सेप्ट कर लेगा, मैं आऊंगा पीछे पीछे।
ओके, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you very much. Thank you.
क्योंकि वो मैं काफी बार मेरे पास आता, मैं तो इसमें समझता नहीं हूँ कुछ, काफी आइडिया लगे मेरे पास, मेरे बेटे को पहला समझा दूं, मेरे को इसके समझाना जाना पड़ेगा कि तू समझा कि वो मेरे पास लेके आवे प्रोपोर्शनल, तो कर सकते हैं। बढ़िया।
नमस्कार भाई साहब। सौजी भाई, मेरे आपसे 2 सवाल हैं। पहला सवाल ये है साहब कि आपकी विजन में एक ग्रेट कंपनी जो होती है वो कैसी होनी चाहिए? मेरा आपसे सवाल है, एक ग्रेट कंपनी, एक महान कंपनी आपकी विचार में कैसी होनी चाहिए? दूसरा मेरा सवाल आपसे है सौजी भाई के, जैसे आपकी जो बिरादरी है, जो कम्युनिटी है, ऐसा क्यों है कि उसमें बहुत सारे लोगों ने बहुत बढ़िया और बहुत बड़ा काम किया? बेशक काफ़ी सारे लोग जो गांव से आए, माँ बाप जैसे बहुत ज़्यादा पढ़े लिखे नहीं थे, तो इसका सीक्रेट क्या है? ये प्रोसेस बेस्ड सीक्रेट है कि प्रोडक्ट बेस्ड सीक्रेट है?
ये पहला सवाल का जवाब दूं। आपने पहला सवाल किया
महान कंपनी कैसे होनी चाहिए?
हमारा भी एक रूल्स है, मैंने ये कहाँ से पढ़ा, कहाँ से सीख लिया पता नहीं है, लेकिन ये 4 रूल्स हम फॉलो करते हैं। महान कंपनी बोलो या तो कुछ भी, हमारा सबसे बेस्ट प्रोडक्ट होना चाहिए, हमारी कंपनी का रूल्स है, सबसे बेस्ट। हम आज जो काम कर रहे हैं ना, इजराइल में 35 साल पहले हम सोच नहीं सकते थे, वो काम हम लोग कर रहे हैं। उसका मैं बाय प्रोडक्ट खरीदता था, आज मैं दुनिया को बाय प्रोडक्ट बेच रहा हूँ, मैं इजराइल वाला काम करता हूँ, और इजराइल वाला हमारा लेबल लगा के मेड इन इजराइल मैक एम करके बेचता है, अपना सेल्समैन हो गया। हमारा बेस्ट प्रोडक्ट होना चाहिए, पहला रूल्स है। हमारी बेस्ट सैलरी होनी चाहिए, एम्प्लॉय को बेस्ट सैलरी हमारी होनी चाहिए, और बेस्ट एनवायरमेंट होना चाहिए, और लो कॉस्ट होनी चाहिए। हमारा कॉम्पिटिटर से लो कॉस्ट होनी चाहिए, और हमारा प्रोडक्ट कॉम्पिटिटर से रीजनेबल होना चाहिए। बाकी हिसाब देखने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, अपनी कंपनी महान बनेगी। आज भी लोगों टाटा को फॉलो कर रहे हैं, जमशेदजी टाटा को आज भी लोगों फॉलो कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये प्रिंसिपल था, आज तक ऐसा कोई नहीं हुआ, ऐसा टाटा आज कंपनी है। हमको और आपको तारीफ करनी पड़ेगी, एक भी अनऑफिशियल काम नहीं किया है, सिद्धांतिक। मैंने सुना था, काफ़ी बार सुना था, किसी ने पूछा कि उसका चार्टर अकाउंटेंट आया, किसी ने पूछा सर ये करे तो इतना फ़ायदा होने वाला है, उसने बोला क्या ये एथिकली है? ये क्या एथिकली है? हो सकता है एथिकली है। दूसरा है ने सवाल किया क्या सब कर सकते हैं, तो क्या सब नहीं कर सकते हैं, तो हमको नहीं करने का है। एथिकली काम भी पैसे के लिए उसने नहीं किया, ये पैसे को इसने कभी प्रायोरिटी नहीं दी। आज उसको हम फॉलो कर रहे हैं, पूरी इंडस्ट्री फॉलो कर रहे हैं। तो तो ये हमारा सपना होना चाहिए। मैं बहुत छोटा सा, तब से मेरा सपना बड़ा ही था, लेकिन मैंने उसको पकड़ के रखा। और दूसरा सवाल आपका क्या था?
सौजी भाई, मेरा दूसरा सवाल था कि आपकी, जिसको हम सौराष्ट्र से लोग आए हैं, जिनको हम बहुत सारे लोग पढ़े लिखे भी नहीं थे, लेकिन सबने बहुत बड़ी बड़ी कंपनीज बनाई, तो उसका सीक्रेट जो मंत्र है,
वैसे हमारे मेरा सीक्रेट बता दो, दूसरे का सीक्रेट क्या होगा? मेरे पास कुछ सीक्रेट नहीं है, वही सीक्रेट है ट्रांसपेरेंसी, क्लियर कट। घर में ट्रांसपेरेंसी, बच्चे में ट्रांसपेरेंसी, ऑफिस में ट्रांसपेरेंसी। मेरी वाइफ को पता है, मेरी माँ को भी पता है मेरा प्रॉफिट कितना होता है। आज हम लोग 85 साल की माँ को कुछ नहीं बताते, मैं हर बताता हूँ साल में इतना प्रॉफिट हुआ। फादर को भी बताता हूँ, फादर मदर भाई बहन बता सबको सब कुछ पता है। यही सीक्रेट है। एम्प्लॉय को मैं, मेरा बेटे को जो ट्रेनिंग देता हूँ वही एम्प्लॉय का बेटे को ट्रेनिंग देता हूँ। संजीव भाई, आपने मेरे बेटे को ट्रेनिंग दी, लेकिन मैं किसी का भी बेटा हो, मेरे बेटे को जो ट्रेनिंग देता हूँ वही ट्रेनिंग, यही हमारा सीक्रेट है। हमारे पास कुछ मोनोपोली नहीं, वही मोनोपोली, कोई नहीं है। अने मजा आता है, आनंद आता है। लोग हमारी कंपनी छोड़ के जाता है तो भी आशीर्वाद दे के जाता है। मैं आपकी कंपनी में एडजस्ट हो जाऊंगा, इतना पावरफुल हो जाऊंगा, तभी मैं आऊंगा वापस। रखेंगे क्योंकि हमारा काफ़ी क्राइटेरिया है, इसमें नहीं हुआ तो जाने का। तो बहुत सिंपल सा है, जो भी डिसीजन लो दिल से लो, दिमाग से नहीं लेने का। दिमाग सही डिसीजन लेने देगा नहीं, दिल कभी दगा देगा नहीं किसी का भाई है। तो हमने तो जो भी डिसीजन लिया दिल से लिया। दिमाग तो हमारे पास था ही नहीं, पढ़ा लिखा नहीं था। उसको पढ़ा लिखा को वहम है, मेरे पास दिमाग है। हमारे पास तो खाली दिल था और दिल से डिसीजन लिया। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So that was such an inspirational journey with a small capital of 3,900 rupees to a 12,500 crore empire. Round of applause. Thank you so much. We really appreciate the time that you have shared with us with these timeless, valuable insights that you have shared. Truly an honor for the entire Thai community to witness the aura of Saujibai Dolakia. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. With that inspiration, we move on to get on to some amazing more insights from yet more inspirational speakers coming up next. So, glue on to your seats as we introduce to you to one gentleman who was actually the key who brought NASSCOM to life in India. A gentleman, an inspirational, dynamic, visionary leader, the author of the book, the national best-selling book, The Maverick Effect, founder and executive chairman of Onward Technology. We are talking about this gentleman who is all the way with us to share with us his extraordinary story of how a band of dreamers who joined hands to transform the nation and change India's perception. We have with us today Shri Harish Bhai Mehta, who not only founded, led, grown and mentored the entire Onward group. Right from 1993 to 2005, he was the deputy chairman and MD of Onward Novel Software India Private Limited. Harish Bhai Mehta was also the main driving force behind galvanizing the IT industry in India by co-founding NASSCOM. Mr. Mehta introduced TiE, that is the Indus Entrepreneurs. Basically, we are a Silicon Valley organization. He brought it to India, the first president in Mumbai, and he continues to be an active mentor for TiE Mumbai. Not only that, we are truly honored to have Harish Bhai Mehta, who would be also sharing with us his entire journey via what all insights he has shared in his amazing book, the national bestseller, The Maverick Effect. But to give you a quick glimpses about what this book is all about and what made that really a national bestseller, I am going to invite and take the honor as well, as we have his granddaughter with us, Alaisha Mehta, who would be sharing with us on the stage few lines from the book, The Maverick Effect. May I request Alaisha Mehta to kindly come up on the stage to share with us these amazing lines from the book.
The kind of conversations I had at the time left me flummoxed. A customs officer once asked me what I was exporting. When I told him I was exporting software, he asked me to show him the software. How does one show software? Should I show him the floppy disk I was exporting it in? Or should I show him the printouts of the code? Or should I show him the contacts that were yet to be drafted, forget about being signed? On another occasion, another customs officer told me I needed to leave samples of what I was exporting with him. I was forced to leave the floppy disk of the software with him. The diligent officer immediately planted a stapler pin through the floppy disk and attached it to the form, thereby destroying the media and rendering it unreadable. For the longest time, everybody's understanding of the software differed immensely. The confusion continued into the 1980s, and it was getting challenging to grow the business. The more I met young software entrepreneurs, the more I realized my frustration was not unique. Something had to be done. Thank you.
Can I request Prachi to please come on stage and hand over a token of thank you to Harish Bhai? Prachi Jain. Thank you, Prachi. So before we begin the fireside chat, a very quick introduction of our moderator, Pranab Bhai, Pranab Pandya. Way back in 80s, before Manmohan Singh became the FM, जब Indian economy open हुई थी, thinking of doing an electronics engineering, thinking of getting into microprocessor was a big deal. We have a gentleman with us who did that in those days, and he has a special bond with Surat because he started his first company in Surat, eventually moving to Ahmedabad, building a large enterprise, which today is a very well-known name in e-governance. Thank you very much for moderating this session, Pranab Bhai. Do we need to change that? Yeah.
We should be facing each other.
Yes, yes. Yeah, yeah, thank you. So, without much ado, over to you, Pranab Bhai. Okay. Harish Bhai's introduction? Oh, kal de diya? No. You don't need to introduce him anymore. I mean, everybody knows, and a lot of us were really lucky yesterday to get a signed copy. Over to you, Pranab Bhai. Thank you.
Hello. Well, rightly said, microprocessor engineering, I got hooked onto it because of something which is known as ZX Spectrum, which was this small computer that I got to play when I was in 10th standard at Mumbai, and my cousin had it way back then. And then I got myself hooked onto electronics because of that, because I was kind of happy with the machine and whatever it was doing, and it was helping me to play games. This is a fanboy moment for me. Thank you, TiECon Surat. Thank you very much. I have Harish Bhai with me here. As he rightly said, he does not need any introduction at all. A luminary, a giant. We already had one luminary here before us, and now I'm actually sitting before a luminary. In fact, I would like to term, and don't take me otherwise, Bhishma Pitama of the IT industry. That is what I feel, because when I was taking my baby steps, here was Harish Bhai, very well known. In 1990, probably the first diskless computer was introduced by government of India, and you were there. I distinctly remember that program. And I was one of the spectators sitting at the end. And here I am sitting right before you right now on this dais,
talking to you. I'm so thankful to you. I am thankful to, in fact, I'm here because of the chairmanship that I have of Gujarat Electronic and Software Industry Association in its association with TiE. Besides that, I'm also the co-founder and chairman of Dev IT. I represent my company here. We started in 1997, and this is the 25th year of our company. In this journey of our company also, in one way or the other, probably in the mid of our journey, my colleague Jaimin, co-founder colleague Jaimin Shah, and he was introduced, thanks to NASCOM, to Harish Bhai, and the nurturing that he got from you was passed on to us also. So company Dev IT, whatever it is of the second decade, was thanks to you and many others of NASCOM. Thank you very much. I'm taking this opportunity for that. Harish Bhai, તમે ગુજરાતી છો, સૌજીભાઈ પણ ગુજરાતી ભાષાની એમણે કીધું કે હું હિન્દીમાં બોલું છું પણ મને ગુજરાતીમાં થોડું બોલવું છે કારણ કે હરીશભાઈ ને હું અમે બંને જણા ગુજરાતી લિટરેચર ગુજરાતી ભાષા માટે મહાન અનુભવીએ છીએ એના વિશે થોડી વાત કરવા માગીએ છીએ. સંસ્કાર તો પારણામાંથી, that is something which is very much imbibed in the book also. અને I would request હરીશભાઈ કે તમે એના વિશે એટલા માટે બોલો કારણ કે એ જે સંસ્કાર છે એ જ સંસ્કાર ક્યાંક ને ક્યાંક તમને બિઝનેસમાં આગળ લઈ ગયા છે, તમને નાસ્કોમ બાબતે વિચાર કરવા પ્રેરણા આપી છે. I would like to basically convey to the people here that thinking in mother tongue, knowing about mother tongue, reading in mother tongue actually helps you to come up with candid thoughts. મૌલિક વિચારો તમારામાંથી બહાર આવે છે. So on that pretext and on that context, I would like you to request, rather I would request you to speak on the values that you got from the Parana and which we in fact saw today while she was reading the book. That is exactly what we saw today. So kindly do so. And then we'll proceed ahead with the other part of the chat. It is very much imbibed in the book also, very clearly.
In my book, can you, hello?
I think we need to bring it a little, yeah.
Let me tell a story here. When my dad was in film business, so he was very well connected with the producers, distributors, stars, and whatnot. So when my sister got married, large number of stars had attended the wedding. And I'm going back in the 60s, late 60s. So at night, my dad asked all of the 5 brothers and sisters, okay, who was the most important person who came for the wedding? So someone said Sadhna as a actress, someone said Vajanti Mala, someone said some producer's name, director's names. And then my sister asked him, but Dad, according to you, who was the most important person? So he gave the name Uma Shankar Joshi. Now, frankly, none of us had even noticed that Uma Shankar Bhai had come to our wedding, my sister's wedding, and he had gone. Then I realized who he was. Short, wearing simple white clothes. And then who is Uma Shankar Joshi? Then you start study about him.
Giant of a man.
Amazing. I mean, so that's how you can say Parnama Sanskar Madam. Okay, you get attached to that. And then same Uma Shankar Joshi I started studying. And his poem I've introduced in my book also is called Bhomya Vina. Bhomya Vina means without the guide. I don't know how many of you know that particular poem. I mean, no, okay. Bhomya Vina mare bambata dungara. જંગલ ની કુંજ કુંજ જોવી હતી, જોવીતી કોતરોને જોવીતી કંદરા, મારા ઝરણાની આંખો લાવી હતી. So that's the story of my life also, from that poetry. Okay, you want to be an independent mind. Sorry. Okay, when you go and let's say visit a forest, you normally will have a guide to help you to go around. Uma Shankar Bhai says, no, I want to see the forest in my own way. I don't want any guide. Bomia means guide. I want to go around and enjoy the mountains, enjoy the forest, enjoy the streams on my own way. So develop your own independent mind or eye to enjoy it, not by just constantly guide saying you. So that's my story of my life also. There's so many pivots have taken place in the life, not by design, not by any, it just happened, circumstances came together, and maybe you ended up taking the right choice, whether it's forming NASCOM or bringing TiE to India or starting onward, whatever it is. Okay.
So when he said, if you read the book, in fact, in the book also there is a reference to this poem, and categorically you will relate to Bhomya Veena as a concept when he was actually Bhomya Veena in US in his formative years. And that's where the thoughts of NASCOM actually germinated. So, Harish bhai, taking cue from there, just like you, Mahatma Gandhi had those classic moment and at Africa and the change was there. I'm sure those kind of moments or a story would have been there in USA, which kind of prompted you towards thinking about something of a catalyst like NASCOM, which it is for the IT industry today. How about talking on that line? In fact, how about sharing those thoughts of yours with us and how NASCOM came into the picture?
Frankly, I don't have any such single moment as such, but basically formation of NASCOM was a cumulative effect of number of things that happened over the previous 10 years, which gave birth to NASCOM. I mean, since my granddaughter talked about the floppy drive incident, but software was not defined anywhere. Each government department had a different meaning behind software. Software is an intangible. All the hardware rules of the game or in the industry were applied to intangible software. Now, so let's say even say income tax department, for example, software was not defined. So your marketing expense was disallowed by the officer saying, what are you trying to export? Why did you go abroad? It must be a vacation. What did you sell? So they didn't understand.
Correct.
Like Reserve Bank of India, I go on a tour from Bombay to London to Boston, New York and back. And it just happens that your marketing needs are different. You change your itinerary. When you come back and you have to file a report to Reserve Bank, within 1 week, they will summon you to come and appear in person as if you are guilty. And they'll ask hundreds of questions. Why did you change your itinerary on the way? What did you do? So every dollar in those days was so critical. So you were treated like they didn't understand what software was, so they didn't know what we were doing when we were, let's say, doing marketing. And on top of it, I'm coming to why we formed NASCOM. And you can say the country was focused on hardware, computer hardware industry. That was a new age industry in those days. Then we had, basically the policy was driven by scientists and I would say bureaucrats, scientific bureaucrats. They were the technology gatekeepers of India. They will decide what will come to India and what we will make, what we will X, Y, and Z. So all of them were literally focused on India to focus on software product business, not on software services. Software services meant, we can say, techno coolies, cyber coolies, washing the diapers of your customers. So that software services business was classified in that category. Very low, and India should not get into. Now, those of us who were in software services business, almost every one of us had experimented the software product business, and we all had failed. And then we realized that 10 factors have to come together for India to succeed in software product. So we need to focus on software services business. Now that was very difficult to convince the bureaucrats to come up with the policies to solve the software services problem. And that's where we said, and I've written in my book, number of other things where I learned the power of an association. And I said, we need to figure out, and we had counted some 125 regulations was strangulating the technology business for us. And so if we need to do something about it. See, on the other hand, there was a global outsourcing market size was $300 billion. What was accessible to us, which was only on-site or body shopping, as we call it.
Correct.
And that was about $5 to $10 billion. There was no communication pipe. So now, how do you export? You couldn't import a state-of-the-art computers, hardware, software, applications, databases. So how do you develop applications on the current applications? So you end up doing the low-end work of the old applications, data conversions to whatnot and whatnot. So under that environment, if we knew that if you have a pipe available, our 10 billion potential can become 50 billion straight away. But now who is going to lay the cable connecting Singapore to Chennai to Mumbai to Dubai? Who is going to lay the underground cable? I'm going back to the days where there were no dollars. India was bankrupt on foreign exchange. The telecom minister, when you ask him, okay, we need this pipe for a bandwidth, his question would be, a bandwidth kya cheez hai? So under that environment, we realized if we can solve these issues, there is a potential for this business to grow. And that's how the NASSCOM was formed.
Got it, Harish bhai. Thank you so much. Because of the book, I'm also quite well aware about it, but you're saying it will be infusing people to go for the book again. And I'm sincerely requesting all of you, please try to see to it that at least one chapter a day, and I'm sure you will slowly be getting imbibed and you'll be getting immersed into the book. Harish bhai, the word maverick, why the word maverick? And what values does it espouse in NASSCOM?
Okay. To IT industry delivered 30% compounded growth over 30 years. Now, how did that magic happen? I believe very strongly it happened because of not NASSCOM, but the values that NASSCOM imbibed and values that imbibed by although you can say, co-founders and the CEOs of services industry. Now, let me explain. When we started NASSCOM, we took few hard decisions. We will not bribe, in spite of 150 regulations, any bureaucrat for a policy change. We will build NASSCOM as an independent, neutral, transparent platform. Because we had studied CII, FICCI, IMC, Rotary, Lions, all those associations before forming or writing the constitution of NASSCOM. So we'll learn do's and don'ts of those associations, and we say, who are we, where we are going, and what do we need? So then we decided our platform cannot be abused by anybody. Be a large company, be a multinational, be a celebrity company, X, Y, and Z. There has to be a level playing field that this platform should provide. Now, in order for that platform to provide that, you need to follow certain values. So like one simple thing we decided was that anybody who gives a presentation at NASSCOM platform, they will not be able to use their company brand name. Now, most of the work was done by the company. So they said, at least give us some credit putting my logo on it. And we said, sorry. We want to build this trust amongst each other. We want to have this independent platform where a lot of creative thinking can happen. And that's how we would like to build our model. To give you one success story here, PMO took a delegation to Russia. There was a pharma association, there was a software association. Som Mittal was the president of NASSCOM at that time. And so naturally, Som would give presentation to Russian crowd. That's like something like 300-400 CEOs were present. Som looked around and he said, Harsh Manglik is here. Harsh was at that time chairman of NASSCOM as well as chairman of Accenture India. So Harsh, why don't you give a presentation? Harsh looked around and he saw N. Chandra, currently the chairman of Tata Sons, who was the CEO of TCS. And TCS being the largest company, so Harsh said, let Chandra give presentation. So they approached Chandra. Would you give presentation? Chandra said, of course I will. But then there was one caveat. What is it? There are 4 case studies of your competitors. Would you talk about that? Without blinking, Chandra said, of course I will. I'm speaking on behalf of India. So that spirit that was maintained, it came out of NASSCOM being an independent platform where all the players trusted each other in a sense that our India first has to be our fundamental objective, goal, and whenever we err, we look at India first as a benchmark to compare with and then take the decision. I'll give another story here that one of the value you talked about NASSCOM, why NASSCOM could contribute. So one was this platform, but on top of it, we brought all competing CEOs together under one platform. To work, they all work as a collaborative, as a team. Whenever the discussion takes place, they will keep India first, no personal agenda, be consensus driven, have a single voice, and we would let the creative juices flow to solve some of the toughest industry problems. To tell you a story here, and that, I would say, collaborative working together of competitors is the major differentiator. And I'll tell a story here again, that multinationals were not allowed to come to India to own 100% ownership. They could only own 60%, sorry, 40%. So, and our industry was doing whatever work we were all doing for our customers. Customers were very happy. So they said, why don't you allow us to come to India to set up 100% own back office operation? So now 100% back office operation to be set up because it's a confidential work. So at NASSCOM, we all sat together and we discussed, should we allow them to come in? The natural instinct for an Indian businessman in those days was protection. Correct. Oh, this is, why should we allow? I mean, simplest thing would have been a very easy decision to be taken. But we didn't. We were scared, frankly, that if we allow them to come, they'll take away our people by paying twice the salary. We were scared that the business which we are doing with them may get shifted under the garb of back office and they start doing on their own. Correct. So we would be left holding the bag. But because we allowed that creative, you can say we had sort of created a trustworthy environment and we allowed the creative juices to flow, we also analyzed the plus side of it, that if we allow them to come in, and we didn't have really, I'm talking about early 90s, real quality processes, infrastructure practices. We have completely homegrown techniques, whatever we learned in USA when we worked, we're trying to implement in our own companies. So we wanted to learn all that also. Plus we realized that $10 billion accessible out of 300 can grow to 50 to 60 if we build India Inc. brand with these customers. So it was in some sense, you can say, enlightened self-interest. It was not philanthropic or altruistic. So we said this makes a huge sense to allow these multinationals to come to India. And in that conversation, somebody said, they will develop human capital of India. So what does it mean? Then we started analyzing it. So we said, oh, whoever develops, and we came up with that tagline, okay, whoever develops human capital of India is us. Who doesn't, even an Indian company is not us. And so that definition of who is us, where we allowed our fiercely competing companies to come together and take that, because then we approached Dr. Manmohan Singh to bring in that change to 100%. But before making that change, we talked to Mr. Kohli. Kohli Saab, are you agreeing? Murthy, are you agreeing? Azim, are you agreeing? Because everybody, we had to be together on that decision. And it'll be inclusive. And surprisingly, everyone agreed. Then we approached Dr. Manmohan Singh. So when we approached them, the secretary or some government bureaucrats, first thing, वापस देश को बेचने आ गए तुम किसके दलाल हो ईस्ट इंडिया के वापस तुम उसको वापस एंट्री दे रहे हो बैकडोर एंट्री कर रहे हो all kinds of. So we were literally ready with our data, facts, analysis, white papers, whatever you call it, and he agreed to allow 100% ownership of the MNCs to come to India. That single decision today has 1,800 R&D centers in India, employing 1.2 million software engineers, doing some of them are doing now, they're representing on the board of their parent companies, co-creating future for their parent companies. Phenomenal growth and the contribution to India. And not only to India, I would say globally, because transforming businesses of foreign this multinational also is a huge value add. So that is the power of collaborate and compete, okay, that you take the decision, hard decision, try to go for the best possible solution. And that's what happened. And I'll do another story right after that is China wanted to, seeing our success, wanted to replicate our success in the tech services business. So they appointed Foresters to come up with a master plan. Now, John McCarthy, who was the CEO of Foresters at that time, he told us the story that he advised Chinese government that you cannot compete with India till you create NASSCOM equivalent association. He said, I have not seen anywhere in the world, IBM, Accenture, Capgemini, TCS, Wipro, Infosys, all sitting together around a table, keeping no personal agenda, keeping India first, solving industry issues. And by that time, we had a great, I'll talk about that also, maybe I'll continue probably. Okay, we had built a trust with the policymakers. And unless you come up with that combination of those factors, you wouldn't be able to compete. So, and of course, so that is the power of that collaborate and compete, keeping no personal agenda and whatnot. But it's a unique value that NASSCOM brought in, which allowed industry to grow at this rate. Then, of course, there are many other things like STPI scheme and what the communication pipes were laid, which allowed thousands of companies to take birth. So that's the way, even partly prompted me to write the book, because that story was not told before. Because everyone thought that it was by accident, by luck, India changed. And I believe very strongly, no, India didn't change. It was not an accident. It was not luck. It is the work of millions of engineers who work day in, day out, 4 years, that built the India Inc. brand.
But in that sense, NASSCOM was the catalyst, and I think all of you should, as a kudos, we should clap to NASSCOM's story, because it is India's story. Thank you, Harish bhai. NASSCOM had a rock band status thanks to the rock star Devang Mehta, another Gujarati. And we used to, in fact, he was there in the young days of ours, and we used to call him Elvis Presley because of his hairdo. And well, he acted like a rock star. And you've got a dedicated chapter here. And when I think of Devang, it's like, I've written a note here for him that it's like I recollect a statement which says, we are playing hard here, so let's give our best. While we may fall on our faces, but if we do, we will fall with dignity and guitar in our hand. I think I had read it as it was a rock star movie somewhere in 2003, and that's where this line was spoken. It struck there. And Devang, it matches Devang's persona overall. So your thought about Mr. Devang Mehta vis-a-vis this line which I just spoke, and the famous fable story of Manchaben and the war cry. And in our days, it was a war cry of roti, kapra, makan, or bandwidth. So today, bandwidth is not a question here. People, for using a data, is just a flick of a switch here or pressing a button here. But during those good old days, it was a hell of a problem for us. So you may correlate that entire saga or the story with them and for their own benefit. And I'm sure that will also be beneficial to the young guns here, that all the odds being faced by us, the then time, can be addressed the way in which Devang and you all addressed.
I'll talk about one of the issues that industry faced and the role Devang played in it. See, in India, we believe, I'm going back to early 90s, maybe it is true partly today also. In India, we believe in right to copy, not in copyright. You agree? I mean, movies to music to whatever, we pirate as if it's a birthright. But in the 90s, when we used to meet a prospect in USA or UK, he would look at us as a thief. I mean, so if I part my data and programs to you to do some application work, next day you will go and sell it in the market and sell it to my competitor or whatnot. So it was very humiliating to us when they'll never openly say it, but you can read between the lines. So we all sat together and said, what do we do? How do we solve this problem? So okay, we need to build our India Inc. brand differently. So we looked at our Copyright Act, and we found that our Copyright Act was very weak. And as a result, I mean, our enforcement also was weak, and our judiciary also was weak, but this was the starting point. So we said this IP issue has to be sorted out. So why not we make our Copyright Act stringent? So we came up with all the changes that we needed, and Devang was master. He was sitting as if he is a lawyer, sitting on the government side and drafting the law. And we took the help of some of the best lawyers at that time. And we came up with, let's say, for 30, 40 changes to be done to the Copyright Act. So then we met the bureaucrats to start the dialogue rolling. So one bureaucrat says, where is our Kohinoor? Tower of London. Where is the jewelry of this king? Where is the Somnath jewelry? And they gave us examples after examples where world had looted us over the previous 1,000 years. So they said, now it's our time to loot the Western world. We must allow piracy of software. So now, now you are up against this mindset. Then say, look at Ramayana, look at Mahabharata. We give it free. We don't charge any royalty. If we had charged royalty for 0 Aryabhattas, India would have been the richest and rich country in the world. So why should we change the Copyright Act? At that time, Devang, you'll be surprised, gave a presentation to every political party of India and convinced them why Copyright Act has to be strengthened. So when these modifications were suggested at the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, it sailed through. It would have been impossible with our democratic system where each party just fights against each other for the sake of fighting instead of taking a national position. So here, he could convince all the political parties to take that position, and our Copyright Act became more, I would say, stricter than even in UK. And that was another small step, you can say, in building India Inc. brand, creating confidence in the customer's mind. Okay, India is a place we can do our business.
The global level. In your book, there is one very wise word. In fact, it is a very nice phrase, nature of nature. And it is there in the last para or the last chapter. And I want from you is this note of a wisdom or a advisory note from you for the next gen, because COVID is when everybody faced the trying times, not only from the business perspective, but from the human and the social perspective too. It also came up with lots of opportunity. So overall, this transformation and how the tenets of nature, how the small continuous stream of knowledge that Mother Nature keeps on throwing at us. And it's very much and very nicely written there in your book. Please throw some light on that. The nature of nature.
First of all, I don't give any advice, wisdom, and whatnot, because I believe 90% of what I know is obsolete for young generation.
No.
From that perspective. But I'm a strong believer in nature. I mean, we are hardly 5,000 years old as a human species. Nature has been there for billions of years and has learned, and you have seen thousands of animals, plants, you see, every problem that we have today, there is nature has found a solution. That's my belief. So whenever I'm in, what do you call, trouble, in terms of confused, I look at, try to find an example from nature and try to imbibe that. Like simple thing like building a trusted environment.
Correct.
Now, I'll tell you a story here. When we started NASCOM, bureaucrats didn't trust the business people. Complete, total lack of major trust deficit between all businesses and the bureaucrats and policymakers. They were still suffering from the colonial mindset. Now, so when we started NASCOM, we said, how do we gain the trust of these policymakers? So first decision we took was open up every meeting, any policymaker, any bureaucrat from any government department can come and attend without invitation. They were shocked. We said, we can attend your meetings. We said, not only attend our meetings, we'll take you to our offices, we'll show you what we are doing. Then you will understand the kind of problems, the intangible as a software he is having. So that was the starting point of building trust between the bureaucrats and us. Now, then and one of the things also at NASCOM we had decided was, we will not form NASCOM till we represent 80% of the top line of the industry. Everyone had agreed to form NASCOM except Mr. Kohli of TCS. In those days, TCS with Tata Burroughs had 70% market share of total market. So we said, without TCS, who are we? We'll be just a small local association with no national impact. So we said we will not form NASCOM till Mr. Kohli joins. It took us 6 months to convince him to join, and he joined. After he joined, then we said, as a real strength, as an association, that yes, now we will represent a single voice for the industry. Because in other associations, there will be multiple voices, or even if the association gives a presentation to the government, another group after 24 hours will go and say, oh, I don't agree with that. So we wanted to wash our dirty linen inside, not outside in public. So when Mr. Vittal came in as a DOE secretary, we wanted software export benefit. All other industries were given, but because we were services and low-end business, probably we were not given that benefit. So we wanted that export benefit to our industry. We felt our industry needs the maximum, because you as a young entrepreneur, if you were to set up an office in New York or anywhere, from where will you get the money? Banks will not give you money. So whatever money you earn in business, you would like to plow back. But if the government takes away 30-40% out of that, so it definitely hurts not only your company, but the country also. So we want that benefit. They gave it to manufacturers, but not to us. So we wanted that benefit. So Mr. Vittal understood our problem, and he came back after a month or two saying, I had a conversation with our finance secretary, Mr. Jalan. He has agreed to give the export benefit. However, you have to do $400 million by the end of the year. Now, we were at $150 million. So we sat together, looked at the numbers. We couldn't do more than 200. So, and I was the chairperson of NASCOM at that time. So I went back to Mr. Vittal. So Vittal said, we can't do. Maximum we can do is 200. Then he said, you don't want the benefit? I said, we want the benefit, but we don't want to lie. We don't want to mislead you. Mr. Vittal gave us a report by MATE, which was another association, primarily hardware association. He said, here is MATE report, which says it can be done. Here is Engineering Software Export Promotion Council report. They said it can be done 400 million. Who are you to say no? Luckily, I had 80% top line with me of the software companies. As I say, these are the software companies who have signed up saying we can't do. Now, if you think they have some other magic formula to do software export for 400 million, by all means you do it. He realized the value of NASCOM. He realized the trust. That started building trust between government, policymakers, and the association. He had not seen this kind of atmosphere or environment before. This, by the way, so I can trust them, I can depend on them. And then, of course, he took those 100 regulations and all that process started. And he became so friendly with us that he started calling NASSCOM differently. He said N stands for nuts, A stands for asshole, S stands for stupid, the next S is for screwball, C for crazy, O for oddball, and M for mad, and I am the leader of this group. Can you believe the policymakers saying it, which is completely a no-no in those days of the political environment and the bureaucratic environment. But we earned that trust. And that's what probably the schemes like STPI took, but many other changes came in at that point. Like, we don't have much time, but I can go into it. How we built and how that continued, accelerated the growth of the industry.
It says thank you, but we can still take one point.
Oh, I see.
The time says thank you to us, but just the last. The succession planning is always a point that everybody has it in its mind, the entrepreneurs, the people who own a company. And you very nicely laid out the way in which succession planning happened from Devang to Mr. Karnik. Both of them were having a contrasting persona. One was a rock star in full blast way, and the other was a very focused, subdued, clear-headed gentleman, soft word, but very firm in his own resolve. How did this planning happen, and what was being thought as the key person
I'll
of
tell you my
NASSCOM?
version, which is written in my book also. I had a joint venture with Onward Novel, and Novel had a very structured process for recruiting people. So when Devang, frankly, we didn't have a succession plan when Devang passed away. It came out of a blue. He was hardly 39 when he passed away. We never expected that that would happen. So when it happened, we all sat together, and I pulled out the entire, the process of recruiting a senior person. The first point was define your vision. So at that time, we redefined our vision for NASSCOM from where we were 10 years back, which was defined, and now say we're looking at next 10 years, where NASSCOM would like to go. And then from there, we drew up skills, attributes, whatever was required. And then we looked at Devang's personality. And Devang was much, the real, in public eye, he was 10 times, 20 times larger image. He was unbelievable, the kind of contribution. He was always in the limelight. And in the process, certain things which he did, which you also didn't like, and I documented those stories in the book also, that when somebody is bigger than life, it can do huge damage also. So we decided we want a personality which is the opposite of Devang. And so we wrote down those criteria also, what kind of person we are looking at. Then we appointed Corn Ferry as an HR recruitment agency to find such a person. And we told, I think, Geeta Dang, who was heading it, that Geeta, we want you to find in these 10 categories from IT industry, corporates, professors, NRIs. In each category, you find the best of best Indians in each area and see who meets that criteria. And then we would go and look at those individuals. So that's where we found Kiran Karnik, who met that criteria with personality-wise, skills-wise, attributes-wise. There also, I remember Murli Devra, who was the cabinet minister from Bombay. He called me and said, "Arey, kaise banda tum le aayo?" I said, "Murli bhai, don't worry. He is short. He is a very nice, quiet person. But wait, idhne tu baith ja, desh ka bhavishya ka sawal hai." I am always available, but right now we would like somebody like Mr. Kiran Karnik to run it. Wait for 6 months. And within 3-4 months, I think the 9/11 happened. And the way Kiran took it up, we felt so good that our judgment of selecting him was the right decision. And then Murli bhai also called me and says, "Yeah, you guys are right. Bahut acha banda dhunda hai aap logon ne." So that's but we went through a very rigorous process of it. See, that time many other associates were ready to grab NASSCOM's role. So there was one pressure on us. But then we had person like Firoz Vandranwala of TCS. He said, "Harish, I'll go to NASSCOM office every alternate day for a few hours." So you don't worry about NASCOMs or running. We will take care of it. You guys go ahead and find the person, the best person that's required for NASCOM to run. So like that, and we ask Azim, Murthy, Kohli, everybody, should we merge with CII or should we remain independent? Everyone said we should remain independent. So with that confidence with us, we took us a long time, but I think it ended up taking a great decision as a succession planning. And that's the process now we follow every 5 years for when we recruit the next president for NASCOM.
Thank you. Harish bhai, thank you. I think double thank you is now being flashed. Before we end, a last note. Everybody, on a personal words, I would like to recommend strongly, go for the book. Not because I'm selling the book, guys, but it is beneficial to, and it will be beneficial to all of you, for sure. I'm very much aware about that, and the young entrepreneurs especially, because you need to know what all has gone through way back in the IT arena or probably in the technology arena, and the status that NASCOM has today, and how it came into the picture, and how it came into the limelight that it is today, and how it came into the existence and the reverence that it is enjoying today. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
The secret sauce of NASCOM is in this book. It's applicable to TiE. It's applicable to any other association.
Everyone.
It is not only technology services. It's a generic model.
Generic.
Yeah. So you will see, hopefully, a lot of value add for any other industry.
Entrepreneurs per se.
Anybody, yeah.
Entrepreneurs per se.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, I would request you to please stay on stage. We have a quick MOU exchange. Can I request Kashyap Bhai, President TiE, to please come on stage? Can I request Mr. Amit Saluja, Center Head, NESCOM COE, IIT Gandhinagar, to please come on stage? Can I request Mr. Maulik Bansali, Chairman, NESCOM Gujarat State Council, to please come on stage? And can I request Ashfaq Shiliwala to please come on stage? Can I request Mr. Amit Saluja to say a few words?
So before I start, thank you to the TiE Surat team. Congratulations to you for hosting this wonderful event. I've got opportunity to, since yesterday, meet a lot of you. And it's truly a very vibrant city with a lot of strong entrepreneurs. Great to see this morale that's we have here. And I'm also thanking TiE for the collaboration that we are getting into. This is a great opportunity for us to work together. And it's a privilege to have this MOU signed in the august presence of Harish Bhai. He has already said a lot of things about NASCOM. But just very briefly, I mean, if I have to say what we plan to do together with TiE here is, so there is an initiative that we are driving with support from the Ministry of Electronics and IT and the Gujarat government, and it is to help SMEs, manufacturing SMEs, adopt digital solutions. So it is all about digitizing the manufacturing sector of the country, and which is where we'll work together now to basically in this region, the manufacturers who are there. So we will help them in building the digital capabilities. We will handhold some of the SMEs in adoption of the technologies. So idea is to create certain success stories in this region who could become a role model for the other industries in the Gujarat and in the country. So, and plus, I mean, we would want to showcase those success stories so that a lot of these can be replicated. So thank you, Tai, and looking forward to the strong
Thank you very
collaboration
much.
with this.
Thank you. Moving on, our next speaker is from the land of America. Yeah, 2 people. I need 2 chairs. Perfect, thank you. Yeah, so our next speaker was the founding member, past president and chairman, and also the board member of TiE Boston. Samir Desai is the current CEO of Aditi Inc. I would also request Mayank Desai to please come on stage to moderate this chat. Before we formally start, can I request Rohan Desai to please come on stage and hand over a token of appreciation to Samir Bhai. Thank you, and we now start this session with Samir Desai, an engineer from MSU and a fellow industrial engineer from Illinois Institute of Technology. Over to you, Mayank bhai.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Samir bhai, to be our guest. And I don't want to tell you that you are an outsider, but you are a Surti, started from Surat and to Boston. The topic is Surat to Boston. So friends, if you don't know, but he's from, village near Balsar, worked in Surat, and went to Boston. So it's a long journey, but let us hear it from the man himself. Sir. How was your childhood? Just tell us about your childhood and the hardship and the journey which you started.
It's more like, I think I heard a few things about Mr. Dolokia, and I can tell you that I was born and brought up in a very small village in near Balsar. But at that time, I'm going back to 50s, there was nothing there.
even for those days, there was zero amenities. And most importantly, I believe that we were not exposed to outside world. You cannot go too far in a bullock cart. So what you have to do, it takes hours to get anywhere. So you're not exposed. So your dream, ambitions, everything gets very, very, very limited. And you do not know what's happening and you cannot dream. So one of the things that I did learn a lot in village. As we know, village, everybody knows everybody. And you know how to deal with people very, very easily. So that's the first thing you learn, how to deal with people, which is necessary for business too. Also, I was lucky enough that my grandparents used to take me once a year to either Baroda or Mumbai. And that little exposure window taught me a lot of things. And I said, I can do something. So after leaving town and getting engineering degree, I had a very, in third year of engineering, I had a very life-changing event. My father was very young and he just passed away. And at that time, I was responsible for a whole family, and suddenly I had to bring them, and I brought the family to Surat. And I lived in Sagrampura, and that's where I started my so-called adult life. But that particular event also taught me a lot. It taught me how to deal with unexpected events in life, which is also useful in business. Also, it taught me how to deal with gray areas, because gray areas are the killer in business. And the third that I learned was, society, Indian society helps each other quite a bit, but it is also has some negatives, as you all know. And so you start dealing with it, and then you can start dealing with how to deal with people in a different way. And as a kid, you're dealing with many adult people. There's a shortage of everything. At that time, we had to take license for everything. So you know how to deal with shortages and how to live without resources and how to, and I think some of us have gone through it. So I think your story would be much more, some of you may think that I'm telling you something that you live every day, but I want you to understand from it that you can use that. Life is full of lessons, and you can really learn from it. And after that, I think what I did is I had a one-way ticket to United States.
Yeah.
Okay.
So hardship is mother of all inventions. So all village hardships has taught you so much that you had been successful. You had been so energetic at this age too. So what do you, who is behind you or behind your success, whom you would like to get credit, of course, apart from your wife?
Well, first of all, I think I want to say a few things about US life at that time, because I was one of the early, I left India in '68, which meant that in India, in United States, Indians were not known, literally. So we were very few of us, and we were literally known as a country of elephant, serpent, and fakirs. And that's what we were told in Chicago, I can guarantee you that. But however, I also couldn't find a job. So one of the things that I had an industrial engineering degree, and I wanted to be a manufacturing guy, but couldn't find a job. And then suddenly somebody offered me a job in programming. And I had zero idea what programming was. I had never studied it, never learned it, never experienced it. So I said, well, I have to avoid starvation and homelessness. So I got to learn that at night and did all that work, created a career out of it. And succeeded. And not only that, I worked for 2 large companies, 2 startup companies, and then ultimately started my own. So with that, and then I think you asked me a question whether, how do I get energized? I think you said that hardship is the mother of all the teaching. But on the other hand, we also look at when you go through this, don't take this as a negative. I think you are constantly learning. So by that time, I had learned a lot. And I think when you learn a lot, you figure it out how to work with new technologies, how to do new things that you have never done. So I have been saying that my life is full of accident, uneventful, unplanned events, but at the same time, I learned from it, and I had my eyes wide open for all the possibilities of life that it offers us. So one of the things that I always felt that there are always opportunities around me. I just had to grab them. I had to work with them. And many of them may not be in your planned or path of success, but ultimately if you do it right, you create success out of it.
All right. So, you know, everybody wants to know that in '68 you went to USA, but then what made you jump into entrepreneurship? So that's most important part, because everybody here is entrepreneur, and you know they are facing some hardships here and there. So what made you jump into entrepreneurship?
Well, I'm going to go back to my village story first to explain that and then come to it. I used to pick mangoes. That was my job. And I always wanted to be on the top of the ladder. And it didn't make difference how long or big the ladder was or how short the ladder was. You always wanted to be on the top of it. And I always remember that whenever I worked in any company, I wanted to be on the top of the ladder. So I had worked for 2 large companies. One of them was Fortune 500, other 2 startup. I was senior vice president, very comfortable salary in a startup company. I had almost 300 people working for me. I had comfortable salary. I had built new house, which has a lot of mortgage, and I had 2 young daughters. But I was about 40 years old in about 1983, and I told myself that if I don't do it now, I will never do it again. So that worm has to be fed or killed, one of the 2. So I decided to jump in, despite it was not a great time. If you go back to early 80s in the United States, the inflation was 15 to 18%. Interest rate was about 18%. When you have 2 young kids who are not even grown up, and a house with a mortgage, and a recession facing in your face, I don't think that was a great idea, right? So many times I always tell people that when you have lots of information, if you overanalyze, and remember this one, if you overanalyze, you're going to be frozen and you will not make decisions. So I made the decision and jumped in and started System Resources Corporation and never looked back.
Yeah, great, sir. But everybody, once again, wants to know that every entrepreneur goes through up and down. So what was the point? You might have regretted at some point being an entrepreneur. Is it so, or what? Yeah?
Repeat that again.
Yeah, so, you know, the hardest point in your life when you regret being an entrepreneur?
Not at all. Actually, entrepreneurship has taught me a lot. I think it has provided me resources, talent, platform for many, many things. I've been able to participate in politics, businesses, community-driven, and philanthropy. I have been on many, many boards since then. I actually think that being in charge and driving your entrepreneur, being a businessman and being in charge, only thing you should remember, that is not as easy as people say. You have to be really able to work day and night and single-mindedness about that. And that's what I think is a key. And only way you can keep going is failure is not an option. That's my motto. Success is what you want to drive towards, and you need to be relentless for that.
Yeah. So, you're in, TiE Boston founder member. So, is TiE Boston has, achieved what it was established for, so that Surat TiE can be, get that inspiration? So, what is your take on TiE Boston success?
Yes, there is a resounding yes to that one. TiE Boston just celebrated 25 plus years this year, and it has contributed tremendous amount of economic growth, almost billions. I think I forget the number. It's about several $1 billion. It has also benefited a lot of people. I think when you look at it, the TiE charter members, which are about 200 of them, I think, not only have contributed tremendously to economic growth, but they have committed to community, philanthropy, and even India. I think many of these entrepreneurs, like many speakers have already said, that you can take Indian out of India, but his heart is going to be still here. And I think there's something unique about India, and I think you should remember this. I met people from about 100 countries, and I can tell you that Indians in other countries have something very unique, that they think about India. They know what town or the city or village they came from. Very few other nationalities remember that. And I think it's a value proposition for me, because they really help a lot of things here because of that.
Right. So everybody once again wants to know that how TiE enrich those who are member and a young entrepreneur. What TiE does different to their members and young entrepreneurs?
I think TiE actually has enriched everyone's life which it has come in touch with. And people who volunteered, and some of these people today I see here, in Boston, they have become major entrepreneurs. We recently just celebrated 3 of them. One of them just sold company for $350. Another one is about to have another $500 million company. And I think these were volunteers. They used to work with us on these TiECon events. And I think that's one. Second is that you will also feel TiE charter member, they not only they got knowledge, they got connections, they got social friends, and their economic growth accelerated. And many of them were able to help other people at the same time. And equally important, the members and other people who joined them, actually, most of them has not only created businesses, but they have learned something that is very, very valuable. And I think it was said here for NASCOM, and I think it is very appropriate here, that you need to be open about your ideas. You need to be open about discussing your things. So people feel that there are no major secrets. And I think they learned that. Also, one of the great things that has happened, that all the successful entrepreneurs who have made it has done tremendous amount of community services, started philanthropies, and lots of them are helping India in mentoring, starting new companies, being angel investment, as well as philanthropers. And I think that the same thing is happening there. So actually, when you think, it's an ecosystem that is growing tremendously.
Yeah, so it is always better to be in a group of, young entrepreneurs as well as experienced people like you in TiE who shares openly their ideas. As you, Harish bhai, all have established TiE there, and then you are giving back to the society in India, as you said that India has, Indians have that, neck of giving it back. So how you are giving back? So because you are into philanthropy like anything, you sold your company in the 90s and still working hard at this age. So what do you do to give it back, sir?
Actually, I'm going to go back to the 85 or 86. I remember very clearly that Harish was here and they were struggling, like he was saying, with government and exchange dollars for the computers. And they wanted to bring Digital Equipment Corporation here. And I happened to be in Massachusetts. And I remember, can you take our software people there? Because they wanted to earn exchange to buy the machine, because they were still working with the government to open up the whole software industry. And I remember clearly that at that time there was no H-1 visa. And I think we used to, I remember him at midnight talking to his midnight and my morning and other way around many times, talking about and interviewing people at night at 1 o'clock. And I would have then bring them there on a so-called B1 visa or something like that. So I think even there, we started like that, and I did not do it because that was not my main business. One reason I wanted to do it, because on one hand, I wanted to help India. At the same time, I think there were connections that were being made, and I knew it was going to be a big industry at that time. But I think coming back to what I have done, our family always have been involved in community services in this country as well as in United States. One of the things we had to do, because we were very early, there were no associations. So we actually, our family is perhaps founder of or early supporter of about 30 organizations in Massachusetts, and many others we have been on a board of and nationally. So I think we have been involved in everything to help Indians as well as Americans. But here, we are celebrating this year 25 years of the Sai Foundation. And we started in the United States, I must admit that, and we came here in 2003. We had very humble beginning. We put some money and family supporting it big time now, but we became public in 2014. Now, since 2003, we have expanded in this country a lot more than the US. Actually, we have frozen US programs currently. But here, we are in 8 states, from Tamil Nadu to Karnataka to Orissa to UP, Maharashtra, obviously Gujarat. We are very big in Gujarat. And I forget all the states. And we are in about 5,000 villages. We strictly work in villages. We are empowering women and children through health and livelihood. We have last year, and we have right now 500 people working with us throughout the country. Our headquarters is in Navsari, and we have people all over the country. and we have impacted last year 2.5 million people in this country.
Great, sir. Very great. You know, it's amazing that you are giving back to the country, and all of us are, you know, ready to help you whenever, because you are headquartered in Navsari, and we all can, TiE Surat members can help you out. Last question, which everybody is ready to, eager to know. How will you, message for young entrepreneurs? What is your message for young entrepreneurs? That's a key for all of us, sir. Your experience, you're, young at heart, we're still working. So the message for people like us and all of us sitting here.
I am going to, I watched, not too long ago, I watched a series called Men Who Made America. It's a history channel, so many of you have access to it. It's a story of 7 icons of industry who really started many industries and revolutionized industrial and financial picture of United States. And they actually had changed the face of philanthropy and industry to a level that you'll be shocked. And these are the story of Vanderbilt, Rockefellers, Mellons, and all the way to Ford. And there are only 7 episodes. What is common among them? Their persistence, perseverance, and single-mindedness to succeed at all costs. I really think that we can learn a lot from that. That's number 1. They also, if you really think about that, they had no experience, no knowledge, no education in any of these industries they have created or worked at. They had no venture capitalists. They had no advisors and researchers helping them. Nor do they have all the other industrialists where you can borrow ideas from. So when you look at that, it was very difficult for them to do it.
Samir bhai, my apologies. Samir bhai, my apologies. I'll just take a 1-second emergency break. Car number MP09ZB 1436. If the owner is sitting here, you'll have to rush out. Your driver is in a serious condition. I repeat the car number 1436 MP09. If the owner is here, please rush out ASAP. Sorry for interrupting you. Please go ahead.
So today we have access to a lot of advisors, researchers, venture money, data, studies, everything. So on one hand, it's easy to start businesses, but at the other hand, it will be also very competitive because many people have the same access. I also want you to understand that when you have a lot of studies and research, there is a danger in it. Like Mark Anderson said that there are 2 words that are the most dangerous, which are that expert says, and I will add 2 more, that studies state. Those 2 words are very dangerous, especially if you cherry pick or pick those studies and research to back your idea, because it's not that which will create the success actually sometime. I think I would urge you to actually be customer-centric. Make sure that your product, services, and I think I go back to Mr. Dolokia's one line that I heard this morning, that create a product and service that is useful to the customer, number one. Number two, it's a reasonable price. And do not start business because you just want to make money. Money should be a byproduct. I think customer is number one. I think business partners or the vendors are number two. Employees are third. Stockholders are the last. That's my priority structure. I have followed that all my life. And I think if you follow that and create something that is useful. Now, one other advice I want to give you is that everybody doesn't have to be, you hear a lot of stories about billions and millions and hundreds of millions. I don't think anybody should get intimidated by that. As a fact, majority of the company, I dare to say, being a history student, I can tell you clearly that most of the companies don't start with that idea. If you look at almost every large Fortune 500 company, many of them did not start out that way. They basically started out with simple idea, and it grew to a big companies. And so please always keep in mind, you can start wherever you can start. As long as you can penetrate the market, take your share and grow, you'll be fine.
Thank you, sir. You have been very inspirational, starting from village to creating a company where 300 people work. You sold it and then started philanthropy. So you are an inspiration for all of us. And as you are very near to us, we would like to take your most advantage from you and your knowledge. Thank you so much, sir, for being here and enlightening us with your knowledge and experience. Thank you so much.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, sir. A round of loud applause for such an inspirational journey. Truly said, what a mind can conceive, it can achieve. And this brilliant journey right from Surat to Boston, I'm sure has ignited a lot of our thought processes to go. Padmaja Ruparelji, the co-founder of India Angel Network. Gurendra Kasmalkarji, the founder and CMD, Ideas to Impact and Innovations Private Limited. And Uday Sodiji, the Partners Founders Room Capital. This discussion is going to be moderated by Shri Mahavir Pratap Singh Ji. Mahavir Pratap Sharma Ji, Chair TiE India Angels, would be moderating the session. May I request eminent guests, eminent speakers to kindly come up on the stage for a quick panel discussion. I once again invite Shri Sanjay Mehta Ji, founder 100x VC, Padmaja Ruparel Ji, co-founder of India Angel Network, Shri Gurendra Kasmalkar Ji, founder and CMD of Ideas to Impacts and Innovations Private Limited, and Uday Sodhi Ji, partner founders Capital. A round of applause to the entire panel for an amazing discussion on how to pick winners.
Good afternoon, everyone. Getting people back from chai in Surat is as difficult as getting many other people from other states away from something else. So the clock has started.
And as we, sir, sorry to interrupt you, we would love to felicitate our team, the entire panel. So may I request charter members to kindly come up on the stage and please felicitate our panel speakers. Orji, please kindly come up on the stage. It will be an honor to have you. Sanjay Mehta Ji, may we have the honor to felicitate you. Welcome Gurendra Kasmalkar Ji, such an honor to have you. Madam Padmaja Ruparel Ji. And Uday Soriji, thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon once again. It brings me immense pleasure to have such a learned panel in the investment space. So quick 30 seconds introductions by everyone. So we'll start with you, Padmaja, so that people know what stage, what are you doing, where do you invest, etc., agnostic.
Thanks, Mahavir. Before I say anything, big congratulations to TiECon Surat for a phenomenal TiECon. This is your first and you're rocking. So congratulations to everybody. My name is Padmaja Ruparal. I'm co-founder of IAN, which is Indian Angel Network. We are, I think, the country's single largest platform for seed and early stage investing. Basically, entrepreneurs can raise from about 25-30 lakhs to about 50 crores on a single platform. The belief that we have is that there are two things that entrepreneurs need: funding and talent. Talent is brought in by entrepreneurs, and funding is what we are trying to make easy for performing entrepreneurs. We have an angel investor group. We have VC fund. We have Bio Angels, which is a partnership with the government of India. And we are sector agnostic. We invest across sectors. What we really look for is companies which have solving real problems. Building companies with a top line and a bottom line, with a revenue line and an eye to profitability. In sectors across the country and overseas, and with large markets. But our biggest lookout for is entrepreneurs who are thinking big, who are disrupting existing solutions, solving problems, and are real leaders to be able to build scaled up companies.
Great. Giri.
Hi everybody, my name is Girindra Kasmarkar, or Giri for short. I was here exactly 3 years back for the launch of the TiECon Surat chapter along with Mahavir. And wonderful to come back after the 3 years of COVID and see this TiECon, the first TiECon being held. Congratulations, Kashyap bhai, Hemant bhai, Sanjay ji, and everybody else here for this great achievement. Really good to see this and to be back here to see that. I am from Pune, and we started along with some partners the first VC fund out of Pune, Pentathlon Ventures. It is a seed stage B2B focused fund, and it was launched in 2019, so 3 years back. And we are now almost complete with our portfolio, 20 investments already done, and more than 8 follow-on rounds now happening. And hence, we are now launching our second fund, and that's the next thing that we are on to. Also, Ideas to Impacts was mentioned in my introduction. That refers to the Ideas to Impacts hub that we have in Pune. It's become a top hotspot for startups in the Pune region. There are 30-odd startups, 350 techies work out of there. But more importantly, there is an event floor where tens of thousands of startup enthusiasts have come to that place. So completely entrenched in the startup ecosystem, and look forward to interacting and talking to the Surat folks. And very impressed with what I've seen yesterday. Thank you so much.
Great. Uday?
Yeah, it's great to be here. It's really nice to be one in Surat, and second on this esteemed panel. There are some very really celebrities on this panel, and I'm one. I'm having a fan moment here, sitting with Padmaja, Sanjay, and all of you here. So thank you for inviting us, and Ty, all the best. This has been great. Just to give a little background about myself, I'm a classic individual investor. While a lot of them run funds, I'm a classic individual investor. I've been investing in startups now for maybe 10 to 12 years. One of my early investments, or maybe my first investments were way back in 2011, 2010. So I've been individually investing in startups. We formed a group of friends when we recently, and we started investing as a group, which is now called Founders Room Capital. We run a syndicate, and we invest as a group, as friends, and we pick on winners here. A couple of my early investments are going to be pitching today in the evening here. So it's great to be here. I'd love to talk to more people who are interested as individuals wanting to invest as individuals. It's been a great journey as an individual investor to invest in early stage startups. I've learned a lot from Padmaja and Sanjay, and I have known them for a very long time and figured out how to go about early stage investments as an individuals, and love to share my learnings in this conversation.
Sanjay.
Yeah, thanks, Mahavir. I had a session yesterday, so most of you guys...
Some new audience.
Okay. I was Sanjay Mehta, founder and partner at 100X. What I would like to share across is a little my fan moment. Harish Bhai, who took the earlier session, he was the one who introduced me to Angel Network, and he recommended me to Indian Angel Network, and all thanks to him, my journey began across, and it has been very rewarding. So a lot of mentors are available within TiE and otherwise. So TiE is a great place, and like Harish Bhai mentored me, I'm sure TiE would give a lot of that value kind of stuff. So thank you, Harish Bhai, as always. Obliged.
Great. So we're going to, we have great people who are the first check to an investor. Also, all of them having been investing for quite some years are the right kind of advisors if you are wanting to invest. So, we have a mixed audience. We have startups and investors both. So we'll have to cover it from both the ends. So it's very important. So we'll do stage of investment first and then do sector. So let's start with stage. Sanjay, the early stage, the idea stage, the most difficult stage, difficult to value. Your model seems to work, and you have formulas for everything. So these children who are at idea stage, POC, some revenue, where do they fit in when they come to you in terms of how do you value them? Are you a fair valuer? What is the formula that they need to know to get their first check from a person like all of us?
So idea is, when you are early stage, pre-revenue, seed stage, what you need is one lead investor, right? A social proof. Once you have that lead investor will market your deal, curate the whole round. So you need to have one yes. So idea is to find that first lead investor, and lead investor can't be your chachaji, right? So it has to be some professional investor who has done deals. So once you find that lead investor...
Can that be someone in the in-laws?
No, I don't think so. So the way it works across is that you go out and find that person who is going to stick the neck out and say that this is a great deal. I'm ready to put in the money, and rest of the guys join the round. So Uday does that very effectively. In fact, we reach out to him for 100x deals to lead across quite a lot. IAN has got a very strong model in terms of building the lead investing kind of stuff. So I think
मैं भी कर लेता हूँ कभी-कभी.
You are the star.
मेरे भी कुछ
So
तारीफ कर दिया
ये
करो.
अमिताभ बच्चन है पूरा उसके. So we call him kind of that. So the idea is to find that first somebody and then take it up from there, rather than saying that okay, you meet somebody and say okay मेरे को check लिखोगे 2 crore का. That doesn't work. You need to see, it takes 7 meetings, average of 7 meetings before you get a term sheet. उससे पहले कुछ नहीं होता है, right? So if somebody is saying that first meeting में मैं check दे देता हूँ, it doesn't work.
No, amen. वो check दे रहा है तो वो डूबेगा ही डूबेगा. Uday, I lead your this thing. So that first lead, how careful they should be in them not being the right lead and not being taken advantage of in that sector, because if you and I are positioned to be that first check writer, how fair, how the onus lies on us to make sure that they don't dilute or their valuation is what it should be today, and our equity should be as apt as possible because the follow-on rounds will not happen. So just elaborate on that, please.
So I think, let me tell you two scenarios. I know, and I'm dealing with two situations right now. I have a very talented, very good startup who raised a seed round from an investor who took away, in his seed round, took away 40% stake. Okay? See the reactions. Very talented guy, ex-levers, building an amazing product, top of the line, very good traction. But when he came to me, he said, my investors at seed round took 40%. There's another guy who came to me and said, I have a very good product, excellent product, everything works for me. How much do you think I should dilute? Okay, and he got somebody who said, I will take for whatever money, 50 lakhs, a crore of rupees, I will take 7%, 10% kind of money. Now, in this situation, as somebody who's coming in at that point in time, you have to make the right call. If you go with somebody who's already diluted 40%, your money is over. He will never be able to raise again. So as seed check writers, we have to be greedy long term, but you have to be not so greedy in the short run. If you're very greedy in the first round and you're saying, मैं seed आपको दे रहा हूँ, मैं सबसे ज़्यादा risk ले रहा हूँ, सबसे ज़्यादा stake मैं लूँगा. Remember, you're finished. You're burning your own money.
जो ये राय भी दे रहा है उससे बात करनी, उससे अगर ठीक है सर I'll get back to you करके निकल जाना चाहिए पतली गले से. It doesn't make sense at all. उस आदमी से औरत से आदमी से बात ही नहीं करनी चाहिए.
So founders have to be very careful. If somebody is taking more than, in your seed round, if you're diluting more than 10 to 15%, please do not do that.
15 also if he is a strategic investor.
Yeah.
Otherwise 10, 12 is the ideal number.
10, 12 is your upper limit for anything which is seed round. And as investors, now I'm wearing the investor hat. If you're an investor and you're taking the risk or giving the first check, please do not kill the future prospects of an entrepreneur. Don't participate. One, you're burning the entrepreneur. Second, you're burning your own money. So don't do it. It will not help you in the long run. And I'm telling you out of experience, it finally goes down the drain.
And I'll tell you, to add to that 40% issue, वो जो भी व्यक्ति है वो ये भी ज्ञान देगा, मैं co-founder बन जाता हूँ, तो अगला राउंड में दिक्कत नहीं आएगा, मैं तुम्हारे साथ हूँ, मेरे पास मार्केटिंग का है, मैं चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हूँ, मेरे पास अकाउंटेंसी है, फाइनेंस मैं संभाल लूँगा, CFO मैं हूँ, and he's doing something else also. It will not fly with us at a later stage because he's not full-time committed despite being a co-founder. So ये जो formula जो देते हैं लोग बाग, उनसे दूर रहना is very, very critical. Padmaja, you would agree to that?
Yeah, I would completely agree to that. And I would add that, there is nothing like giving free. Please do not give free equity for anything. Doesn't work. There are no free lunches in life for either the investor, the mentor, or the entrepreneur. I completely agree. In fact, I would go one step further, that even for an investor wearing an investor hat, if you are actually taking a large piece of or a significant piece of the cap table, you're actually killing yourself. Forget the company for a minute, right? Because as the company grows, it will continuously be raising money. And if there isn't anything left on the cap table for the company to dilute to the new investor, there's no new investor coming. So I'll give you one example. In our portfolio, we have about 205 companies across 17, 18 sectors. All the companies that are unicorns today, each one of them, when we first invested, and we did this study just for our own understanding, every single one of them, and the 5 unicorns that we have, the first check was no more than 15% of the company. No more. Where we had taken 10% of the company for $1 million valuation for $100,000 dollars I'm talking about, is sitting at $3.5 billion today. And the value of that stake is somewhere near 200 million. So it does, just because you take a larger piece of the company doesn't mean you're going to get wealth creation there. You're probably doing the reverse, right? The second thing is, if you take a large piece of the equity, what's going to happen is subsequent investors are going to buy you out, right? Because they want a sizable piece of the company. They don't want the entrepreneur to dilute to a significant minority. They don't want the entrepreneur to sit with 20% of the company, right? But they still want to hold 20%, so they're going to buy you out. And that purchase price is not going to be the real value of the company, of your shares. You're going to be discounted. So I think the learning here is actually more what we studied in our system, is that as investors, what should we be doing and what should we be thinking when we are doing valuations at early stage? Because as Sanjay referred, there's no formula to valuation at early stage. There's no formula. There's no maths to it. But what there is an understanding of what value you can add as an investor, number one, which is valuing some part of your time and mentoring. What value is the money that the company is raising at that stage of the company, right? And the third is that how is the company growing? What's your punt on the guy, the team, and the market? So there is really that punting, which I think experienced investors, and we have some, I mean, Sanjay, Mahavir, Uday, PV, Harish Bhai, what is the punt on the company that you're taking? And that is the value.
Giri, in the B2B space, specifically, and this early stage, when startups come to you, and how important it is for them to look a strategic investor. So now everyone else, all of us are agnostic.
Just, putting money into the sales engine, and you want to get that product market fit. So to do that, you got to be with the experts.
So what I mean is, even if you are the first institutional check, how important on the cap table the first investor, to the chacha that he referred, or to a builder or a jeweler or a textile person who's on the cap table first, or a Sanjay or a Mahavir or Uday on the cap table, what would you prefer?
Obviously the professional ones, because that's independent validation. That validation is very important. In fact, where do the deals come to us from? Most of them come from the angel platforms, expert, like we have co-invested with 100x VC companies, for example.
So it's not just, so barring the fact that it's 8-10% equity, having the right investor who has actually done the right diligence is equally important for you or for your fund, Padmaja.
Absolutely. I think we do we very closely look at who's invested before us. As a fund, we also have a fund. So we are looking at the deals coming out of Uday, Sanjay's 100x. We are looking at your portfolio. And it's very, very important. And we reject good deals if the cap table has people who we think are not going to allow us to grow the company the way we think we can. And we respect that's the money that the entrepreneur got, but does it work in the long run?
A lot of times the youngsters...
And I think it's educated... Sorry.
Go ahead.
It's educated. And here I think what you're talking about professional, I think it's also investors who are experienced, who know how to grow a company, how to mentor a company. And this is very important. When people say mentor, the investor has to literally learn how to be a coach and not the captain of the team. Right? The captain is the CEO or the founder. It is your job as an investor or a mentor is to really be a coach, to just show the path. This is what would happen if you went this down, this is what would happen. And the third thing is that how do you raise the next round money for your company? That becomes very important because founders are very young, they don't have the networks, they don't have the access, and this is what I think professional investors have to bring to the table. It's part of the KRA, if I may say so.
Yeah, you want to add something to do that? Yeah.
So just to add to that, I think one important thing one important contribution or value add that a professional investor comes in when he comes in at a seed level is he will help you with the playbook. And I think
he or she
will help you with the playbook. So
women.
So I think that's the real important thing because we deal with so many VCs and we know the expectation of what the next round will require. You have to work backwards.
Absolutely.
Uday, you want to explain what a playbook is?
So yeah, you know, the playbook is, so I think it's not easy to probably, we can have a full session on what the playbook by itself is, but I think
Playbook
if you go through,
तो Xbox type की कोई चीज होती है ना. Sanjay, you want to add something?
so I think what the presentation that Sanjay gave yesterday was a great playbook. So, you know, you can go to a venture capitalist for your large institutional round, but there are 5 or 6 check boxes you must have or you must do before you do that. And I think those are pieces, or that is the discipline your first check writer or your first investor
Agreed,
should make
agreed.
sure he puts in place for you. That's the coaching that Padmaja said must come in from your first institutional investor.
Sanjay.
Yeah, so typically there is a process of building a company, right? There's a bootstrap company which goes in a different direction and a VC funded company. Not all businesses can be a VC funded company. And the playbook is all about structuring the rounds, multiple rounds of capital which you will raise across. And that more or less will be from that investor who is leading the round, who has first believed in you. So just follow the process. And, you know, from a VC perspective, you know, a lot of time I was asked the question, how do you become a successful VC or an investor? It's all about a one word, which is called reputation, right? Reputation, you need to build about a becoming a good VC. And that's where it helps across attracting deals and trying to build across these companies. And as you build these companies, you will see exits as an investor.
Great. So let's just move after the first check, the first initial investment that one has made. And even if someone is not from the sector, if he takes someone who's from the sector, it's always good to have 5% each rather than have the entire 10% as, you know, going forward. Now let's go to, you know, these आजकल कई चीजें हो गई हैं, and most of the stalls you will see, many of them are D2C. And I want to cover the roadmap for D2C products, whether it's in, you know, any sector from clothing to human, whatever. What do you think about the sector, the challenges of that sector? Is it overcrowded? It is not overcrowded? What are your thoughts, Padmaja? You listen to deals every single day.
No, it's a very good question, actually, I must say, Mahavir, because, you know, the advantage of D2C startups, it's much easier to understand, right? That what is the product? It's usually look and feel. You understand the customer base. You can figure out the market. You do a little research, you can figure. So there is a huge advantage there. But I think once you start operations, that's where the rubber hits the road, right? Now, what are the issues that we see? Gross margins. It's very easy to spend a lot of money, marketing money, and you'll have a
gross
good
margins of 80% across the board. Standard answer उनका 80%.
हाँ.
उसके बाद क्या होगा?
उसके बाद क्या होगा? So your EBITDA is, forget negative, it is negative, that is given at the stage we invest, but it's deep negative, right? So that's your first challenge. Your second challenge is inventory, right? You may have a lot of inventory, which means capital is locked, or you may have very little inventory and you're losing sales. So that's your second. The third challenge is logistics, because most of these products have to be delivered. Either you're couriering them, whatever you're doing. And I think logistics is very, very big issue in this country anyway, but it gets compounded by the fact that your logistics, packaging cost is increasing day by day. Third is you are not wanting to, you will get debt, but your cash flows are going to be stressed because you are now servicing the debt. So I think the D2C, typically what we've seen is you are able to do this business, but scaling the business becomes a challenge. And therefore, you have to be really smart in how you manage your costs, how you manage your marketing costs through omni-channels, for example, how you manage your logistics and inventory.
So, yeah, so Sanjay, I wanted to come to you, and you can add my answer to my question also. I have seen D2C struggle with marketing. They continue to market on social media. Their top line is growing. They stop doing it, their sales fall. So they don't know what they should be doing.
Balancing
and
act is bad.
to add to, you want to add something to Padmaja? That's my question on D2C to you.
Yeah, the first and foremost is, you know, entrepreneurs just are blindly in love with their products. See, investors fund business, not products, right? So first and foremost, the solution is to scale the business and increase sales, right? It's not about adding more products. The solution, what entrepreneurs think across is, एक और flavor बना देते, एक और एक SKU add कर देते, एक और एक packaging बना देते, and that's not how things will work across. So, huge problem which I see across in D2C brands, which has got plethora of SKUs which they build across. So that's the first challenge which I see across, which should not be done at all. Secondly, they think across saying that, if they advertise or if you give them money and if they splash everywhere and spend money, things will start moving across. It doesn't happen, right? So just to give you one example of my portfolio, we had a company called Koolberg where I was a lead investor. It was a non-alcoholic beer company. When we invested and when I was looking at the deal, the guy was present in 17 states. We asked him to cut down, saying that एक ही city में करना है, right? In one city. And then, going back and forth, and finally we agreed we will monitor 300 outlets. And we actually nailed down that 300. And that's how the journey started. Because, see, first time product big gaya. It's an anecdotal sale. 2 बार किसी ने ले लिया. But is it going to repeat? Now, with that 300 outlet, I could see across the repeat sales which are happening across. And subsequent round happened. What I'm trying to give you a perspective is, you need to narrow the focus, right? You can't be, wide open in the D2C side.
Yeah, but I think there's also the point of competition, right? D2C is very competitive. I mean, the minute you start succeeding, someone's going to come.
You want to add something to what they've not? Okay, go ahead.
So I think the D2C space is an amazing space. I think there should be.
एक मिनट सर, ये जो साउंड वाल के बॉक्स के पीछे जो बातें कर रहे हैं वो बाहर चले जाएं। मैं देख रहा हूँ ये आवाज कहाँ से आ रही है? Sorry, go ahead.
So I think the D2C space is a space which will attract a lot of investor money, and it should. My formula on D2C, I have a couple of thoughts on that, and I think it applies to non-D2C startups also. So first thing in D2C you have to see, does this company have an unfair advantage? And I think that applies to any startup, but in D2C even more because of competitions. Do they have an unfair advantage? Number one. Number two, do they have a strong TAM? Is the market large enough for what they're trying to do? Are they trying to do something very special, very premium, very niche? And I think those ones normally don't work. You want to address the large audience, and this is my hypothesis, my theory. You want to go to the base, you want to go to Bharat, you want to go to a large user base, and you need that category to have strong tailwinds behind you. So if there is a natural tailwind behind it, there is a better chance of that succeeding. So you've got unfair advantage, you've got a large TAM, and the third one that I try and checkbox is, does the category have heavy repeats? Is it an addictive category? So one of my investments in that space is Rage Coffee, for example. It's a coffee brand, used to do maybe 3 years back when I invested, they used to do 2.5 lakhs a month. They now do 4 or 5 crores a month. So, coffee is a category. Once you get hooked onto it, you will buy it every month. You'll buy it all the time.
Sure. So, not as addictive as other things, but still.
It has the same ingredients probably.
Why does everyone think of only one thing when I say such things? I mean, conversation, बोलना भी एक addiction है, mic ही नहीं छोड़ते कई लोग.
उसके भी gross margins होते हैं.
So I'll come to Giri and I'll change the sector.
Okay, sure.
Mainline schools and colleges, Byju's, hospitals, pharmaceuticals, shops, pharmacies and 1MGs. The fight between and everyone tells me online is 2, 3, 4% and China, America are 18, 20%, huge market to grow. But this India, the fight between online and offline, the credibility or the experience or the last mile user in the rural India, tier 4 India, what is your take on B2B businesses?
Yes. Indeed, we have thought about this problem because typically the playbook, as was mentioned earlier for B2B, is catch them young in India. When at the seed stage, they grow, they build their product, they validate their product at low cost, and then they go global. That is the playbook, generally speaking, and that's what we have also followed. I have wondered myself, like these technologies, and we have proven that in India we can do B2B products that can go global. But aren't these technologies and platforms useful for Indian markets as well, in the hinterland and all of that you talked about? What happens is, if you build a good product and technology, and just throw it, let's say even Byju's, whatever, you take that application mobile and throw it to a village kid, will he educate himself? That's not likely to happen. So all these technologies cannot be just technologies for them to be adopted and consumed. To my mind, there has to be a B2B2C kind of a model, which actually helps those technologies get adopted and consumed. So we have expanded our B2B to B2B2C, especially to take care of the Indian markets in such fields as fintech, agri-tech, healthcare, and edtech. And fintech we've already seen because of India Stack. We've already seen that. What are banking correspondents? It's essentially, they are the ones who are playing the role of getting that technology of Aadhaar, EEPS adopted and consumed. Same thing is required in healthcare. How can it happen just with technology? You got to have those nurses, you got to have those hospitals, PHCs, and so on. For education, you got to have those schools. So we believe that B2B2C is probably the solution to take the technology and platform that India is so good at building, to take them to the Indian markets, as well as they're taking it to the global markets.
Okay. Sanjay, online or offline, and why?
Hands down online. There's nothing to look back in terms of the online side of it. But if I am an entrepreneur, I would think dhanda, right? Dhanda, if I am looking at a category, let's say Kerala banana chips, which is there, right? If I have to position across, I have to go omni-channel. I can't do just online ke Amazon pe bechunga.
Distributor dealer network required.
Right, you need a good amount of engagement happening, your presence has to be there. So it's not about online or offline, it's about dhanda, right? It's about the business. So business comes first. Depending upon what kind of category you are building, that's how you take decisions. It's not about online versus offline.
Padmaja, online or offline, and why?
No, I think Sanjay has already shared the view, and I agree.
So I'll tell you my take, and this is what I think. I think online is great to penetrate market faster, become a brand, but then eventually, once you're a brand, then going offline makes sense. Otherwise, building a brand up from offline is virtually impossible.
But
because
offline, in most businesses, there are some completely online propositions. Let's just park those. Offline is required for ultimate sales conversion. That is there. So online is to create the marketing brand, to create the understanding of what the proposition is, get to the customer. But in most cases, it is the final offline. I mean, we have a company, Wooden Street, right? It's completely online.
lens cart, you go far, you go anywhere.
But they still need an experience store for customers to walk in and say, this is the bed I want, this is the customization I want.
Agreed.
And the ordering may be online. Even the ordering may be online, but he still needs an offline element.
So let me give you a category where we actually, before we invested, we asked them to, from offline to convert themselves online. Pet category. So the guys were doing all pet grooming, and they were like all over. Inventory pada hua hai 300 store mein, scaling up, selling. It was tough. So we asked them, the company name is Papa Possum. We actually pushed them to go online only and build a subscription model. It was a very hard decision. Are itna sale ho raha hai, sab band kar dena hai. Kind of, it was tough, but we said this is how it will work across. And now they are doing at least 8 times what they were doing across offline and far more profitable.
So
right?
Luckily, I'm witness to both Wooden Street and Papa Possum, from their inception days, and they were on our show also. So I think they're great examples. So online is obviously needed. Uday, you agree with this model, or you?
So I think it has to be customer first. So I think it has to be customer. मेरी आवाज ही
नहीं, आपका माइक अस्त हो चुका है.
So I think customer first is where you have to be, and I'm not very excited about an offline first brand, and I think most of us come with very digital mindsets, technology first mindsets, And I think we are looking for technology-enabled businesses, data-enabled businesses, businesses which can scale in a non-linear way. And I think if we are looking for businesses that are going to be non-linear in nature, then you will have to look at businesses that are online or can be distributed online. You can support it by offline, you can create offline channels and stuff like that, but I think if you are creating businesses, and we are all in the space of creating non-linear businesses, if you have to create non-linear businesses, you have to go online.
Got it. So last 10 odd minutes, I would like to now go future. So future investments that we at early stage are looking at will happen to be Series A in 2 years or 3 years, blockchain, agri-tech, sectors that you are, pick one sector, all of you, and tell us why you are very highly optimistic about it. Padmaja, we'll start with you.
So the way I look at it, be it angels, be it early stage VCs, institutional money, I think the opportunities for us are not really the best of the best. It is always best of the next, right? Because the minute it is best of the best, the big boys have come in, and your money, which is going to be a much smaller size check, you're not going to be able to compete with the big boys. So you, perforce, as an investor, have to look at the best of the next sectors, right? And you keep pushing. So e-commerce was a great in 2014, 2015, and we all invested in e-commerce. But today, investing in e-commerce is a purely, I mean, you're committing suicide if you even get into that space. So for us, best of the next, with the pandemic, with the COVID, with the whole swivel that happened, the focus that we've seen over the next 3 years, 4 years, one of the sectors that is very interesting to us is healthcare. Healthcare in terms of biotech, stem cell research, med tech devices, etc. Health tech services. I think health tech, to our minds, in fact, our fund 1, which is giving great returns, 25% of the fund is healthcare, right? In this fund, we are betting healthcare.
I'm a happy LP.
You're an LP, you'll be laughing to the bank, hopefully. But the point is that I think healthcare and the focus on health is very high.
Healthcare for India
and
is
there's a lot of innovation, number one. And number two, what we are seeing, which is very interesting, is global companies are looking at Indian innovation. And that means that there's a huge scope for Indian innovation to go overseas as well.
Got it. Giri?
Of course, I mean, we are not sector specific, we are horizontal. But from our experience of Fund 1, where B2B was the horizontal focus, we feel that, within that, e-commerce enablers, you talked about D2C and B2C. We from the B2B side look at companies that are helping those B2C and D2C companies grow. So that's one sector that we are talking about. Second one is enterprise IT, automation and those kind of things. But we are looking at the future. So we got to look at, sustainability as an angle, Web 3.0, not crypto and everything, but just the blockchain as an angle. All of those things have to be definitely looked at. I think for me, for us, for our fund, the broad story that is going to play out is actually the India story in the globe. And I always give this example, say 15 years back, I was in the services industry that time. What were you talking about? 50% of the global corporations have Indian CIOs. That was the word. Everybody was proud of that. Today we are talking about Indian CEOs. Most of the marquee companies have Indian CEOs. And we believe strongly that the next step of this, next decade, is essentially Indian products getting that global leadership. So I was in the Bay Area just last month. Even they buy the story that the way things are going exponentially in India, I mean, everything is exponential, right? Founders you see today have done 2 or 3 startups earlier, which was not the case earlier. Investors today exist 5 years back. Today they are exiting, obviously, putting money and so on. So that exponential means even in the US, people are believing that seed stage B2B companies today are going to be the global leaders in the coming decade. So that's the big trend that I'm seeing.
Okay, Uday.
So, Mahavir, my view on this is, as an individual investor and as a syndicate that we run, my partner Jasmeet is also here. So for us, the important thing is, I mean, I've invested personally in about 70 to 80 companies in the last 8-10 years. I'm saying if I have to look at it, I will look at it from a portfolio point of view. I think you have to take a balanced risk approach and say, I will take some bets which are, climate, health, and in the space space, in the space tech space. But you have to make sure you have the B2B, you have your enterprise, you have your SaaS in your portfolio.
I was hoping that you will name this space called space tech. Don't you think people like you and me who are individual investors should not invest in things that we don't understand as much? You know, जब fund होता है तो they have analysts. Like for example, space tech. वो कुछ भी ज्ञान दे जाता है, स्पेस में चला गया, डिब्री पड़ी है, मैं लॉन्च कर रहा हूँ साइट, मैंने सर एआई से ये बना लिया है कि मालूम पड़ जाएगा कि आपकी शक्ल क्या होने वाली है, तो 50 चीजें आती हैं. Don't you think it's playing in the dark as an investor?
It is playing in the dark, but are you playing with 1% of your money in the dark? And I'm telling you, there was a time when we were doing blockchain and crypto, it was playing in the dark. Okay? But you did take some bets at that point in time, saying, this founder knows better than I know. At the end of the day, you have to back the founder. The founder knows more than you. And if you think you know more than the founder, then I think...
I to say I don't know anything. What is your take on that, Sanjay?
So, my belief... Hello. So my couple of sectors which I believe and pointed, I'm just taking a... So one is driverless cars. I'm a strong believer that that's going to be the future, and there's going to be huge consumer behavior change when that hits it. And there are companies which are really building on that, and it's tough to source in India, but we have been able to fortunately look at it. So that is one sector which I'm very bullish on, and it's going to change massive. It's like what mobile did, everything is going to change with driverless cars. Second one, which I believe hugely is on the climate side of it. A lot of opportunities are going to emerge, and this is coming across because the LPs, which are in the big boys front, the large private equity guys, they are crazily pushed on the climate ESG side of it, getting, triple bottom line. So a lot of money will flow into that. So if, as an investor, if I find those deals, it's going to be a great outcome because capital will chase those deals kind of stuff. Lastly, which I believe is Web3. I've been investing very early in crypto space, but Web3 is changing.
It's not just crypto, it's multiple other things.
So Web3 is changing, and I'm strong, bullish. A lot of solutions are there on Web3 while nothing has gone mainstream. That's why it's still a big opportunity.
And I'm surprised Giri or anyone else did not say deep tech and AI and blockchain enabled
it's
B2B.
hygiene. It's hygiene.
Because those will happen
That is
across
needed,
sectors.
right? No, but a company to give that to each and every...
No, absolutely. AI ML has become almost a norm for any one of our. It's all horizontal.
Yeah.
Similarly, blockchain. Don't you think blockchain will become...
Same thing. Blockchain, so quantum computing, it will become the same thing.
Absolutely.
Everybody will use that. For us, the use case is important.
So these are becoming horizontal, right?
They're going across sectors. So are you, as a B2B investor, it's not prudent to invest in good people who are using these technologies across sectors?
Yeah. So they will, and definitely will. That's why we are studying them. Even though we will not invest in a deep tech company which is doing quantum computing, we are studying those spaces because how those use cases get impacted by them is very important to us.
So I recently invested in a quantum computing startup out of India. I had no idea what he was telling me. Trust me, he made a presentation to me. I had no idea. But I liked the founder, his passion and his knowledge. And I said, sure, you know what you're doing. He said, yes, I know what you're doing. You think you can solve this problem the way you're presenting? He said, I think I can solve it in a year and a half's time. I said, okay, fair enough. But that's a high-risk bet, and you know in your portfolio that's a high-risk bet.
Absolutely it is. But could be a high return too.
Marvin, you had asked a very key question. Should we be investing in sectors that we don't understand? You took the name of space tech.
Yeah.
I think on the one hand, you do want to take those, swinging for the fences, like as you do your portfolio management risk and you spread it across sectors. But the way to do it, at least the way we do it, is we bring in experts from anywhere to make sure that we understand at least the functionality, the opportunity, and the growth of that sector. We may not understand the technology of it, though we try, to be honest. And I think that really, really helps, because if you have a domain expert who's able to walk you through that opportunity, it's great. I'll give you an example. We invested in a cybersecurity. You're also an investor in that one in Los Angeles, right? Los Angeles. We did not understand this technology in cybersecurity. It was it was a homomorphic solution, that is what it was called. We managed, because of our network and our ability to reach, the world's expert in homomorphic solution. And we got him to look at it, and he came back to say, yes, this is a technology that will work and has a huge
मुझे तो homomorphic बोलना भी नहीं आता है.
हाँ,
so the simple मोटा मोटी ये है. When
you don't, please, you body shaming मत करो. किसी को मोटा मत बोला करो.
अरे मैं खुद. So ऐसा है कि when you do an investment, see we have been ingrained कि let's do an investment कि इसमें पैसा डूबेगा ही नहीं, right? तो पैसा डालो. वो एक दिमाग में हमको बचपन से बिठाया गया है कि इसमें पैसा डूबेगा नहीं, तू आंख बनकर पैसा डाल. That's not how venture investing works.
Very good.
Venture investing works कि अगर ये सही हुआ तो कितना बड़ा हो सकता है, how big it will become, right? So focus on magnitude of success, not frequency of success. That's what I said yesterday.
Absolutely, and our keynote speaker said, यहाँ से सोचो, यहाँ से मत सोचो, and that I totally agree with, any business making.
And learn to sleep if there are failures.
Absolutely. So 30-some seconds. Thank you, guys. It's been very enlightening, and I hope the audience will gain from our collective heartfelt wisdom. Thank you for being on stage.
Thank you all, everybody.
Thank you so much, Mahavirji. You keep mentoring us and guiding us with your examples that how we can conclude on time with such a thought-provoking discussion across all the panelists. Thank you so much for your insight. I'm sure the entire community sitting here is really enjoying the session and learning so much from all of these amazing speakers. People, now there are some amazing news for all of you. We have some amazing announcement coming up. You'd be glad to know that TiE continues to keep working on offering you the right mentorship that you require. The corporate world is super excited and continues to guide us, mentor us, support us wheresoever required. TiE itself, TiE Surat, has ensured the same to keep offering you this mentorship, this support. Coming up, I would be announcing the name of some amazing corporates who are now going to be signing an MOU with the TiE Surat in order to continue their mentorship for the entire community for TiE. I would be requesting these eminent personalities to kindly come up on the stage who would now be signing an MOU. We'll be displaying the MOU that they would be now offering their mentorship as well as their core expertise, their facilities for all our TiE startup community members. May I request Sri Harsh Patel and Sri Amit Kalraji from HLE Glasscoat Limited kindly come up on the stage. May I also invite Sri Amit Khurana ji from Anupam Rasayan to come up on the stage, Sri Vishal Budhia ji from Steam House, Sri Rakesh Saini ji from Saini India Limited, Sri Manoj Dagia ji coming from Biosciences, Ananya Biosciences Private Limited. May I also request Sri Naresh Motlani ji from Motlani Impex, Sri Amish Shah ji from Artline, Dimple Shah from Blue Chip Technology, Ashish Mithani from BA Prerna Renewables, also Sri Pankaj Sinadia ji from GNFC, Parag Seth ji from Sri Ambika Souls. May I request all of them to kindly come up on the stage, and also I take the honor to request Sri Kashyap Pandya ji representing TiE Surat to kindly come up on the stage to display the MOU. People, you will be really thrilled to know that this MOU display is not just for the signing, but it is specifically for our entire community. The entire community would now be able to take the benefit, the advantage of their core expertise with their mentorship being available to the entire startup ecosystem, to the entire community of our people. May I also invite the representative from iHub to also come up on the stage. these committed corporate professionals continue to give their mentoring to all of our startup community. We are really thrilled and grateful for having their expertise leveraged to our community. Thank you so much for extending that support to our community. I request all of them to kindly gather around. Thank you so much. Let us give a round of applause to all of these amazing professionals on the stage. Thank you so much. One round of applause to all of these corporates for signing an MOU with our community. Three cheers to this amazing corporate August panel. You have to take up next. Thank you so much. It is an honor to have had this MOU signed with us. Thank you so much.
We now move on to the next session. Can I request Mr. Naresh Patel, MD, AMI Organics, to please come on stage? Mr. Naresh Patel, Managing Director, AMI Organics. Can I request Mr. Manhar Bhai, founder Eurofoods, to come on stage? And can I request Chetan Bhai, Chetan Contractor, to come on stage from Detox? Can I request Nitin Dumasia, Abhishek Mittal and Rajesh Desai, our charter members, to please come on stage and felicitate? Nitin Dumasia, could you please come on stage and felicitate Mr. Naresh Patel? Yeah, Mr. Nitin Dumasia, could you please felicitate Mr. Naresh Patel? Can I have Abhishek Mittal? Oh, he's on the stage. Can I request Rajesh Bhai Desai to come on stage, please? Yeah, the stage is all yours. Thank you. Can I request everyone to please get seated? I see a lot of people right there at the back standing. Gentlemen and ladies, we will have to respect the panel.
Session close to lunch is always difficult.
Yes.
Please bear with us.
Can I request everyone to quickly get seated, please?
We'll try to keep it as fast, as sweet as possible, short and sweet.
Yeah, we start this panel discussion now. The value creators.
Good afternoon and happy to be here. We have an august audience and we have a very distinguished guest with us. To my right here is Mr. Naresh Bhai. He heads Ami Organics and
Sir, if you can keep your mic closer.
hello.
Yeah.
Is this better? Is this
Yes.
any better? So to my right is Naresh Bhai Patel, Manar Bhai and Chetan Bhai. They all are respected entrepreneurs, started very small and then they are now heading pretty large organizations here in Surat. In a city which is famed for diamonds and textiles, they did something different and they came up with enterprises which are radically different from the standard run-of-the-mill enterprises. I first reached out to Naresh Bhai. What was his vision? How did he pick up Ami Organics? And what went in his mind when he picked up this business?
Thank you, sir. When I studied in chemical engineering in '96, then I started my career as an engineer in Larsen & Toubro. But as coming from a farmer family, and nobody has done any job in their life, so for me it's very difficult to survive in a job. So I decided to quit and start my own. But when I came back to Surat, there are only two businesses that are available for me, either in a textile or in diamond. In textile, there are textile chemicals. In diamond, I don't want to do because diamond, I don't know. So textile chemicals, I was started focusing on that. Then later on, I see that it is highly crowded. And during initial period, I understand there is a large vacuum available for regulated market in pharma. And we started studying in that and we put up a lab. And later on, we started catering regulated generic and pharma intermediate segment, which is very unique and very new at that time in India in 2000. And today, I can say that in last 22 years, we reach at a level where we are one of the leading pharma intermediate manufacturing companies supplying in a regulated market.
Regulated markets, you said? Okay, absolutely. Similarly, Manar Bhai, what went through your mind when you picked up foods as a business? Because you come in from diamonds, you also come in from a real estate sector, but foods, Euro foods, how did you pick it up?
नमस्कार, मेरी जर्नी तो स्टार्ट हुई है डायमंड से। हम कोई इतने पढ़े लिखे नहीं हैं। मेरी कोई एजुकेशन पूछेंगे तो मैं बोलता हूँ कि 3 साल किया, लेकिन 12वीं में 3 साल किया है। फिर भी बाहर तो नहीं निकल पाया था। डायमंड के अलावा मुझे वेरियस इंडस्ट्रीज का शौक था कि मुझे कोई अच्छी ब्रांड डेवलप करना है। डायमंड इंडस्ट्रीज वैसी है कि डायमंड इंडस्ट्रीज में अगर कोई मुझे जानता है तो सूरत तक पहचान सीमित रहती है, या तो फॉरेन में जहाँ बिजनेस करता हूँ वहाँ तक मेरी पहचान सीमित रहती है। लेकिन एक विज़न था। डायमंड के बाद रियल एस्टेट में आया तो वहाँ पे भी सेम था। रियल एस्टेट में तो सूरत के बाहर कोई ये नाम, कंपनी के नाम से कोई जानता भी नहीं है। अगर अपनी पहचान बनाना है तो मैंने सोचा कि वी आर क्रिएट आवर ओन ब्रांड, और वो ब्रांड वैसी होनी चाहिए कि जो इंटरनेशनल भी उसका नाम हो और हर स्टेट में भी ब्रांड के नाम से पहचाना जाए। मैं आपके सबके सामने बोलता हूँ कि मैंने पैसा कमाया डायमंड और रियल एस्टेट में, लेकिन मैंने एक नाम कमाया और ब्रांड के नाम से, यूरो के नाम से। आज कोई मुझे वैसे नहीं जानते हैं कि मनर भाई साइल स्टार ग्रुप के हैं, लेकिन वैसे ही जानते हैं कि मनर भाई यूरो के ऑनर है, यूरो के चेयरमैन है। तो मेरा एक सपना था अच्छी ब्रांड लाना और समथिंग डिफरेंस बिजनेस करना है। सूरत बिजनेस पहले तो ऐसा था कि नरेश भाई ने बोला वैसे डायमंड और रियल एस्टेट और कपड़े, कपड़े और डायमंड चले तो रियल एस्टेट चले, एक दूसरे के ऊपर डिपेंडिंग थे। आज अच्छी बात यह है कि सूरत मल्टी लेवल बिजनेस हो गया है, हर बिजनेस डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ का बिजनेस सूरत में हो रहा है। सबसे अच्छी बात ये भी है कि आईटी बिजनेस भी बहुत सूरत में आगे ग्रोइंग कर रहा है। टेक्सटाइल में भी वैल्यू एडिशन बिजनेस, पहले खाली टेक्सटाइल बिजनेस में वैसा था कि कपड़ा बनाओ और बेचो, आज वैल्यू एडिशन बिजनेस भी हो रहा है। फूड इंडस्ट्रीज में सूरत में इतना नहीं था, गुजरात में काफ़ी अच्छे लेवल पे अच्छी अच्छी कंपनियां हैं, तो मैंने सोचा कि मैं फूड इंडस्ट्री स्टार्ट करूं और अच्छी ब्रांड डेवलप करूं, और उसमें मैंने प्लस और माइनस, नेगेटिव और पॉजिटिव सोच के एक फूड इंडस्ट्रीज की शुरुआत की है।
धन्यवाद जी। एंड चेतन भाई, जब एनवायरमेंटल की बात भी किसी को पता भी नहीं होता था, तब आपने एनवायरमेंटल इंजीनियरिंग का लैब सेटअप की थी, ये क्या दिमाग में चल रहा था? हाउ डिड यू पिक अप दैट निश फॉर योर बिजनेस?
હાય એવરીવન, ગુડ આફ્ટરનૂન. બધાની જેમ સુરતમાં હું પણ પહેલાં ટેક્સટાઇલમાં જ હતો. 5-7 વર્ષ અનુભવ કરી લીધો, પણ આઈ વોઝ નોટ વેરી કમ્ફર્ટેબલ, સો આઈ જસ્ટ ક્વિટ દેટ બિઝનેસ with nothing on my hand at the age of 32 years. Then, being an engineer, I started with fabrication for pollution control equipments. And then studying environment, like it was a vast field. So gradually I ingressed into it, and from fabrication to a consultant, and from a consultant to a waste management service provider. So that is the journey. But પેલું કહીએ ને, પાપી પેટ કા સવાલ હે, એટલે કંઈ પણ ઓપોર્ચ્યુનિટી મળી તો લો, પણ વિઝન વોઝ વેરી ક્લિયર ટુ કન્ઝર્વ એન્વાયરમેન્ટ ફોર નેક્સ્ટ જનરેશન એન્ડ ટુ generate opportunity from others' problem. So with that two vision, we entered into environment. And lastly તો એવું થઈ ગયું કે મારું નામ જ કચરા સેટ પડી ગયેલું, અને એ ધોવા માટે હવે રોરો ફેરી ચાલુ કરી છે. અને that is also a new project, still not very popular, but now it will become more popular and it will be a very convenient mode of transfer. Thank you.
धन्यवाद। नरेश भाई, organics, Ami Organics was almost as if afterthought, but you also are very aggressive in investing in other areas. You also on oncotherapeutics. So how did this journey happen? What are the other areas that you are looking at? You seem to be simultaneously investing in US companies also.
Diversification, we all are sitting here, are product of diversification. અમે બધા ડાયવર્સિફિકેશનની પેદાશો છીએ. ઇનિશિયલ યરમાં જ્યારે અમે અમી ઓર્ગેનિક્સની વાત કરું તો શરૂઆત કરી ત્યારે બહુ સ્ટ્રગલિંગ હતું, અને કોમ્પિટિશન પણ એટલી હાઈ હતી, નોલેજ નહોતું, ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર પણ નહોતું. ત્યારે લોકો વિશ્વાસ નહોતા કરતા. ફંડિંગ શરૂઆતના 3 વર્ષ બધા ફંડિંગથી પ્રોબ્લેમ હોય, સસ્ટેનેબિલિટી ના આવે. એટલે એ ટાઈમની જે પેઇન હતી તે અમને આજે પણ યાદ છે, અને આજે ભૂલાય એવું નથી. એટલે એક લેવલ પર પહોંચ્યા પછી વી હેવ એ સરપ્લસ મની. દેન વી સ્ટાર્ટેડ ફોકસિંગ અધર એરિયાઝ કે જ્યાં નવા સ્ટાર્ટઅપ, અત્યારે સ્ટાર્ટઅપનો કોન્સેપ્ટ 6-8-10 વર્ષથી છે, પણ અમે બહુ 2007-8થી ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ ચાલુ કર્યું હતું, જે નવા આવતા હોય એમ લોકોની સાથે. તો પહેલાં થોડું ઇન્ડિયામાં કર્યું, ત્યાર પછી યુએસમાં ડાયગ્નોસિસ લેબમાં કર્યું, પછી મેડિકલ ડિવાઇસીસમાં કર્યું. અત્યારે અમારે યુએસની અંદર ક્લિનિકલ રિસર્ચમાં ફેઝ 2માં એક મોલેક્યુલ છે, એક મોલેક્યુલ ફેઝ 1માં છે હેડ એન્ડ નેક કેન્સરની અંદર. એટલે પછી એક અમે બાયોટેકનોલોજીમાં કર્યું છે, જેની અંદર અમે એનિમલ રિલેટેડ ડિસીઝમાં કામ કરી રહ્યા છે. સો ધીરે ધીરે જ્યારે નવા સ્ટાર્ટઅપ આવે એમને સૌથી મોટો પ્રોબ્લેમ હોય છે એમની પાસે આઈડિયા હોય, એમની પાસે કેમ આગળ વધવું એ ખબર હોય, પણ એમની પાસે બાકીની આવડત ના હોય. That we provide. So we don't only provide money, but also provide infrastructure, platform, and a possible હોય તો networking that help them to grow. So this is how Ami Organic has now invested around 7 startups in US as well as 1 in India. And we are continually doing like that.
And Manar bhai, what are the challenges, specific challenges you faced when going through Eurofoods, and what are your next plans? Is it in a similar sector or any other sector, your specific challenges? શું કહેશો તમે?
कोई भी बिजनेस B2C बिजनेस करना है इज अ वेरी चैलेंजेबल बिजनेस. एक तो मार्केट में स्पेस मिलना, इट्स अ वेरी टफ जॉब. लेकिन मैंने बिजनेस स्टार्ट करने से पहले ही एक फोकस किया था कि बिजनेस में सक्सेस होना है तो क्या पैरामीटर को ध्यान में रखना चाहिए. फर्स्ट के बिजनेस मैंने खुद ने स्टडी किया. वैसा नहीं है कि मैंने किसी के भरोसे पे बिजनेस किया. मैंने 6 महीने तक खुद ने बिजनेस स्टडी किया. सक्सेस बिजनेसमैन कौन है ये फूड इंडस्ट्रीज में, उसका तो स्टडी किया ही. लेकिन अगर मैं सिर्फ सक्सेस बिजनेस के ऊपर से अगर मैं मेरा बिजनेस स्टार्ट करूं तो कहीं ना कहीं गलती कर देता. मैंने कौन अनसक्सेस हुआ और क्या रीज़न से अनसक्सेस हुआ उसका मैंने ज़्यादा स्टडी किया. फिर एक स्टडी वैसा किया कि फूड इंडस्ट्रीज है, B2C में जाना है तो पहले तो जो दिखता है वो बिकता है. दिखता है वो बिकता है, लेकिन दिखने में भी अच्छा है तो लोग लेते हैं. तो हमने फर्स्ट ऑफ डिज़ाइनिंग पे ध्यान दिए. हमारे राजेश भाई भी यहाँ बैठे, हमारा डिज़ाइन का ऑलमोस्ट काम उसने किया हुआ है. डिज़ाइन अच्छी होती तो प्रोडक्ट खरीदते हैं. उसके बाद उसका टेस्ट डेवलपमेंट करने में बहुत सारे कंसल्टेंट होते हैं, लेकिन हमने कंसल्टेंट का यूज़ नहीं किया. हमने खुद ने टेस्ट डेवलप किया और लोगों पे उसकी ट्रायल लिया कि किसको लोगों से क्या अच्छा है, लोगों को क्या पसंद है. तो पहले तो डिज़ाइन अच्छी किया, टेस्ट अच्छा किया और फिर क्वालिटी पे फोकस किया. तीनों का अगर कॉम्बिनेशन हो गया तो मुझे एक चीज़ का 100% पता था, अगर अपना टेस्ट, क्वालिटी और डिज़ाइन अच्छी होगी और मार्केट में प्रेजेंस जो दिखता है वो बिकता है, हर जगह पे सर्विस अच्छी रहेगी तो हमको कंपटीशन आएगी, लेकिन इतना सारा कंपटीशन नहीं आएगी. 2-3 साल हमने भी काफ़ी प्रॉब्लम्स का फेस किया. फाइनेंशियल हम लोग स्ट्रॉन्ग थे, इसलिए जितने भी प्रॉब्लम्स आए वो इजीली सॉल्व कर सकते थे. मार्केट में अच्छी प्रेजेंस बनाने के लिए हमने हमारी अच्छी सी टीम लिया और टीम को एक परिवार जैसा उसको प्रोटेक्ट किया. तो आज हम यूरो का हमको इतना डिफ़िकल्टीज नहीं लगी जो 3 साल लगी. आज कंपनी अच्छा ग्रो कर रही है. आगे की बात करें तो हम नया फूड पार्क भी बना रहे हैं. हमारी जो एग्जिस्टिंग कैपेसिटी ख़त्म पूरी हो गई है, नया फूड पार्क बना रहे हैं. बैकवर्ड इंटीग्रेशन भी साथ साथ में कर रहे हैं. बैकवर्ड इंटीग्रेशन बोले तो हम पी फॉर्म बाहर से ले रहे हैं, हम खुद बनाएंगे. कोरोगेटर बॉक्स हम वहाँ बाहर से ले रहे हैं, हम खुद बनाएंगे. काफ़ी चीज़ हम बैकवर्ड इंटीग्रेशन भी कर रहे हैं और बैकवर्ड इंटीग्रेशन से मार्केट में एक जो टॉप कंपटीशन है उसको भी फाइट दे पाएंगे. और सबको पता है कि फूड इंडस्ट्रीज वेरी बिग इंडस्ट्रीज और वास्ट इंडस्ट्रीज है. हम काफ़ी पुरानी चीज़ भी जितने अपने वहाँ शॉर्टेज है वो भी नया कर रहे हैं और बाकी काफ़ी नए चीज़ भी ला रहे हैं. जैसे फ्रोज़न फूड है, पल्पिंग प्लांट है, अचार है, टोमेटो केचप है. काफ़ी चीज़ों में हम लोग आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और हमारी नई फैक्ट्री की शुरुआत भी 1-2 महीने में हो रही है. अभी हमको इतना प्रॉब्लम फेस नहीं करना पड़ता है जो पहले 3 साल में किया. नाउ वी आर ग्रोइंग वेरी वेल.
थैंक यू. कमिंग टू यू, आप दिखते बिल्कुल ऐसे शांत चुपचाप, बट आपके दिमाग हमेशा दिमाग ऑलवेज नए विचारों पे चलता रहता है. चेतन भाई, हाउ डिड यू चेंज और ट्रांजिशन from an environmental company to now a maritime company which you are, and what else is going on in your mind, if you can? What are the other areas of opportunities that you are looking at?
Well, it is a transition. We have not given up environment. We are still in the environment. We are coming up with some new projects. That is a ferry project. वो भी हमने जो लिया है वो एनवायरनमेंट के बेस को ध्यान में रखते हुए लिया है. क्योंकि आज वी हैव कट डाउन द डिस्टेंस फ्रॉम 370 kilometers to 70 kilometers. And on an average, in one round trip, we are saving more than 8.5 tons of fuel, which is close to 85,000 liters. So imagine the carbon emission which has gone down, plus the safety. જે આજે રસ્તા પર તમે જાઓ છો એની સેફટી નથી. અહીંયા તો once you put your car, you have traveled 370 kilometers in 3 hours. અને you are fresh. અને you have your own vehicle for your further journey. એને એના એડેડ બેનિફિટ્સ ઘણા બધા છે આજે. અને આ એક આજે સરકારને માટે પણ છે કે એ લોકોએ રસ્તા મેન્ટેન કરવાના, આ બધા ગાડીઓ મેન્ટેન કરવાના, રસ્તા મેન્ટેન કરવાના. પણ સરફેસ વોટર ટ્રાન્સપોર્ટેશનમાં તો દરિયો છે, હવા જેવું છે. ખાલી યુ મેનેજ ધી ટર્મિનલ એન્ડ યુ ગીવ અ પેસેજ ફોર ટુ કમ અપ ટુ ધી ટર્મિનલ. રેસ્ટ ઓલ ઇઝ ફ્રી. And it's an untapped surface transportation. Water is an untapped complete mode of transport. This is going to come up, if not now. Of course, passenger services માટે જો ઇન્ડિયામાં પહેલો છે. So there are a lot of challenges, but we are trying to overcome these challenges. અને બીજું તમે કહ્યું ડૉક્ટર કે your mind is moving. No, first of all, I said that I always look to someone's problem and I try to find out opportunity from that. So in that you have to think globally and act locally. કે અહીંયા સક્સેસ રેટ માટે કે તમારે નવું કંઈ બી થ્રાય કરવા માટે એટલી બધી ચેલેન્જીસ છે. Now you have a lot of lawyers and a lot of other consultants and others, as you Nareshbhai said and Manarbhai said. But then also your personal experience is personal experience. એના પરથી તમે જે શીખો છો અને તમે એને આગળ વધો છો એના જેવું તો બીજું કોઈ જ્ઞાન જ નથી. અને દેટ વિલ ઓલવેઝ કીપ યુ થિંકિંગ કે અહીંયા મને પ્રોબ્લેમ આવે તો હું બીજું શું એવું કરું કે આ પ્રોબ્લેમમાંથી હું બહાર નીકળું ને એને ઓપોર્ચ્યુનિટીમાં કન્વર્ટ કરું. સો દેટ ઇઝ વોટ ઇઝ હેપનિંગ ઓલ ટાઈમ.
સુરતને ઇન્ટરનેશનલ મેપ ઉપર લઈ જવા માટે તમારું બીજું આગળ શું પ્લાન છે? ઇફ દેર આર એનીથિંગ ઓન ધ ઓન વિલ.
See, now we have started giving a concept. કારણ કે આજે મોટા ભાગની ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીમાં the top management is very busy about they spend their 70% of time on utility management, like boilers, their effluent treatment plants, air pollution control equipments, water supply, etc. So now as a new challenge we have entered into this field and we are going to supply chilling water and boiler, steam. Steam is already supplied by Vishal, so we are into other supplies. So concentrate is, you focus on your production. As a top management production પર ફોકસ કરશે તો ક્વોલિટી અચીવ થશે. અને leave these utilities for those who are experts. અને આ કોન્સેપ્ટ પર હવે બધાએ જવું જોઈએ. અને ઇવન આઈ વુડ સજેસ્ટ કે સ્ટાર્ટઅપ્સ માટે પણ ધીઝ આર થિંગ્સ. પણ આ આખું યુટિલિટીઝ મેનેજમેન્ટ નવા સ્ટાર્ટઅપ્સ માટે પણ એક બહુ મોટી ચેલેન્જ છે અને દે નીડ ટુ વર્ક વેરી હાર્ડ બટ ઇટ ઇઝ અ વેરી ગુડ ઓપોર્ચ્યુનિટી.
થેન્ક યુ. સેમ યુરો ફૂડ્સને ઇન્ટરનેશનલ માર્કેટ્સમાં હવે પ્રેઝન્સ થશે કે વોટ આર યોર પ્લાન્સ ટુ ટેક સુરત ઇન્ટરનેશનલી?
ઓલરેડી યુરો 14 કન્ટ્રીમાં અત્યારે પ્રેઝન્સ છે.
આઈ ડિડન્ટ નો ધેટ.
એટલે હવે અમારી ટ્રાય એવી છે કે વર્લ્ડમાં કોઈ પણ કન્ટ્રીઝ બાકી ના રહે ત્યાં જ યુરોની પ્રેઝન્સ હોવી જોઈએ. અને એના માટે જ અમે ક્વોલિટી મેન્ટેન ઇન્ટરનેશનલ સ્ટાન્ડર્ડથી જ નવી ફેક્ટરી પણ ઇન્ટરનેશનલ સ્ટાન્ડર્ડ ફોલોઅપ કરીને બનાવી રહ્યા છીએ અને ક્વોલિટી પણ ઇન્ટરનેશનલ સ્ટાન્ડર્ડની જ બનાવીએ છીએ. મને એક ભાઈ પ્રશ્ન કર્યો હતો કે તમે ઇન્ટરનેશનલ સ્ટાન્ડર્ડની પ્રોડક્ટ જે બનાવો છો એ ફક્ત એક્સપોર્ટ માટે બનાવો છો? ના, ઇન્ડિયામાં જે પ્રોડક્ટ બને છે એમાંથી જ એક્સપોર્ટ માટેનું પેકિંગ થાય છે, કોઈ અલગ પ્રોડક્ટ બનતી નથી. એટલે અમે ટોટલ પ્રોડક્ટ ઇન્ડિયાને કંઈ હલકી ક્વોલિટીનું ખાવાનું હોય ને એક્સપોર્ટ માટે સારી ક્વોલિટી એવું નથી. એટલે ઓલરેડી અમે ઇન્ટરનેશનલ લેવલે તો પ્રેઝન્સ 14 કન્ટ્રીઝમાં છીએ. લગભગ 8 થી 10 કન્ટ્રીઝ વેરી સૂન સ્ટાર્ટ થઈ રહી છે અને અમારો ટાર્ગેટ છે કે વર્લ્ડ વાઇઝ અમારી બ્રાન્ડ એસ્ટાબ્લિશ થવી જોઈએ.
સારું, બહુ સારું. નરેશભાઈ, તમે તો ઓલરેડી ઇન્ટરનેશનલ માર્કેટ્સમાં છીએ જ. વોટ આર ધ નેક્સ્ટ પ્લાન્સ? વેર આર ધ અધર ઓપોર્ચ્યુનિટીઝ ઇન ધ ઇન્ટરનેશનલ માર્કેટ્સ?
કરન્ટલી અમે 50 કન્ટ્રી 6 કોન્ટિનેન્ટમાં પ્રેઝન્ટ છીએ અને recently we are looking for acquiring some facility in Europe for production. So we are in due diligence stage like Harshbhai here. He had already acquired German plant. So
very nice.
So we are following his footsteps. the pharma market is a very versatile અને એની અંદર if you want to be remain in the market you should be very technology adaptive, very advanced thinking in terms of what is upcoming in next 3 to 4 years. So you have to start working 4 years before when its demand started. So where you have to learn a skill. And Ami Organic is different than the other is that we start very early, 7-8 years before the other people start. And that is one of the move that we are targeting right now to have a production site in Europe where we can go ahead for the near future. It will be a requirement for big farmers demanding from locally.
Thank you so much. We all are operating in a life sciences sector and a life sciences sector ma ghana bada opportunities છે. There was an earlier panel which was talking about where are the next opportunities and where do you see innovation coming from. Is there any specific areas where you would pick up for innovation?
Pharma is a very wide sector and each and every sector, every day new things are going on. But currently more towards the immunity sectors and peptides and bio sectors are more popular because recently the biggest problem for humanity is a cancer kind of diseases where big challenges are coming. So big pharmas are mainly focusing on how to develop a product which can be bio generation and can be curable as well as reducing the possibility of these kind of diseases. So this sector.
And besides the patents, now we are selling our products in close to 35 countries. We are the first ones in the world map, where coronary balloons are cellulomus coated. And if you pick up Concept Medical, it's a massive achievement for not just for Surat, it's for the entire country that we have done. We have done proud for the entire country. In the almost top 5-6 medical devices companies could not manage this product for so many years. We are the only ones in the world. So I was trying to tell the audience over here, location is not an issue. Tamara dimag mein if you have an idea, if you have a entrepreneurial mind, the world is open for you. I am also looking at the time now. If there are any last tips for the audience here, yes, please go ahead.
See, मैंने ડૉક્ટરની વાત પરથી એક વાત યાદ આવી કે તમે ઇન્ટરનેશનલ માર્કેટમાં કેવી રીતે તમે કરશો, પણ એવું નથી કે યોર બ્રાન્ડ હેઝ ટુ ગો ટુ ધી ઇન્ટરનેશનલ માર્કેટ. In our company, we have brought world's biggest environment company as our partner. And when they are in India, they have taken our name. They are using our name. They are not using their name. So that is the achievement you should look forward now.
Very interesting. I think it was short and simple. I thank the panel members for being with us today and giving us the tips and the journey. Thanks again, audience, for bearing with us. I am looking at the time. We are closing in time. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to formally announce lunch, but there's an announcement, there's an understanding. If you are a speaker having a yellow tag, or I'll make it easy, if you're somebody who did come on stage as a MOU important person or as a speaker, or if you're a charter member would be having these tags, you will one. And there are benefits of being a charter member. So charter members would be spending time with the speakers and invitees, and baki lunch yahan pe hai, it's there in the garden area. We meet in 30 minutes. I would not request you to bring...
We are ready for one. You can come up on the stage. Thank you. All right, come on. Take that initiative. We have actually split our sessions. That's why you see a lot of people who are there in the pitching session, and the rest of them are here. Please come up. Please come up. Thank you. Thank you. So how many of us? 3, 4, yes. And an opportunity for one more. You there? Super. So, one last, all 5 of you, they're wondering what are we going to do muffins, it could be a bouquet, anything you like, okay? Anybody can gift them anything, you're going to get them back, okay? So don't worry. One object per person. Thank you. All right. So, no, so we can tell you what you need to do. So now, what you have in your hands, okay? So each of these objects have their primary use, right? So if you have a pencil, you know it's a pistol, right? So whatever object that you have in your hand, you have to come up with all those ideas available that comes to your mind. What else can be done with that object other than its primary use? So water bottle used for drinking water, right? But other than that, what else can you do? So you have like 2 minutes and your time starts now. You can start thinking. Are you ready? Can we have a mic here? We have people who are like quick thinkers. Oh, we have. So do introduce yourself. We would love to know your name and you can go ahead.
Hello everyone. Hi. खाना नहीं खाया लग रहा है. ऑफिस से लंच का अरेंजमेंट करवाओ थोड़ा. Good afternoon, Surat. Yeah, that's more like it. सुरतीज का जो पैशन है, बिजनेस का पैशन, उसमें ये जोश दिखाना पड़ता है, right? So, let me introduce myself. I am Pankit Gami, CEO of Novator Technologies. We do software services as well as we have a product in textile segment. We are building India's first textile-only ERP system, which can be configured in just 3 days to any kind of textile processes. And that is a need of an hour. We have talked with more than 200 textile people and we have found out that there is no such platform. All of them are still using 10 years old desktop-based systems. So we are trying to solve that. It's about me and my company. Now, I got a pencil, which its primary use is writing, right? But I would say this one object can reduce a stress of your mind. How? Most of us know that when we go to psychologists, and if you are a person who feels a stress, then they give you a stress code, right? Same way, let's say if you are sitting in a conference or if you are waiting for an interview, then you know if you have a pen or pencil in your hand, first thing we do is we do like this, right? We remove all the black folds above this pencil. So you can use this to reduce your stress.
You have 1 more minute to go.
Sorry?
You have 1 more minute to go.
Sure, thank you. Another thing, we constantly do this, right? इसको खाना भी खा सकते हैं. If someone, so we are not from a manufacturing background, but if someone can come up with something, let's say we can eat eatable pencils, then that would be a great thing. जितने लोगों को ये आदत है उनके लिए बहुत easy हो जाएगा. So I guess these are the 2 thoughts which came to my mind.
Thank you.
You can use these as a stretch.
Very creative, one applause. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. What's your thought? And because of you pitching, I would request one more lady from the startup system to come up instead of the person who just left. One more lady from the startup.
Yes, please. We need more.
Anyone? Anyone from the behind? Those who are still thinking, should we not? Come on. Anybody? Okay, if you're not from the startup, that's okay. Still, I would love to have a lady who thinks she can make it. Come on, ये गलत है. आ जाओ भाई. Hello. Ladies. 3, 2, 1. All right, super. Thank you, Mayuri. One last to Mayuri. Mayuri, this is your object, which was passed on by the previous speaker. See if you could just pass it on. Sir, yeah.
I'm passing on the baton to diversity first.
No.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Himanshu. I'm a branding and marketing professional, working in this field for almost 10 years now. And I'm currently working in a startup. This startup will essentially connect all the retail businesses across the city. May it be a apparel shop, maybe a footwear shop, groceries, your garage or saloon, or anybody else that sells or gives service on the retail market. So what I'm proposing is that instead of buying things from each other, they can simply exchange. So I'm creating a barter network in Surat, which will gradually expand to pan-India. And they were recently selected by Software Technical Park of India and STPI from Chennai under an incubation program. And they're shortly going to start the startup. Thank you. And regarding the assignment that I had, so I was being given this wonderful bouquet of fresh flowers. It was used for decoration. Some quick uses that I can think of is I can use it as a photo prop. Maybe I can just decor things around it and move it into a photograph. Or maybe you can build a tiara out of this for a bride. So she can get it on her head. Maybe you can try this up and make it into green perhaps. Or maybe I can use the roses to make a gulkan out of it. I could also possibly try them up and use it for my year-long decor. Another good use case that I thought of, I think that is enough.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you. Who's next? Yes, Ethan, go ahead.
Hey everyone, I'm Hetal Soni. I'm co-founder of Vicel Bioceutical. It's a stem cell-based bioceutical company which works on the anti-aging and hair fall related products. So today's assignment, I have got a compact, our favorite thing. So we can use this as a pad, if you are traveling or if you are going somewhere and if you want to write something. We don't have anything right now available to our purse, but all the females have compacts, so we can use as a pad. Second, we can definitely use as a mirror, and as it has drying factor in it, so we can also use instead of sweat remover if we have sweat in our hand or something like that. So this is all about.
Thank you. Super, thank you, Hetal.
So hello everyone, my name is Mayuri Ruparel and I'm co-founder of Royal Place. So मेरे हाथ में ये बॉटल दिया हुआ है, तो मुझे बहुत सी फनी सा स्टार्टअप आइडिया है. आई एम नॉट श्योर कि वो कैसा होगा. सो जब भी हाथ में बॉटल आती है तो बीइंग अ मॉम मुझे वो मिल्क की बॉटल याद आती है, बिकॉज किड्स के लिए हमेशा व्हेनेवर यू यूज्ड टू ट्रैवल तो लाइक 3-4 बॉटल्स एंड ऑल मतलब दैट इज द बेसिक थिंग. तो अलॉन्ग विद द बॉटल, तो ये बॉटल के साथ इसमें अगर 2 वे कंपार्टमेंट होता है जिसमें मम्मा के लिए वाइन भी हम रख सकते हैं. तो बेबी जब भी मतलब उसको आराम से मिल्क पी के द बेबी इज asleep, even the mommy can have a nice me time. So yeah.
Wow, thank you. Brilliant. All right. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Madam, thank you for such beautiful, cute thoughts. My name is Gautam. My name is Gautam Nautiyar. I went to HR consulting. I've been part of a large venture which got public in 2016 as well. Started again on my own. I'm looking to scale up, and I am the one member also. So nice having you all here. This wind walls are used as mouth freshener. The other use could be, you can put this ball in, you can take according to your taste, put this ball in water bottle, and this you can turn this ordinary water into a mint water, and you can have it whenever you like. So, disclaimer, because it's not necessary to follow all instructions. But that's a good news also. Thank you.
of learnings, loads of takeaways, and we are trying our best from the TiE Surat community to ensure that you gain maximum out of this. Yes, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's move on to the next session now. Moving ahead, we are about to have a very interesting conversation. This conversation is going to be truly rocking. The reason is this panel discussion is going to be among some amazing panelists, moderated by an even more experienced person who's actually going to help us evolve with some amazing ideas. I'm going to now take you ahead with this details of the session. Perfect. Thank you. So now, as we move ahead, we have this panel discussion. It's going to be on blitzscaling, mastering customer acquisition. We're going to have in the panel, as you could see on the screen, we have Jasmeet Gandhi, the ex-head Global Business Development from Clevertap. I request Jasmeet ji to kindly come up on the stage. We have with us Ved Narayan ji, Vedanathan from Microsoft. We have Ritesh Mehta, ex-Facebook India. Let's give a round of applause to all these amazing personalities out here. May I also take the honor to request Harshit Desai, who would be moderating this session, who's a serial entrepreneur and digital strategist, ex-KPMG, and from Leo Burnett and Aditya Birla Company. It is an honor to have you people on the dais. May I request Jignesh Madhwani ji to kindly come up on the stage to felicitate. May I also request Mr. Vipul Shah to come up on the stage to felicitate our speakers. Mr. Vipul Shah, if you're around. Thank you. So I'm not going to take further time nor the introductions, as you're going to have a very creative way to take this ahead. So the floor is now yours, Harshit.
Thank you so much, and I hope you guys are able to hear me. What I'm going to do is, I thought it might be a little bit cooler idea to, rather than just because the kind of names you see, Facebook, Microsoft and all, it might be good for us to do a quick round of introduction about these gentlemen other than the kind of work they do. So let me begin with a boy who is from Surat here. He's more proud to be a Surati than being from Facebook. Ritesh here is from Facebook and from Surat as well. And he's now a proud entrepreneur sitting out of Pune doing his new venture. So I'm going to give you a round to talk about your venture subsequently. But the only thing which I found interesting about his profile was that he has reading as a skill, which I think might be something which Surat people don't have, but playing tennis and actually being a cricket enthusiast is something which I thought is quite local to quite a lot of people here in Surat. So Ritesh, thank you so much for joining in. We have someone who has a little bit of receding hairline, but he is kind of compensated with the beard. People from north call him Ved, people from south call him Veda. That's Ved Narayan for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. He has been a passionate marketing guy. You will see how eloquent and the play of words he'll do while he talks. And we are going to probe him more on his Microsoft stint as well when we talk more to you. And I have known Jasmeet for a long, long time. The thing I appreciate most about him, other than all the kind of work which he does, is he cycles 10,000 kilometers almost practically every year to raise funds to the tune of 15 crore rupees for girl child education. So that's Jasmeet Sethi for you. And I have been privileged to be in this panel, make sure that I get to learn equally as all of you guys will do. What I'm going to do is, before we move and jump into the session, I'm just going to talk briefly about what the topic is. The topic is blitz scaling, essentially means scaling at speed. All of us as entrepreneurs face this challenge of when we have our ventures, how can we get our customers, how can, irrespective of being in B2B or B2C, how do we get our first customer, how do we retain our first 10 customers, if we are in B2C, how do we get the first 10,000 customers, right? So we are going to jump right into it, but before I do that, I'm going to have each one of you, and this is like a curveball thing which we did not discuss in our session before, is I would like, and we'll go with you, Ritesh, first, because you are a localite. I would want you to tell me one thing which you appreciate about the entrepreneurial bud in Surat and Gujarat, and a venture which you like and which will make you sit upright and notice, which is from the local geography here. So we'll go around the room, and then we'll come back to the topic. Ritesh, over to you. I think, yeah.
I got it. I think I just had to turn it on. Thank you. Yeah, so I have an unfair advantage because I am from Surat. So I know about the Surat ecosystem very well. But I think one thing that I do appreciate is growing up in Surat, and I grew up here. I went to Jeevan Bharati, for people who know, and then I went to KP Commerce. After that, Gujarati medium through and through. But even like during that journey, you come across so many entrepreneurs that becomes second nature to you. Right, so you don't necessarily, even though I grew up in a professional family where everybody was in jobs, right, you never feel that that is the only path that you have, because you grow up around so many entrepreneurs and it's a new world, right? But I think Dhando is in Surat's blood, which I'm very thankful for, and I got introduced to it at a very early age. And then one startup that I've been seeing for a long time out of Surat, which is no longer a startup, but it's a full-fledged business now, is called Melzo. They do AR, VR, and a lot of interesting stuff. It's run by Hardik and team. There are amazing people who sort of saw the future a long time ago, and they've been helping businesses build three-dimensional worlds, for a long time, even before Zuck talked about metaverse. So I think Melzo for me is somebody that I sort of follow very closely. I work with them closely, and I take a lot of inspiration from them as I continue on my entrepreneur journey as well.
Thanks for that, Ritesh. Veda, do we go with you next?
Yeah, can you hear me? So thanks for that, Harshit. Thanks for that curveball. I wasn't expecting that. So this is actually my first time to Surat, but I've had the opportunity to know a lot about the city thanks to my friend here, newly acquired friend whom I met today, who introduced me to a wonderful dish. What is the name of that dish again?
Sev Bataka Nushak. Sev Tomato Nushak.
Yeah, just had that for lunch. Absolutely amazing. And I do have some level of Gujarati roots. My grandfather was in the central government for a long time, so my uncle has been in central government. So as a kid, I've enjoyed eating a lot of Gujarati foods as a kid because my grandmom used to cook some tasty recipes. So absolutely love, obviously, the food of Gujarat and Surat. The warmth of the people is something that I absolutely love. And what I love more than anything else is the absolute cutthroat common sense that a Gujarati entrepreneur and a businessman has, which I think is amazing. There is this joke that a lot of us used to have during my B school days that MBA के लिए time waste क्यों कर रहे हो आप? You might as well get a blood transfusion done from a Gujarati businessman because they have a lot more business acumen than whatever is taught in any MBA school. So I have a lot of respect for the cutthroat common sense that they bring, which drives their everyday business decisions. In terms of, I don't know about Surti businesses, but in terms of Gujarati businesses that I've admired, one brand which is very close to my heart is extremely non-tech is Vadilal's. I think of growing up eating tons of their ice creams whenever I visited Rajkot, where my uncle has, lived in, and it's a brand that I absolutely admire.
Thanks so much, Veda. Jasmeet, you want to go next? And before you do that, let me tell you guys, I think Jasmeet is a guy who keeps on coming to Surat almost every week. So I think you guys should make sure that you catch hold of him, exchange number with him, and he's more than handful to keep on giving you advices because he has, while his purse strings are tied up, the advices will keep on flowing in just like that.
Hey, thanks. So, good afternoon, everybody. As you said, I've been lucky to be coming to Surat lately, very, very, very frequently. The one thing is, when I was growing up, I grew up in a Gujarati colony. So I was surrounded, all my best friends are Gujaratis, so I was familiar with the language and food habits. But Surat obviously has so much more to offer. And luckily, being a North Indian, we have a common passion for good food, which I find really, a great reason to come back. And every time now that I visit Surat, I cannot go back home without buying farsan from Rekha Ben shops. So yeah, that's one thing that keeps me common here. In terms of the opportunities that I see here, people are really passionate and they go really deep into stuff that we are doing. For example, I am working very closely with a team in Surat out of the SNVIT college here, TiECon. It's a platform for importers and exporters, and what better place than Surat to sort of incubate it. I think the type of solutions that are coming out of Surat, not only in terms of ideas, but the ability to execute, not only basic tech, but some very deep tech, is very, very heartening. And I've met a few people in the last couple of days who are thinking beyond just creating companies. They are thinking very hard to align themselves to the vision of TiECon, which is about creating an ecosystem. So how do you create an ecosystem where startups can thrive and attract a lot of talent, which is not only local but from other places in India? So I think that's a very positive step, and I hope we all work towards making that a success.
Thank you so much, Jasmeet. What I'm going to do is the first thing which comes to anyone's mind when you talk of customer acquisition, and all of you folks who have been working on tech ventures, B2B or B2C, the first challenge is cost of acquisition. From your experiences, and you might want to narrate a few things from your previous professional stints, how have you guys been managing keeping the cost of acquisition of customers within limits, and all of that when you want to scale fast, right? When you want to scale with speed, how do you make sure that you keep the cost minimum? Ved, we want to go with you first.
Yeah, sure. I think one of the biggest decisions and question marks that a lot of early stage entrepreneurs running digital businesses face, and this is a question that I'm often asked, as when I mentor various early stage startups, is, Veda, I understand various aspects of digital marketing. I have a reasonably good understanding of my customer, but I'm not Amazon, I'm not Flipkart. Give me some frameworks which can help me prioritize my channel selection so that I can identify which is my P0, my number one priority from a marketing perspective. I have a very clear identification of that channel. And I usually suggest some basic rules of thumb on the basis of which they can identify their right channels, which by definition, that's not the only thing, of course, but that is one of the biggest determinants of your overall cost of acquisition, of course. One of the first questions I ask them is, are you operating in a category which is fairly mass, or is it niche? And by mass, I mean, are you a small fish in a really large pond, or are you a large fish in a small pond? If you are mass, and how do you know if you're mass? One is, as an entrepreneur, you have this gut-based instinct. You know what, I sell t-shirts online, I sell salwar kameez online, I'm mass. I conduct mental wellness classes online, I'm probably niche. That is one way, which is a subjective way. The other way is you open up any keyword research tool or open up the Google AdWords platform, which is a new way of doing things, the new digital way of doing things where you're more data backed. You open up the keyword planner within Google AdWords and look at for core keywords related to your dhanda. What is the kind of monthly keyword search volumes out there, which is essentially a surrogate for market demand. I don't know why people waste time in this day and age on expensive, long drawn out market research. To me, keyword search trends are the fastest and cheapest market research ever. And because it gives you a very clear sense of what is the market pulse, what are the key need states your customers have. Now, if your target market is, say, India, and if and it's not a perfect science, but if the monthly keyword search volumes are in excess of 20,000 searches a month, you can assume that the category you're operating in to be fairly mass. Anything less than that, you can assume it to be niche. Even if it's not India, if it's a country with an equivalent internet population size. Now, if that is the case, it means you're lucky enough to be operating in a category where somebody else has already done the hard work for you. And you have keyword search volumes already manifesting on Google search, which you can piggyback on. Right. So you make Google search, your logical first choice, which by definition, it's not the only determinant, like I said, should keep your cost of acquisition to a reasonable extent, to a reasonable extent within optimum manageable levels. What happens if you're not that lucky, right? You don't directly run into Facebook's arms. You ask yourself an additional question. Am I operating in a category where naturally the personal connect is extremely strong? You have an opportunity to strike a very strong emotional chord with your prospects. For example, I used to take care of marketing at Healthify Me, which is India's largest health and fitness mobile application, which enables people to lose weight, discover healthier and fitter versions of themselves, competes with Cult Fit. And that is very close to the personal identity of an individual. So that again, Facebook works really well. Just like for fashion, if you're operating in fashion, I know of my good friend here who's operating in the jewelry space, right? So in cases like these, obviously Facebook would, and we have an ex-Facebook person here, would by definition work well. But in what happens if you're not operating, if you don't check off any of these boxes, you're operating in what I like to call a double whammy category, where you are niche, which usually happens if you're B2B or if you're looking to do something ground up, which means you don't have existing latent user behavioral patterns which manifest on Google. And to make matters worse, you're low on personal connect. And that can happen. For example, it's B2B payments, and it's not peer-to-peer payments. Whom do we sell to? We sell to people like these, right? Entrepreneurs, startup business owners. And let's face it, a startup business owner doesn't get excited about the fact that they want to use, we have a Razorpay advocate here, but I'm sure he doesn't jump out of bed every day morning and says, wow, I want to use Razorpay today. It's not like weight loss. Correct. So emotional connect is low, it's niche, so you don't have a lot of search volumes. So in that case, what we did to keep our CAC, the cost of acquisition down, we went into slightly business adjacent categories and we tried to create a lot of content around it so the brand could gain great awareness. For example, through keyword research again, we fixated on 3 specific areas: digital literacy, financial literacy, and compliance. And we tried to create content around each of these themes. How do I build a social media brand presence? How do I use digital marketing for growing my business? A lot of first-time entrepreneurs come from a tech background. They don't know anything about finance. Correct. How do I read a P&L and a balance sheet? How do I understand GST? Which GST tax slab do I belong to? The relevance for a lot of these content pieces to Razorpay's business is limited, but the relevance of these content pieces to the entrepreneur, to the customer is a lot. It's quite high. And more importantly, the kind of keyword search volumes here are significantly larger than core B2B and payment gateway centric keywords. So the brand gets exposed to a larger audience base. Of course, they may not have the maximum intent for buying a payments product from me, but it's still a relevant customer. And I call it a rainy day lead. And I'm not spending media dollars. A lot of this is driven via SEO, content creation. And we have a content expert here as well.
Yeah. So Ritesh, what's your take on managing CAC? And you might want to keep your Facebook hat aside. Please tell the audience here as to how, if they have to manage the cost, if they are burning between 5,000 to 10,000 rupees every day on Facebook or Google Ads and all of that, how is it that they can take smaller steps and get going on managing the CAC?
I left Facebook 4.5 years ago, so my Facebook hat has been off for a long time. Now I'm a struggling entrepreneur, so that hat, the 5,000 to 10,000 is a very real problem, right? So I'll use my example as a perfect example, right? So we run Stack.me, which is a writer monetization platform. We've been at it for the last 2 years. We now have about 35,000 writers who use the platform to monetize their fan base, right? But when we started, for the first 1.5 years, out of the 2 years, we spent nothing at all. not a single rupee, not a single dollar on marketing at all. The reason for that is we were still trying to figure out who do we want to market to. So we were growing organically a lot, not a lot, we were growing very slowly actually. We only had about 10,000 writers February of this year, right? And all of that was through word of mouth. It was not targeted. Anybody who heard about us sort of like came. But we used that time, to figure out that we started. So for example, that we started Stack.me thinking, this is a creator economy solution, right? From there we said, you know what, this is actually a solution for writers. From there, we said that this is a solution for writers who have a following who want to monetize. From there, we came to this is a solution for fiction writers who have a following who want to monetize by selling individual chapters of their books, right? Once we realized that this is the target audience that we want to market, right? That is when we started spending a very small amount on Google and on Facebook. So we used two parallel sort of platforms, both of which we actually hired an external agency because we are not experts at marketing, right? So I think the one key thing that I would recommend, especially for a startup, is to actually find a really good marketing agency and not try to do it yourself. You know how to build your product, you know how to run your business. You're not a marketing expert, you can't be an expert at everything. You have to get experts to come in, help you in the long run. It's actually cheaper to hire a marketing agency, more efficient than hire an internal person as well. So I think that's one of the ways in which you also keep the cost down, right? Is you hire experts who are out there. And then find your target audience. And then I don't think that keeping the cost down, by the way, may be the right strategy unless you are looking for just growth in terms of number of users. Right. So for example, for us, when I'm trying to grow in the US market, right, I'm happy to pay $15 per acquisition because I'm solving for the revenue and I'm not solving for the number of growth. So if I know that every time I acquire a writer, I'm actually acquire $300 of revenue, right? I'm happy to pay 15 because my ROI is fantastic on that. Right. So I don't think that everybody, especially startups that are focused on revenue, you need to have a very, very strong focus on keeping your CAC or cost of acquisition very, very low. I think you need to first make sure that you understand the ROI on your marketing spend if you're at that stage. And I would recommend that do the hard yards, grow organically, do whatever you need to do to get through that difficult time. But don't start advertising too soon because this is a joke that we have internally, which is while blitz scaling, you could actually be blitz failing because you grow very, very quickly. And that growth is toxic, right? And then this is again, Jasmeet would have seen a lot of examples of how growth is toxic, right? Too much growth at the wrong stage actually is not a great place to be, right? So just like sharing my personal example of, having grown something organically and then spent a little bit of money just to get the right kind of people. And even right now, right? Right now, as we are looking to sort of, shift focus, for the last 10 days, we have completely stopped our marketing spend. And we are perfectly okay with not having that because we know that I am a startup where I spend money very, very carefully. I am focused on building a business and not just growing the user base. So I want to spend my money carefully and I will do it when I feel I'm getting the right ROI for it as well, right? So that's our approach. Every approach is different, but I think the careful approach of identifying an audience, identifying your product market fit, identifying your target customer and going about at it, then I think you have to think less about keeping your costs low, but making sure that your ROI is strong.
Thank you so much, Ritesh. And before we move on to blitz failing, and Jasmeet, we are going to have a round with all of you guys on blitz failing. And before we go to you, from the room, can I, with a show of hands, can you guys tell me if you guys ever measure CAC? What is the cost of acquisition for majority of the entrepreneurs sitting here? How many of you measure? What is the cost of acquisition? I see one hand. I see a few more. Guys, this is super, super critical. Unless and until you know, and the beauty of digital platforms and what some of these guys are talking about, is the digital medium lends itself for you to measure what is the cost of your acquisition. So please, please, please focus on what is the cost of your acquisition. If you guys have been burning money left, right, and center, just pumping on Facebook and Google ad spends, just monitor them well. But before we move on to the next question, Jasmeet is a veteran and he's the guy who has seen when internet arrived in India, right? So maybe Jasmeet, we'll start with a few stories from there, and then you can go on to talking about CAC and how to keep it down.
Yeah, so I think a couple of things. One is, I mean, customer acquisition cost is unavoidable.
You want to keep the mic a little.
So it's unavoidable, right? You have to do that. And under the topic that we are talking, blitz scaling, when days are good and VCs are giving you, writing checks frequently, the only question they have is how fast are you growing, okay? And just focus on this stat, okay? 70% of all VC money that flows into fast-growing startups is pocketed by 3 platforms globally, okay? That's Google, Meta, and Amazon, 70%. Of that 70%, 60% is wasted because of the core reason that Ritesh was talking about, which is not understanding your core target audience. People don't know, okay? And of course, digital marketing is fraught with a lot of other things, including fake accounts, but that's a separate topic. But the point we are trying to make is that customer acquisition cost has a lot of waste attached to it. So how do you manage it? So there is the other side of the coin in the same topic, which is customer retention. Customer acquisition, okay, now for example, if you run a startup which has an app, more than 85% people uninstall the app in the first 7 days, 85%. So if you spent $10 to get that person is gone in the first 7 days, okay? And the remaining 15%, you're considered to be a good growing business if people are coming back at least 25 to 30% of that remaining 15% is visiting or opening the app once a month, okay? So if you can, and I run a funding syndicate as well, and all the startups that we work with, before they spend any money on acquisition cost, the first question that we ask is, what is your customer retention strategy? Unless you have a solid retention strategy, do not spend $1 on acquisition. There's a big leaky bucket, okay? So the moment you increase your retention strategy, your overall cost or the quality of that cost is much better. You'll still be wasting some money, but you can control it by getting people back to come to visit your app or website, spend money or do whatever you have to do to sort of, make your business grow or make your revenues. So I think those are a couple of things which are really important under the garb of scaling, because hyper scaling is often done at the cost of efficiency. And that is a problem, okay? What he was calling toxic growth, it's nothing but inefficiencies which are allowed to creep into the system because you have lots of money. And lots of money makes, it's very easy to burn money, right? It's not a difficult problem. And especially when you're being encouraged by people who've given you that money. So, you need to look out for these two things, right? Wastage and retention.
And Jasmeet, you want to tell the story about helping the VSNL guys create a .in from .com?
Yeah, so scaling obviously also is dependent on the stage of the, market that you're in. So for example, I was part of the startup team at Rediff.com. I don't know how many of you have heard of it, back in '95. And when we were trying to start our servers, for example, we were the first .in commercial server in the country. And VSNL didn't have anybody in the team who could fire up a commercial .in server those days. So we had to actually do the research, get the people, and teach VSNL to do it. So, and today we take it for granted. It's a plug and play, right? You can go to AWS or you can go to Microsoft Azure and start, firing up your servers. But so scaling also has another issue, which is currently in the market that we are in, we're very fortunate because you don't have to worry about infrastructure. You don't about access to capital, talent pool, size of the market, global networks, okay? All of that is available. So what that leaves the startup team largely to do is to focus on their product or service. And under these circumstances, you can really scale because you're just focusing on the right thing without getting distracted by doing all the things on the fringe, which take up a lot of bandwidth, and these are unavoidable things. Okay, he can tell you because it's not possible to not worry about if your server is going to go down. But if it has been outsourced and you have an uptime of 99.9%, you don't worry about it, right? So it is, the more you focus on the core services, the better is your chance to scale.
Thanks so much for that, Jasmeet. What I'm going to do is, while we are talking on blitz scaling, let me now start with you, Jasmeet, on blitz failing, and what are the 3 things you would recommend startups here to avoid if they're flush with cash, the only thing which they can see in front of them is burn on these 3 platforms you're talking of. What are the 3 things they should take care of to not go south? What are those 3 things?
Okay, so I think failing is not restricted to startups.
Exactly.
Large companies fail as well. I was part of one. I worked at Nokia for about 7 years, and I had a ringside view of the decline, right? So when I joined, we had about 78% of the market. And when I left, we had about 4 to 5%. So failing is not the privilege of only, young startups. So there are 2 or 3 things that, stand out in my mind in terms of what to look out for. So one is disruption, okay? So when, for example, Apple launched their phone, Nokia, by the way, had the first touch phone, but we did not launch it because we were fighting BlackBerry on QWERTY, okay? So that is disruption, like one form factor change coupled with a change in business model, which was that they compacted an entire operating system into a phone, and they changed the payment method. So users could pay directly to the app builders to create an app economy outside of just the device business. So now you have 2 revenue streams which are really big. And Nokia was purely focused on manufacturing and supply chain. Okay? So they could not adjust themselves to this disruption. It was too big. All right? So from the outside, it may look that they failed over a period of time, but 2 or 3 things, it just takes 1 or 2 things to make you fail. And these are trains which don't come from the front, they come from the side, so you're blindsided. So just keep an eye out for disruption that could happen in your business, okay? Second is keep an eye out on the fringe of what's happening in your category. Because you're so involved in the core of your business, you don't hear the rumblings of new things that may be happening outside in the ecosystem. So just keep an eye out for that. It's very important. And third thing is, be ready to change. Don't have shame. You should abandon things quickly which are not working. And if you are young and nimble, you can afford to do that. There is no pride to saying that, hey, this is not working, and just move on. Move on fast and try. Because if you just stick to things which are not going to work for you and you know it and you let it fester, the outcome is going to be very, very obvious.
Thanks for that, Jasmeet. And Ritesh, I saw you smiling on the third one. Please get going on the 3 things which you think.
Yeah, no, I think Jasmeet has already covered a lot of it, so I'm not going to have 3. I think I'll only say that I'll double down on what he said first, which was number 0, which is failure is part and parcel of being an entrepreneur, which I think a lot of the room knows, but don't be afraid of it. I think you have to. And I think the only thing that I'll add, especially when you said that startups who are flush with cash, right? Whether you are flush with cash or not, don't stop talking to your customers. I think talk to them all the time. And like I answer writer emails every day, right? On small queries like, how can I do X? I still do it because I think that's the only way I know that my product is still not doing a good job of answering that question without them having to ask me. right? And I'm not going to find out. So I think one of the most important things that I think the leadership of any startup can do is stay in touch with their customer base as much as possible. Right? Like for example, they have my email, they have my phone number. If they're in Pune, some of them message me and say, hey, I'm in Pune. Do you want to meet up? And I never say no to that, right? So I think it's one of the most important things, whether you are small or big, wherever you are. I think I've seen the most successful leaders as well in my time do that very, very well, where they're in touch with what the customer base needs, and they're constantly evolving into what he said, constantly changing along the way. So I think whether you are flush or not starting out, it's one of the most important things as you scale as well.
Taking a cue from that customer bit, right? And Veda, maybe if you want to tell me 3 things to avoid from a marketing standpoint, right? And maybe not necessarily on the burn part of the spends, right? But 3 marketing things which you got to focus on to make sure that you stay steady on your course. What would those be as things for entrepreneurs to take?
Yep, 3 things that come to mind. I used to be a part of this company called Stayzilla.com a while ago, which was in the news for all the wrong reasons a few years back. Probably the only Indian startup which shut down after raising Series C. We used to operate in the online travel space. Like a lot of you recognize, it's a hyper competitive space. It's a dog-eat-dog world with multinational companies, global MNCs operating, the Ibibo Group, Booking.com, etc. Local homegrown players with very deep pockets, tons of VC funds, Oyo Rooms, Make My Trip, ClearTrip, etc., etc. And against all of these, we had a really good thing going where we were fixated on the value and budget segment. But what we then got wrong was our market timing. We then pivoted. Sometimes there are bad pivots, and this was a classic example of a bad pivot, which can also affect your CAC and your overall marketing strategy, because we wanted to replicate the Airbnb model in India. And that was a concept almost a decade ago, which was probably too early in the Indian market. Even today, Airbnb is relatively more niche. And that bombed. And that was one of the reasons why the company eventually shut down. So it's important, both from a business perspective and from a market perspective, to understand, obviously, PMF well and get your market timing right. That's one. The second one is, you need to make sure that your product has enough engagement hooks built in to build customer stickiness and repeatability. It doesn't matter if your margins are strong, you have positive cash flows, but if your repeat engagement levels are low, your business is risky because you're always dependent on new acquisition. It's like customers coming in through that door and leaving through this, not staying back. So make sure that you're able to build enough hooks so that customers can stay back. For example, at Simply Learn, we sell online certification programs, healthy business, 80% gross margin. But the problem was it's all dependent on new acquisition. Excuse me.
You want to have some water?
And I think while Veda is getting a water break, I think what he's describing is called a leaky funnel. So people who are interested in knowing more about it, just Google the term leaky marketing funnel or leaky customer acquisition funnel, and you will, have a lot of material that Veda is talking about as well.
And maybe just an anecdote thing, right? This is exactly how you choke if you keep on burning too much money at one go.
Hopefully my throat's funnel is a lot smoother now, but the point that I wanted to make is that Simply Run, we had this exact same problem. Healthy business, good business model, but very low acquisition, very low repeat behavior. Correct. Because let's say I've just convinced you, Harshit, who spent 20,000 rupees of your hard-earned money on picking up a digital marketing certification. It's going to be a pretty difficult conversation for me to convince you to spend another 20,000 bucks in another certification. So we actually pivoted the brand to the narrative of a learning path. So we said, my relationship with you, Harshit, is not just a transactional one, where I'm just your quote-unquote training partner, but I'm here as your career partner. Here is your customized learning path. And for getting to this aspirational peak, you need to take these 2-3 other courses. Essentially a bundled sale, nothing different. But we pitched, packaged, and sold it to existing customers. And we marketed it to existing customers as a learning path. And from virtually zero contribution to month-on-month revenues from repeat business, over 3 successive quarters, we moved that to 15%. Completely incremental, ground-up additions to revenues at zero marketing spend from existing customers only. So a lot of marketers, when they think of marketing, they think of that big, bold, glamorous campaign. It's not just that. It's about doing more with the customers you already have as well.
Sure. And what I'm going to do is, I'm mindful of time. I would urge each one of you to write down and be ready with a few questions while I go with my last one. Jasmeet, we have heard almost all the biggies talk about the larger customer slash user journey, analysis on that, and then using that to do blitz scaling, right? So we know almost all big brands look at the journey as to where the overall customer is traversing, and from there they look at smaller hooks, find out where it is that I got to intercept the customer, and from there, that's where they put their bait in. Do you want to tell me which, for example, when you look at quite a lot of entrepreneurs, what are some of those sweet spots on the customer journey which they should be mindful of when they want to make sure that the blitz scaling happens?
Okay, so I think customer journeys are different for different categories, but there are two, milestones that you can look at. One is which category you're in. Either if you're in a very highly competitive category, then you have a very valid reason to worry about scaling up very fast. So for example, if you're a fintech company and you are, heavily regulated as a, category, you have no, say in the product, for example. The only thing that works in your favor is either you are first to market and therefore you are faster to reach the customer, and from there you take care of what is the king in that sort of category, which is distribution. So if you are first to market and you kill distribution, you can scale very, very fast. And the guys coming after you have to burn a lot more money to reach your scale. And that's where you create your moat. So your moat is not essentially inherent in the product, but your moat is more about external factors, which is first to market or access to more capital and distribution. Okay. The other milestone is your ability to ride a technology wave. Okay. So for example, today everybody talks about Web3, which is based on blockchain, which encourages decentralization, which essentially means that you're inverting the pyramid and taking control from the creators of platforms and giving it to the users. It's not mainstream yet, but that's the future. And if you are starting a company now and you're going to focus on that as your starting point, there is a chance that you can scale very fast because others have either spent a lot of time in the previous wave and will take some time to adapt to this one, or others who are starting now are still behind on that curve. So for example, gaming as a category is ripe for, say, Web3, where instead of paying big dollars to ad tech companies, they could actually create a model to pay customers for their time and give them, say, tokens on blockchain to do things which are non-monetary. So for example, if you play the game or if you click on an ad or you do various things, you are rewarded with something which actually has a monetary value. And you can spend that across any platform. It's not necessarily inside your own app. That's the beauty of Web3. It gives you back control completely. So these are things which really would define your ability to scale fast without having to burn too much money.
Ritesh, your take on customer journey and how to make sure you
No,
put the right hooks.
nothing new to add. I think he covered a lot of the stuff. So
Great.
Yeah.
Ved, you want to add anything on the customer journey bit?
Yeah, I think the other thing is we all spoke about CAC. What's also important to measure for companies which have had some kind of a runway is to measure that golden multiple, which is that CLTV to CAC multiple. I think that is the key, which is your customer lifetime value to CAC. So it's okay if your CAC is large, if your CLTV is larger. So popular wisdom suggests that if your this golden multiple, CLTV to CAC, is at least 3 or 5 or more over a 3-year horizon, then your business is in good shape. And it's important to measure this not just for an overall, from a business perspective, which is good for a CEO or an investor to look at. You need to measure this at a marketing channel to channel level. Absolutely. For individual customer segments and for various products that you might have in your portfolio. For example, at Healthify Me, when we started off, like everybody else, we thought that the millennial was the ideal customer persona. Turns out it wasn't. It was actually people like me who are older, way past the millennial bracket, who are less fit, had a greater ability to pay, and had some kind of a lifestyle condition. Because the millennials they ended up becoming freeloaders. And the CAC numbers and the CLTV CAC multiples, which we were measuring at a customer segment level, attested to that fact. So having this paranoid focus on data, measuring the CLTV CAC multiple helps you either validate or in this case challenge your original hypothesis on who your ideal customer persona is.
Sure. Thank you so much. Can we have some mics? I see one or two hands at the back.
Is it okay if we take, if you're okay, take questions during the tea break?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Is it okay?
Yeah. Great.
Yeah, all right.
Perfect.
So thank you very much for this amazing session, and we'll definitely keep the Q&A for the tea break. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the August panel. And it was really a thought-provoking discussion. Thank you so much for all these amazing insights. It truly makes us feel really wonderful to see that we have all genres of people coming and sharing their learnings and helping us evolve as entrepreneurs. Brilliant. One round of applause to all these amazing, brilliant minds. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Truly honored. Sorry, do we have a mic here? Yeah. Nika. Okay, so the gentleman was also mentioning that. Brilliant. And one more. One was Nika. One more. Did I hear some names? Sugar Cosmetics. Brilliant. So definitely women can really make it big. What do you say, people? Can women make it big? Yes or no? And we have a lot of inspirational women coming up in our upcoming session. We are going to have a brilliant session, a panel discussion on women in the startup ecosystem. May I now take the honor to request the eminent panelists to kindly come up on the stage, and I would also request the entire team to guide them. May I request Janki Vasant, the founder of Samvedana, also co-founder of Platos University, Madam Anisha Sherian, President TiE Kerala, Bhargavi V, founder partner Java Capital, Shubhangi Nagaria, Let's Venture. May I request all of these eminent personalities to kindly come up on the stage. May I also request TiE Surat board member, Madam Geeta Modi, to kindly come up on the stage, who's going to be moderating this session. I would also request Hetal Soni to kindly come up here, who would be giving a brief introduction, followed to which we will be having a felicitation of all these amazing ladies out here. To let you know, Hetal Soni is an aspiring woman entrepreneur, an electrical engineer by qualification, a serial entrepreneur with her experience with different industries, right from hospitality, beauty and wellness, banking and finance. She's building Visel Beauticals and a unique concept based on stem cells. She's also a chapter winner representing TiE Surat of the first session of TiE Surat Women Pitch Competition and a co-chair in TiE Women. Hetal Soni, the floor is all yours, and we would love to know about these amazing people sitting here in the panel.
Thank you, Nisha, for lovely introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. It's such a great pleasure to be here and bring to you the panel discussion on women in startup ecosystem, which is very close to my heart. We have some amazing achievers from the industry, and I take great pride in introducing them to you. To begin with our first speaker, Mrs. Janki Vasant. Mrs. Janki Vasant is the recipient of the Nari Shakti Puraskar, a national honor by President of India in 2017. She is the founder trustee of Samvedana Trust, which was established in 2003. She is chairperson of NILPA and a co-founder of Platos University. Since the last 2 decades, she has been on an unstoppable journey with interventions in the space of education, malnutrition, and skill training. She has had a life-shattering experiences of being a hostage in the Karachi flight hijack in 1986 and coordinating an earthquake shelter for 20,000 earthquake victims in Gujarat, Mrs. Vasant has embarked on her own startup journey at this point in her life. Our second guest is Anisha Sheryan. Anisha Sheryan is the president of TiE Kerala and the first lady to hold this post. She is the founder and MD of Chemanur Academy and System Private Limited, which comes under the 100+ years old company, Chemanur Group of Companies, which has its headquarters in Bangalore. Anisha is passionate about startup, women entrepreneurship, facilitating workshop on productivity, leadership and corporate management and entrepreneurship. She is a member of CII Kerala, founding member of Raising Our Voice Foundation and advisor to Women Entrepreneurs Network, an NGO with 500+ members. Our third guest is Bhargavi V. Bhargavi is the founding partner of Java Capital, a VC fund that invests in startups in the pre-seed and seed stage. They have invested in overall 24 startups in the last 2 years. Bhargavi has acquired over a decade and a half of experience as she has worked with firms like EY, Daimler, ITC and Novartis. Setting up of Quant, an advisory firm of startup, she has worked with startups like Boat, Yoga Bars, Mama Earth, etc. as their finance strategist and business analysis partner. She's angel investor too. Subhangi Nagaria, it's our fourth guest. Subhangi Nagaria leads investor relations at Let's Venture, which is an early stage platform for the startup investing in well-trusted by both the founders and the investors. Subhangi set up the Women Investor Network, that is WIN, at Let's Venture. Since there are only 1.5% women amongst the 26,500 angel investors, and through there has been a monumental 53x growth in the number of angel investors. The number of women doing so, hovering between 300 to 400, through WIN aims to change this status quo one woman at a time. And the session will be moderated by my favorite, Geeta Modi. Geeta Modi, a serial entrepreneur, author of the book Your Best Is Yet to Come, actor and mentor to startups, has an experience over 3 decades of the business world, starting with running businesses of health and hospitality, management and consultancy, to now running her family's 58 years old company of buying agents and exports, of handling sales, marketing and finance at her daughter's pet project, the production house. Geeta has served as past president in Rotary, is a board member and TiE woman and lead from Surat TiE chapter. Active members with Corporation Connection and patron member at the Southern Gujarat Chamber of Commerce and Industry. She has mentored companies in the TiE Nurture programs and always available to give an ear to anyone with a startup. The stage is all yours, Geetaji. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Hetal, for this amazing introduction. May I take the honor now to felicitate these amazing people. It was such a treat to listen to the kind of achievements and so much of an inspiration all out here. May I request Hetal Soni once again to come up on the stage and felicitate our amazing speakers. May I request Hetal Soni to felicitate Madam Anisha Sheryan with a bouquet of flowers, please. I also request Nishma from Zovian Pets to kindly come up on the stage to felicitate our next speaker. Nishma, kindly felicitate Madam Bhargavi, the founding partner of Java Capital. I also invite Surbhi to kindly come up on the stage to felicitate Madam Janki Vasant. Thank you so much. And I request Madam Ritu to kindly come up on the stage and felicitate our moderator of the panel. Madam Shubhangi Nagaria, Madam Ritu, kindly felicitate Madam Shubhangi. Shubhangi, Assistant VP, Let's Venture. And Geeta Modi, the moderator of the discussion. Let's give a round of applause to this amazing discussion. And looking forward to a lot of inspiration on the stage.
Okay, everyone. So we should start today because today is World Women's Entrepreneurs Day. So a big hand to our women entrepreneurs, right? Hello. A big hand to us as women entrepreneurs. I also want to begin today by saying that 3 very great women of impact were born today. One of them I'm sure everybody knows, but before her was Rani Lakshmi Bai. And then we had Indira Gandhi and Sushmita Sen, and these were all the 3 women who I've really admired and have always been following. And coming to women of impact, now we come to the women in what we are talking about, business, right? So we have Falguni with Nykaa, and we have Mama Earth, and we have Priyanka Gill with My Glam, and we have all these wonderful unicorns that have happened through these women of impact and women of power. And we are seeing that women are in fact writing their own stories. In fact, they're changing the complete narrative of the ecosystem. And coming from an India where even having a bank account for a woman was a benchmark, look where we have reached. But at the same time, we also see that we have just about 15% of the women who are unicorns, right? So my question to you is there some change that requires to be done in the ecosystem which can be a catalyst, which can push these women towards success a little faster? So we can start with you. Shubhangi?
Yeah, I think I'm audible. Thank you so much, TiE Surat, for actually organizing this, and Geeta, Hetal for, really nice introduction about all of us. Yes, firstly, happy Women Entrepreneurship Day to everyone out here. And I would actually, like to start off by mentioning, yes, we are 15% of the unicorn base right now, if you look at the founders of unicorns currently. But I think that picture is about to change. That's more so because there's so much women empowerment happening at the top level itself, right? So today, all the top founders who are women actually, are motivating their own team members to come up and be part of the senior leadership of these startups. So just want to mention here, right, that currently in the overall workforce of startups, less than 20% of women are in part of the senior leadership teams, right? And I see that number changing pretty soon, and I'll tell you a few reasons for it, right? One is there are specifically women accelerators and incubator programs that are coming up with, which actually motivate you to actually drive out your own startup. So it's not just, specific to, okay, because you're a woman, you can't start out. It's also because you have an innovative idea. Why don't you just start off? Second is I would like to also throw some light on what we did at Let's Venture as part of getting more women involved on the other side of the story. We've often heard of them, coming as women entrepreneurs. But just to give you a quick stats in India, out of about 26,500 angel investors, less than 2% of it are actually women, right? Which is a very startling number if you think of it. I mean, only 400 to 500 women are actively investing in startups. We were very alarmed with this number, and at Let's Venture, then what we started doing is we started off on the Women Investor Network program. Now, what did we do at WIN differently that we've not been doing previously is help women actually understand private markets as an asset class, right? While angel investing sounds like, hey, I have money and I want to invest in a startup, it's just much more beyond that, right? It's also a lot more about understanding private markets as an asset class, how to invest, when to invest, who to invest in, how do you evaluate a startup. And I think it's not that women don't have capital. It's also to do with a lot of mentoring that they need to actually go ahead and put that check in, right? So as a result, when we did the WIN program, we've had about 120 women already part of the program, of which 50 people have already started writing checks to startups, right? So that was our moment of actually bringing about a change and getting women to write checks into startups. They didn't just write one check, but so far we've been able to, get about 8 crores of investments in startups just through the program, right? So imagine if we do this at a larger scale. So we start off with 100, we go it to a bigger scale. So these are the kind of programs that can help motivate at multiple levels in the value chain, right? Whether it's at a PE level, whether it's at an angel investor level. These bring about a massive change, I believe, other than not just, okay, we might just do a simple program, we might get more women entrepreneurs, no. Also, I believe that if you have a great idea, there's no such thing of gender attached to it, right? If you have a great idea, you will get funded, whether you're a woman or a man, right? So I think that comes along the way.
Right. Bhargavi, would you like to throw some light on this?
Thank you, Shubhangi. Covered a lot of things. So a couple of things which I have observed from my corporate experience also, which probably we can adopt in the startup ecosystem is mentorship. So where there is a safe haven for women just to share their struggles in building a company, because it's a lonely journey for any founder, not just women. It becomes a lonely journey. So I think that is something, if there are active mentorship where it is not like a program or not somewhere people come and give just an hour time, where somebody identifies someone as a mentor for 2 years, 3 years, you are there with them, right? And then you see the journey and you build a personal connect. So I think that's one thing which I can think of.
Even Google India announced that they took in 20 ladies as their incubation cells. So I'm sure these will be the ones who will get a lot of support afterwards, since Google was there with them first. So if people started doing these things, I'm sure it could add more value. Yeah, Anisha?
What I'd like to, make one statement very clear is, companies who want real results need to have women in their leadership, in their board of directors, or in their leadership or the management team. This is extremely important because end of the day, we're talking of 50% of the population. Either you're selling a product to them, they are decision makers, you need to understand, you listen to their voice, understand their needs. So this is an aspect which all business owners should learn and execute. That is, bring in women into leadership positions. And, it's something which I've experienced with TiE also. Let's face it, all these organizations are highly patriarchal. And this patriarchy didn't come, suddenly. It's hundreds of years how patriarchy was set in. So I'm not expecting any change to happen in a few decades. I'm sure it'll take more than that. But it needs to start, okay? Because we are 51% of the population, and you need to listen to that 50% of the population, and you need to make changes, you need to bring women into leadership positions. And how do we go about doing it is, I've been talking about it to some of our charter members here and saying that, even to TiE, like an organization like TiE, bring more charter members who are women, okay? Because you will see a whole different perspective which they will bring onto the table. And, they have a voice which you should listen to, otherwise it will affect the results in your company.
Janki ji, can you add something to this?
Yeah, thank you so much for bringing this point. When I'm a social entrepreneur basically since 2 decades, so I'm going to bring 2 different perspectives in this room. When she said rightly that we are a big, almost 50% population, over that, yet the stats say that 40% of that population is not working. So there is such immense untapped potential that women don't come to work. And there's other side of my work where I work with lots of corporates doing POSH awareness. I'm as an external committee member with the POSH committees in various organizations. And I can see through that the main reason why women don't come to work is that lack of dignity and equality and safety and security. If they don't find that in the workplace, in the culture of the organization, not just that they don't want to come, but the families are not secured enough to send their daughters or wives or sisters to work. And you and me sitting here are a very small population of our country. There is a huge population which still is under, all those social appropriatedness, and they need to be there. And all we can do is, I fail to understand at workplace, why do we want equality of gender? There should be equal opportunities offered. And it's about what I am offering. I'm putting on the table, what is my intelligence, what is my potential, the capacity, what I'm bringing to the organization. What I have special from a man is all restricted to the bathrooms and the bedrooms. It should not come to the conference rooms. Conference room is all about what am I contributing with the office, the organization, the product, what I'm working with. So giving more dignity to women at workplace and working towards more gender sensitivity could probably help increase our unicorns.
Very, very well said, all of you. So tell me, do you think there are any sectors or any of these areas where you require a little shove or a push, which are not explored, which are not really given focus, and females or especially ladies who are thinking of getting into startups can think in those directions? Because many times they say, oh, I want to do something, but I don't know what. And then maybe, these types of things can be told to them. Maybe they can be informed about such sectors, which may not, otherwise everybody thinks of IIT. I understand, those are the big money and everything. But I'm sure there are sectors which are less focused on, and maybe they should focus on that and start going there in order to get a wider variety in our bouquet. So, Anisha, can we start with this?
Okay, let me start off by saying that, when a woman gets married, what happens is her priorities shift immediately to family and to children. Okay, but by the time she is about 35 years old, she suddenly realizes that her children have now become independent and they are on their own, and, they really don't need the mother. They make their own decisions, and suddenly, she's left in that space where, her purpose, her need, okay, in the family has now come down. And that is when she starts thinking, okay, I'm educated, I have all these skill sets, okay, how am I going to contribute? How do I create value? So if there is a solution, after 35, there are a whole lot of women out there who are educated, who have their skill sets, they want to apply their skill sets, they want, they have the mindset and they want to create value. So how do we go about bringing that lot of women, and how do we, you see, the fact is, even the GDP of the country is attached. You increase the number of women, working by a small percentage, you'll actually increase the GDP of the country by a large percentage. That is the reality, okay? But where, does the government focus on bringing more women into the entrepreneurial space or into the workspace? Who is putting, where is the focus? Why can't we come up with ways and means, okay, bringing all these, educated, smart women who've got so many skill sets out there and create value and, give them opportunity. So it's a huge space, solutions need to come out of there, and, something needs to be done about it. I cannot specify which sector, but I know this, about 35 years, for the next 20 years, she is somebody who can create huge value, and if you give her the opportunity, she will make it happen.
Yes, Bhargavi, would you like to add?
I can think of two sectors. This is based on my experience. The first one is a sector where we need a lot of solutions coming up with empathy, and women by nature have a lot of empathy. That is agriculture. So I have seen women who have rolled up their sleeves, traveled 100, 200 kilometers every 2 days, and built industrial solutions for small farms. So I think that's one sector where we can still come up with many solutions. So agriculture is one sector. Second is, as an investor, if I see deep technologies where, let's say, biology or bioinformatics, synthetic biology, so in those sectors, I would love to see a lot of women coming in. I know many women undertake PhD and do research in some of these sectors. Would love to see solutions and products being built by women in these sectors.
Lovely. Shubhangi, can you add? Yeah, I would, actually very interesting points put out by Nisha and Bhargavi here. I would just like to add out by saying that we usually tend to think that if it's a women, it will be a D2C startup. It will be into cosmetics, into bakery, into something like that, right? I would like to, quote some examples over here. I'm not sure how many of you are aware of Off Business as a startup or Hasura as a startup, right? These are brilliant startups into financial services and SaaS, which have grown tremendously and are currently unicorns, right? I feel there's a lot of space for us to grow in a couple of more sectors that we can come in as well, right? I think one of them is definitely space tech. And I feel that why can't we go in there? And I'm sure that if we get the right support in place, that will be in the next blooming sector that we could actually add a lot more value to. That's just a little bit of nudge that's required. Other than that, I feel like in financial services and specific even in healthcare, right? I think within healthcare, femtech is something that's very close to our hearts, right? And not a lot of is spoken about it that, you can actually go in there and build something, right? Because the product is actually valid on you, right? You would actually want to work upon it. You can actually understand it the best way. So a lot of it on femtech can be looked at as another good thing. And yeah, financial services, I think that could be the next blooming one.
Lovely, lovely. Yes, Janki ji.
Yeah, to add to that, education. Even education, and thanks to COVID, and now that a lot of, technology and work from home, that has created a larger opportunity to women who can work from home. But before I go beyond that, I do see that it's coffee time and the audience is kind of wanting their cup of chai or coffee. So I want to roll a question here. Is it hard? What is harder? What's hard, to be a man or a woman at workplace? Is it a piece?
Come on, guys.
Is it a piece of cake for men? Men, it's too simple to work.
Come on, give an answer.
What is hard?
Rakesh Bhai is saying something.
It's hard, right? It's hard for a man too. It's hard for a woman too. It's just you have to pick your heart. Today we met lovely entrepreneurs in the morning. And so what do you think? Is it hard to run a 1,200 crore business or a startup? Pick your heart. It's about picking your heart. Marriage. Is it hard to be single or married? Pick your heart. Is it hard to stay with families, communities, or stay alone? Pick your heart. Is it hard to be obese or fit? Pick your heart. It's about picking your heart. So coming back to the question here, liberation and freedom is all we are talking about as women. And we women have many reasons why we don't work, n number of reasons. I have learned through my experiences, through various stories around me with whom I've worked, that it's all in the state of mind. It's your own self that you need to liberate from. And it's not about the environment which is restricting you, but it's yourself is what is keeping the restrictions around you. Of course, we are judged, we are undervalued, etc., etc. But, the most brilliant moments on this world are not those when the wars were won. It's about those beautiful times when, as a mother, you are singing a lullaby. The passion, the love, the way in which you connect with a child has created a wonderful human being who is going to contribute to the world. So we women have that strength. We have that power of empathy, aesthetics. So let's celebrate that. And there's so much we can do. Why just healthcare? Be passionate about whatever you like. It could be cooking, it could be healthcare, it could be fashion, it could be science, it could be writing. Just listen to yourself and do it with 100% passion. And you can definitely do it. Like people from rural areas where we work with, I see women who are doing so much work and brilliant work. And they come up with solutions which people like educated people can't even think of.
They are street smart, I think. You call them street smart. And there is never any excuse for working. There's always an excuse for not working. Right. So coming to this part where, like you said, women take a long, when they are having children or they've got married and they've been away from the workforce for a long period of time, suddenly they find when they want to get back to the workforce, there has been a big gap in between, because suddenly everything has moved very fast, everything has gone forward, and here we had never heard of startups, maybe, say when we were young, and now there is this budding startups and mushrooming of different businesses and all that, and they don't know how to get back into the workforce. So any skill they may be having, but what steps, just a couple of steps which they can take to, in fact, just push themselves back into this. So can we start with you, ma'am?
For that matter, I'm very proud. I'm not at all shying from my age. I'm 58. And I just started a startup a year back. My partner is my son.
Nice.
So me and my son, we started this startup because I think COVID did, of course, with due respect to and all sympathies to all the wrong that happened. But COVID did some brilliant things too. And even in the underprivileged sector, I think digital literacy, hand hygiene, sanitation, all that happened. And to families, they learned a great lesson. They learned how to spend time with each other. During COVID, I was spending a lot more time with families. My son, we were discussing that you've contributed all your life for 2 decades in the space of education. And what's happening to the education system, to the so-called very privileged? The kids who are going to schools, best of the schools, and yet they are struggling. There's a big gap. So in the NGOs, what we are doing is filling up the gap. So what I was doing was, the compromised education system was the situation with government schools, and we were filling the gap there. That was the problem statement, and the solution was literacy and employment opportunities. But here with the so-called very privileged schools, we are using one of the leaders or speakers had mentioned today about the education system. I think Savji Bhai was mentioning. So it's very limiting. Our education system is very limiting. We are following the education system with British left to us. And so now futuristic, we have to think of skills. We have to shift from mere information to knowledge. We have to shift from teaching to learning. So we started a beyond school program, Plato's University, for age group 10 to 14. And this is the startup. Now, I had a lot of taboo in my head. I said, I don't want to be there in a space where, there's money. Sometimes we don't understand money with the right perspective, especially women who don't work. We see women money as a bad word. And I've learned so much in this last 2 years while developing this new business. And it's a brilliant experience. I think it's never late to start what you love to do.
Absolutely. So, Bhargavi, would you like to add something to this? Just a couple of points. I think they've given us a very short period. I don't want to say anything more, but we are going to take 5 more minutes from you all to finish this.
No, I think Madam put it very nicely. So I was going to say something similar, right? I think today what is limiting is only our own initiative.
In our own head.
Because everything is available online, right? You can do any skill, any course online, and it's in our own mind only. So I think if you want to learn baking, you can do. If you want to learn design, you can do. And within design, there are 10 subsectors under design. So I think everything is possible online. And I think it's only our own initiative and in the mind.
Yeah. You would like to add, Anisha?
I just have one message, to all the women. At least there are some few women here. Your freedom is not his to give to you. Your freedom is yours to take. So take your freedom, apply your skill sets, and be financially free. And you're being financially free. It's not to prove any point to anybody. It is directly linked to your self-respect. Bottom line, see, I had a friend of mine who, very close friend of mine who once said, Anisha, my wife has a choice. She does not have to, because, his wife, I mean, she's a businesswoman and she's an entrepreneur. And she's doing her own business. And, she goes through a lot of stress. And obviously, she's talking about her stress to him. So he was telling me this. She has a choice. She doesn't have to work. She doesn't have to do the business. She can be at home. And I looked at him and I said, the reason she's choosing to work has nothing to do with you or anything else. It's her self-respect. She wants to be financially free. She does not want to be dependent on you. She does not want to ask you for money because it erodes her self-respect every time she does that. So she chooses to be an entrepreneur, chooses to work because she wants to be financially free. And that is the purpose. It's not for anything else. So women out there, again, let me say, your freedom is not his to give to you. Your freedom is yours to take. So take your freedom, apply your skill sets, do what you enjoy, and be financially free. Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to end this with Shubhangi. And
I would just like to add to that. I cannot emphasize enough the value that financial independence will bring to you. I think one thing that COVID changed for all of us in the room, right? That it brings in hybrid workplaces, brings in a lot of value for you as whether you're a woman or a man, right? It gives you space to manage family, but at the same time give enough emphasis and prioritize on your work. And I feel that sense of ease that it has brought in for a lot of women managing families, managing work, and doing it also seamlessly at the same time, right? Talking about when women are coming back to work or they're on the work already or when you're helping them out in your day-to-day lives, right? I think if we can take away one thing from here is if you can mentor at least one woman in your roles at whatever levels that you're doing it, right? Whether you're mentoring somebody at from school, somebody at workplace, somebody who's an intern, or somebody who's your co-founder. I think mentoring and guiding them through the path will really make a big difference, and I think that's what we're all trying to make here. So yeah.
Great. Amazing. Thank you so very much, ladies. Today we would like to end by recognizing the 3 women from our TiE Women who were the winners of the last 3 years since we've been in existence. So I would request our 3 ladies, 2 of them have already pitched at the global level and 1 will be pitching next month. So I would request Hetal Soni, who was our first winner with Captain Egg. Nishma was our second winner who pitched last year with Zoevan Pets. And Parini Kapadia, who will be going next month with Zero Cow to Hyderabad to pitch. So I would really love to recognize these ladies. A big hand to all of us. Whether anybody claps, we can give ourselves the biggest clap and the biggest pat. And that's it. That's Parini, yes. And we wish you all the very best, Parini. Do us proud, though we are always proud of you. Winning is not important. It's just that you were there. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening.
One round
And
of
have a
applause
lovely
to
day.
all these amazing, inspirational people on the desk. Thank you so much, Geeta ji, for this brilliant moderation. And truly, it was very inspirational to listen to your stories. I'm sure a lot of people in the room, including men or women, are now going to start rethinking and revising on the way they have been perceiving women at work. A lot of more workplace participation by women, a lot of encouragement, a good support system, and a belief in themselves, be it talking about financial freedom or be it talking about just adding a lot of value and listening to your own heart, and so as to following your passion, so much more to go ahead. Thinking about money beyond the way we actually perceive money to be, and so many more insights that we gained today. I'm sure that we have now all to take up our own heart and move forward. So for you people, it's not going to be that very hard. We're going to have a small, quick tea break for the next 15 minutes to ease it off for you. So please be back for a very brilliant session which is going to be on techpreneurs of the city. We are going to learn as to how did they really make it.
Vipul Kapoor, Ashish Narola, can I please request Maulik Bansali to come on stage to moderate this discussion? The agenda is Techpreneurs of Surat. Can I request Hemant Bhai Desai to please, our charter member, to please come on stage and hand over a token of thanks to our very own techpreneurs. Thank you very much, Hemant Bhai. The stage is all yours, gents.
Good afternoon. I think we had very, very good sessions earlier today. And I hope we will keep up that momentum with this session and with this panel discussion as well. Thanks for the opportunity for me to kind of talk here and, of course, moderate these wonderful colleagues and friends of mine, techpreneurs from the city. While they are from the city, but they have actually been serving global, right? And that's such a great, proud moment for all of us. So my humble request to all of you to kind of welcome everyone with great applause. Thank you. You know, as part of my different roles and responsibilities that I'm playing at the state as well as nationally, as part of GIZI and as NASCOM as well, I had an opportunity to kind of visit several different cities and places, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 regions across the country and overseas as well, in terms of talking, discussing, understanding challenges, trends, especially of tech businesses. And one thing which I have gathered, that while everyone is really very enthused about tech businesses these days, and to talk specifically about startups and tech-enabled startups and deep tech as well, right? Gujarat has very unique thing to offer. And believe me, it's not just me saying, but there are several facts and figures which are talking about it as well. And today we are seeing it right here, what we have observed, what we have talked. And since yesterday, I mean, yesterday afternoon and more importantly in the evening and over networking dinner as well, and today, I came across wonderful techpreneurs, budding entrepreneurs from the city over here. And the unique thing which I want to really share before we start is while the nation is very proud about our tech businesses, and we heard about our eminent, stellar leadership and strong IT leader, Harish Bhai, who is mentor to many of us, by the way. The rest of the country has done huge, of course, but more importantly in services and tech services, right? Now, there is a very, very clear difference between what everyone else have done and what here in Gujarat, and especially in Surat that we are doing, is very niche. Very niche, okay? And why so? Number one, we are a very different ecosystem, right? So when I talk about clusters of Gujarat, especially Ahmedabad, Baroda, Rajkot, and Surat, each ecosystem has a very, very different and unique flavor to offer. I'm talking about in industry terms. And we all know what Surat is known for, right? But how many of us, maybe, of course, many of you from Surat would know it, but a lot of people who came in yesterday and today are going back with great observation, is that, and we know it, is that it's an ecosystem which is very closer to the industry, the mainstream industry, right? And the ecosystem offers so much as far as the mainstream industry is concerned, right? Including a lot of challenges and problems to work on, right? So as a result of that, what we are seeing, very unique thing happening out of here, is a lot of tech businesses have started product journey, okay? They're coming up with fantastic niche solutions which we can't even think of. Very specific. We heard someone today talking about ERP, but ERP for textiles, for example, right? I talked to someone yesterday, and they are kind of making a database which is little augmented version. I would not say version, but a step up to what Microsoft Excel does, but something which fills in the gap just before you go for ERP, for example. And it's such a great need and gap to close, right? I talked to a gentleman who has been doing and making a solution which is a SaaS-based solution out from over here, who has been doing very, very phenomenal work for solving problems of clubs and resorts, for example, and their membership issues, for example, right? What I'm essentially saying that as part of our, of course, our DNA, as we call as entrepreneurship, taking that as our, great strength, and then looking around for problems. There are number of challenges to be solved. And what I see as a result of that, a lot of tech entrepreneurship is budding out from over here with a different objective of solving problems and not just services alone, okay? And what we are therefore seeing, that we are going to have a lot of value creation out from over here. And that's being very phenomenal and profound, honestly speaking, right? In my honest opinion, we should not be surprised if we see some tech entrepreneurs becoming unicorn from over here. I'm very, very confident about it. And I think having said that, of course, the strength of the state is also in many different other ways, but these are core strengths which we all believe should be leveraged. Our friends over here have done that, been doing that. We'll certainly hear from them in terms of how they have done it, what they have done it, and what are the stories, some learning from each of them as we talk along. So friends, I'm equally excited to learn that. And I think, a quick introduction of each would be a good idea. So talking about, Vipul Kapoor, he founded his business by the name Easy Technosis in 2005, 2006, yeah, Vipul? And very niche, again, right? Something which solve problems for hospitality businesses. Number one, hotel tech business from India. I mean, I was really so happy when I, have known him for years, but then I got to know about his recent, initiatives. By the way, the company that he founded, solved problems for global businesses and not just for local here. So what I was essentially saying earlier, that we find and look for problems locally around here, convert those into products, but we are actually solving global problems. So we are working locally, but working for global, okay? He exited and Korean major acquired. I think that's a phenomenal thing to happen for the ecosystem over here, which kind of brings in that confidence that yes, you can deliver from over here. He's also an angel investor and have invested in close to 30 startups, if I'm not wrong, right? Coming to another gentleman, Ashish Narula. He founded this business again in 2005, Ashish? 2005, by the name Narula Infotech. Again, serving global clients and solving complex business solutions, challenges from over here, right? He has been solving challenges, understanding the problems what really industries face, right? As a result of that, he has been able to kind of be a technology partner to many other startups as well, right? I think you are also part of invested into few startups. I think a different model possibly you have followed is sweat equity. Is that correct? And I think that's a great model to know, and everyone should possibly know more about it, that how really you can really do that and possibly also leverage that. Interesting thing over here is this, and this is a common observation again, which I would like to share. Especially to do with small and medium tech businesses, okay? I mean, you are serving, you are kind of a services business, which ensures your longevity, sustainability over the period of time because you have money coming in, right? But where is the innovation? Where is your innovation? You're not a big business either. How do you do that? That's the model possibly you should look at. How do you partner with other startups? How do you possibly, there is one way of doing what is called as innovation inside out, outside in. And second one is outside in, right? So he's been looking at, for example, outside in is where actually you look for innovation, what's going around you, bring value on table by making them more scalable in nature, by being a technology partner, for example. So that's another great model to look at. And Ashish, fantastic story of yours, so inspiring. And then finally, I have my good friend, Ashfaq Siliwala, founder of and CEO of Transform Solutions. I've known him for almost 15, 16 years now, maybe more, yeah. And, he does a lot of good things, especially with business process management, innovation in work processes and workflow management, understanding how e-commerce works, handling their back office operations as well, for example, right? He has a recent, diversification in RPA, which is robotic process automation, and he himself is invested into a few other startups and mentoring them as well. One happens to be a cloud initiative, which is Clear Sky, right? So fantastic journey again. And I think he has played a very active role in nurturing the ecosystem around over here, especially for tech businesses too. And I know him, how he is well associated with NASSCOM Forum as well, and he's making a huge mark of Surat at that level. And so thank you so much, Ashfaq, for doing that for us. I can say a lot about you all. And I think another hour would be still a less, right? But tell me a little bit about yourself, starting from you, Vipul, in terms of, and each one of you can possibly talk. Tell us about your journey as tech entrepreneur, but keeping Surat in context. and the state in context, if you could share something. Over to you.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me here. And before I start my journey as a tech entrepreneur, I want to share that Maulik Bhai is my first employer. He offered me job about 20 years back, and I worked as a software programmer for 6 months.
Yeah.
And because of some social and family reason, I came back to Surat. In 1999, me and Hitesh started our first venture. And the reason for starting it, because there was no software company in Surat. So we had to build one for us.
Right.
That's how we started. In last 20 years, Easy was my third venture, which we recently exited to a South Korean company. But back in 1999 when we started, everybody said that you are making a mistake. This is a city where you should start a textile business or a diamond business or a real estate business. Being a master of computer application, we only knew how to program. And that is how we started our software company. That's how we started. And we vividly remember that we used to have our 486 computer having 16 MB of RAM. And we started using 33.6 kbps of modem. And technically speaking now, every single house is now having a 100 Mbps of lease line.
Right.
So that's how we started. I don't call myself as a, an entrepreneur by choice. I was an accidental entrepreneur. I would have happily worked with you, Maulik Bhai, learned so many things.
I'm glad you didn't.
Yeah. So that's how we started, and we built a technology. We are serving to more than 30,000 customers in 170 countries worldwide. Yeah. And all we use so far is all common sense. When we started, there was no ecosystem. And we use our common sense. We started on-prem. When the time came, we moved to cloud. And that's how we kept learning and kept building. And that's how we are here. Thank you so much.
Fantastic, people. That's very inspiring journey of yours, and I would have really loved for you to continue to work with us, but you didn't. That was even a greater satisfaction and gratifying moment today for me to be here with you and seeing your success story. So amazing and so inspiring, people. Thank you. How about your? What would you like to share? Equally inspiring story of yours.
Yeah, thank you for the lovely introduction. So basically, I did my engineering in 2001, and then I started my career in an IT company based in Mumbai. So I was there for 4 years. And as you know, the Mumbai life. So that was the motivation to start something in Surat. And as people rightly said that, at that time, there was no IT company in Surat, right? Almost none. So we decided to start, and we wanted to be a platform where people like me who don't want to travel and who wish to get settled in Surat can get that opportunity. So we started at very small scale, and we have grown our organization organically. So initially we started as a web application development agency, and later when the Apple launched that smartphone, we decided to jump into that area too. So today we are actually serving clients mostly across the globe, mostly you can say North America, and we work for them since 2 years. We have started working with enterprise client and few Fortune 500 companies too. So today we have a team of around 260 plus talented people based in Surat. So that is something I would like to highlight.
Fantastic.
And that is it about the Narola.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ashish. One thing which I would like to mention is that, and of course we'll hear more about it as we go along and discuss about the concept of sweat equity and how possibly others also take that route to be able to work with innovative businesses and also in process get the innovation from outside in and build furthermore on top of what you already have created. So that's really fantastic. Ashfaq bhai, tell us about your entrepreneurial journey and tech entrepreneurship, especially from the city over here.
Sure. So I didn't start this company first of all. It was founded by somebody else. I came to help one of my relative. Ultimately, it so happened that he lost interest in the business and I had to run this one. So that's how I am in the business today. And it's a pure coincidence that today is our 20th anniversary.
Wow, congratulations. Fantastic.
So,
Fantastic.
But, this, we started way back in 2002, and that time there were a lot of challenges, as most of them would have faced, but we were lucky to have good clients by our side. So the first project we got was from somebody of Surat, digitization of government records, and he had a passion to get it executed in Surat. So despite of all the challenges, he supported us, and that's why we existed, we were part of a lot of startups growing. We have seen a lot of startups onboarded as our customers, but getting multi-million-dollar valuation. And one of the biggest success stories, and I can name that client because they are not our clients anymore, is a startup which started as Eat Now, got acquired 4 times, and got Australian dollar, $1 billion of valuation. And my team did great work in optimizing their processes so much that the world #1 was not able to compete with them. So that's our
Fantastic.
Contribution in their success story. But a lot of hard lessons learned from that, the journey, which I'll share later.
Well, thank you.
So much.
Thank you, Ashok bhai. And I have a question for you, Ashish. What are the strengths of the ecosystem here? And how do you scale business from over here? I mean, there may be friends over here who may have some question in terms of, getting started is one thing, but scaling, especially when talking about a tech business, there are challenges, and there may have been challenges for you as well. And how have you really handled those challenges, especially from a tier 2 cities, possibly, even your clients may not have heard about Surat at times when you have approached to them. How have you overcome those challenges, and what have you done differently?
Yeah, that's a nice question. So basically, I think when we started in 2005, one thing is limited resources in terms of not only the skill, but the infrastructure. Let's say I used to remember, I remember that, you Telecom was the only provider who used to sell 128 kbps line as an enterprise plan. So like it takes time to deploy things, when you finish development of the software and you have to deploy. So it takes hours, not minutes, right? So those kind of challenges were there. In addition to that, as I said, that there were no IT companies. So in other words, there were very, very limited resources. So how we have grown is we invested a lot in terms of training, because we used to hire a lot of freshers, and we have to, it's kind of an ongoing thing. And still, till date also, we are doing the same thing, and that is the only way. And if you trust people, I think the tier 2 city has one advantage, that people mindset is, I appreciate that as you say, as you know, that necessity is the mother of invention. So, when you actually hire freshers, when you trust them, you train them, they actually perform way better than you actually imagine. So it worked well in our case, and I think that is the way you have to go further in tier 2 city like Surat.
Well, fantastic. What I may want to add a thought or an observation is, and we have, I believe, some eminent people from academia as well. And I think that makes a big difference, having a big academic ecosystem around where talent is available. And you nurture problem solvers, and not just job seekers alone, but job creators as well. And of course, you need people to work for you as well, and good talented people. And one thing in the observation which has come recently, that the newer businesses, or especially tech businesses, and they drive and are also then followed by the big ones. Okay? What I mean that it was a time when, tech businesses would go where the talent was available, right? And it is still true. But there is one more factor which is getting added to it. Tech businesses move to the places where there are good startup ecosystems as well. Right? And why? Because at the end of the day, everyone is looking for problem solvers. Right? And I think that kind of creates that kind of culture in the basics of everything is being done. And I think that brings in more businesses to actually operate from cities like Surat. I think it has a great advantage because when I have been looking around talking to people, the tech system is really getting developed over here through startups. And I think that will then follow by bigger businesses also to come, in my honest opinion. That's that's exactly what is happening in other places too. Right, so I think don't be surprised if we possibly see more tech entrepreneurs coming from, coming here, but more people coming in here and opening from here, right? So, Ashfaq, I have a question for you. There have been many influencing factors, right, that impact very survival of IT or an IT-enabled business, right, or a tech business, right? Especially small, medium businesses as well, right? How businesses here have adapted to changes or challenges, right, in this specific ecosystem, right, and what they have done to stay relevant?
So one of the beauty of small and medium businesses like us is we are very agile in adopting changes, right? And we have no choice because for our survival, we need to change track swiftly. Yeah, so, we learned a lot of things. We matured in our processes and learning new things we have never heard of. And we don't have choices in choosing our clients. Being a small services company like us, we have to take clients whatever we get, And so for each new client that we onboarded, there was a new thing to learn, which we have never heard of. Fortunately, my team was very eager to learn and adapt to those requirements.
Correct.
Today, we have been back office to a venture capital and a private equity firm managing $1 billion or more of single fund, and they have 3-4 such funds.
Fantastic.
And they rely on our research and what our team does for them. Secondly, when we recently wanted to try something new, we ventured out into RPA.
Okay.
Now, being in Surat, we do not have much of local talent. And, I had to convince my client to go with interns.
Okay.
And luckily, he agreed. So, we were fortunate to having good clients, and we always believed that whatever we innovate, we should, give our time freedom to learn, accept new things, new technologies, and build on that. Yeah. And that is one part internally.
Sure.
On the external side, we always discuss, we did not have a local ecosystem which, we can take as a boon because the lesser we know, the lesser problems we know, and so we were not aware of what most of the things, how things work in the rest of the world. So we try to figure out things ourselves. Yeah.
Correct.
But then I sooner realized that if we had to grow, then we have to be part of a larger ecosystem, and that's why I started connecting with NASCOM, TiE,
Right.
other things, even when they had no presence in Surat.
Right.
And I've been trying to bring that locally. So that's what my take was.
No, this is great. I think leaders keep on learning and exploring. But the change, how do you manage such a change?
Do we have a choice?
Well, we don't. And that's the entrepreneurial spirit speaking and taking on. But I have that question for you both as well.
Like Ashish Bhai said, necessity is the mother of invention. So we have to kind of keep on reinventing ourselves and rediscovering ourselves for our own survival. And
Is there a, I mean, one thing is you reinvent, of course, that's the need of the hour and that's the entrepreneurial call. But is there a method to it?
I think Ashish Bhai would be able to.
Is there a method to it, honestly? I mean, for example, if you have to rediscover yourself as business, especially coming from a tier 2 city, for example, how do you do that? Is there a method to it? I mean, this is a bigger question, but if you would like to share something.
So do you mean to say that if we restart the business today, what would be our strategy?
Maybe that as well, yes. What would you do?
Okay, I might, I think I might repeat the same thing, but the pace would be different.
Okay.
Because in 2005, I think as I said, the limitations and the challenges and the opportunities were different than what we have today.
Right.
So the pace or the speed would be different, but I might repeat the same thing.
You would possibly do the same thing?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Can I add something to
Sure,
that?
sure.
I think if we have to restart today, we may have better access to capital than what we used to.
No, but that's an advantage to the new young
Yes,
entrepreneurs, tech
absolutely,
entrepreneurs, right?
Absolutely.
Isn't it? Having said that, you know, coming to you now, Vipul, you have successfully exited off a business, right? Was that the objective when you started? And what brought you to that point?
Certainly not. I mean, if I tell that before 16 years, we started with a goal that we want to exit from the business one day,
right?
I will be lying, to be very honest. I think as an entrepreneur, the most we can see, and that's what the practice we also had, that we would plan for 2 years at the most. And like Kunal sir says that, you know, any goal without plan is just a wish.
Okay.
So at the most, we will plan for 2 years, and we know what we want to do, what we want to achieve as a business, and then we keep expanding for, you know, next 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see how the market dynamics is changing, what new opportunities are coming to your way, etc., etc. And that's how you carve out your further journey. So haven't planned that way to exit for, but yeah, something was there at the mind that if there is an opportunity, we'll surely explore that.
Correct. But did you at any point of time possibly came to an understanding that, you know, now to be able to really exit, you'll have to do things a little differently? Was there a switch or was it a process?
So what happened, like we already discussed, that sitting in Surat, we did not have access to a lot of jnana.
Yeah.
And as we call it in Gujarati, that sometimes ajnanta is a ashirwad. So we didn't know what's going on. Back in 2015-16, we started seeing a lot of startup in our domain started raising funds. They started blitz scaling. That's what the gentleman talked about.
Yes.
Blitz scaling as a speed we couldn't understand. They would go to a customer using our software, customer happily paying us 5,000 rupees per month, for example. They would say, we will offer you a software at 1,000 rupees.
Mm-hmm.
And we have no idea what they are trying to do. And these startups are based out of Bangalore, Delhi, very expensive to run their business, and we have no idea that what they are trying to do.
Sure.
We started downloading their balance sheets and came to know about that they are burning money.
Okay.
And we have no idea. Now what to do? Now we are talking about change.
Right.
And we ask ourselves, and let's explore this, what's happening. And we started learning what's happening. Within 3 months, we started getting calls from VCs and Ps. And the call will start very well. The moment we say that we are self-sustained and making a lot of profits, the call will conclude.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think that's how we started. And then we came to know that we are sitting on something which is very meaningful.
Right.
We prepared our wish list and our checklist that if we able to meet this criteria, then we will exit. Luckily, we able to find a custodian where all the checklists are met and we
Right.
exited.
Interesting. I think there is a hidden message in what he said, is to focus on building the business itself, right? That's what even investors want to hear about. So it's not just about valuations alone, right? But in true sense, building the business, right? Having money coming in, having continued contracts, client engagements, customers is the biggest need. So yesterday I kind of had an opportunity to meet few young entrepreneurs here, and I met them today as well. I noticed one very, very interesting thing, that there is aspiration in terms of becoming true valuable unicorn more than just a valuation unicorn, right? And I said, okay, give me an example, right? I mean, nothing against unicorns as such or valuation model, right? But I'm just sharing a thought which came across. It was so powerful and so profound that I would like to have 10 paying clients and customers and continuing to survive, and would like to rather follow a book my show model which says, I'm good to be a cockroach and not a unicorn. And I said, what do you mean by that? He said, cockroaches survive. It doesn't matter. They can survive in rain as well. Right? And that's what we want to be. And I think that is a great message in terms of how do you build businesses itself and create its value in its own way. I mean, fantastic message from you on that, Vipul.
Yeah, and Maulik Bhai,
Yeah.
the unicorn is a mystical character. It doesn't exist in reality.
So, well, you said it. Okay. Talking about that, what is it that businesses today can do little different, to be able to attract investments, maybe partnerships or strategic partnerships or strategic investments? What is it that they can do today? I mean, having gone through that experience yourself.
So I will talk from the Surat perspective.
Sure, yeah.
And the very fundamental thing is, if we build a meaningful business, then any investor will come from the world. What happens is that if we start building business for raising funds, then it doesn't work that way. I was following Kashyap Bhai's message
Right.
during yesterday's discussion. And he said that 50% of investment which is happening in Gujarat is from Surat. And then we know there are so many angel investors in Surat, family offices. Even if we take example like Envision, Life Sciences,
right.
DWise, XYXS, it's all Surat-based companies, and they're able to raise their institutional round. Even if we take example of, Garden Silk Mills,
right.
and then Zota Healthcare,
Yeah.
Anupam Rashayan. There are
Right.
so many IPO which is happening from Surat.
Correct.
Even our charter member, Mr. Rakesh Bhai, he has made up, vision that in next 3 years, he's going to help 100 businesses going IPO.
Okay.
So the funds are available, the capital is available.
Right.
If the business has a potential.
Fantastic. Awesome. I think you have a different model, sweat equity. Yesterday, again, I met few couple of entrepreneurs who are possibly looking into that direction. They are a good technology service providers and possibly can become technology partners to new ventures and to new startups to scale them up, right? Is that a right way to think?
No, I mean, in our case, we got that kind of opportunity. There is nothing wrong doing the investment in form of cash money. But in our case, because the startup where we have invested, they were looking for a technical partner. Moreover, because if we have invested our,
Sure.
kind of a basically manpower into it, then and then only, they can rely on us in simple words. So they were
Correct.
looking for a technical partner who can, who are a stakeholder too. So that is the reason we invested as a sweat equity partner.
Well, fantastic. I think that makes a way or a path to kind of co-create.
Correct.
And co-creation is great way of getting the understanding of the domain as well, which otherwise possibly you do not know about. Is that correct?
Correct, correct.
Right.
So basically, what happen is sometimes, even though let's say we wish to make some innovations, or let's say we wish to build a product, but in our case, we feel that we are good at building product, but let's say we are not good in customer acquisition, or let's say
Understood.
go-to-market strategy, or how to raise fund.
Uh-huh.
That thing is not familiar. We are not familiar with. So as IT software engineering company, what we have decided is, we will maybe have an association with the other startups who are good with that, and we will build the solution for them.
Well, that's fantastic when you realize your strengths, when where your strengths are, what your strengths are, and then how do you capitalize on that.
Right.
That's the biggest message from you, Sheesh. I was talking to other friends earlier today, and especially with CEO Amit is right here. The model co-creation goes long way. And I think this ecosystem right here in Surat presents great opportunity for co-creation. I mean, you have user industries right here, right? Who would want to adapt technology and digitalization, and you have thriving startup ecosystem as well, which will actually bring both on the same platform and nurture co-creation. So I think that's a great model to follow. One should certainly look at, and startups will also gain benefit out of it, and so will the user industry and tech businesses like yours as well. Ashfaq bhai, you have been investor and mentor and advisor to few startups. What is your take in terms of how possibly one can, let's say, diversify from a pure tech business or an IT or IT-enabled services business to newer areas and create something different than what you have earlier done?
Sure. So I think first I would want to share my learnings.
Yeah.
And so first of all, have a good team of founders. If you are not having certain expertise, like Ashish bhai rightly said, you need to look for those expertise and add to your founding team, or maybe some leadership team at some level. Second, never raise money just because it looks glamorous.
Right.
Right. And I have made that mistake, so I'm able to share that very candidly with you. So and always look for investors who can add strategic inputs to your to your growth.
Sure.
So what happens is, when you don't have a plan and you have investors who are looking for making quick money out of your exits or whatever, then they start manipulating in a way which may not be good for your business, and that is where we need to be careful about. Yeah? So that is my own experience that I have been through. We got 37 crores of valuation way back in 2015. We took money. We did not have a plan, and that's where we took a little while to learn where to use that money, and we had our own learnings out of that.
Right.
Now coming back to why how I started engaging with startups and mentoring and helping them build on. So I always look for technology that doesn't exist in India.
Okay.
And my focus is very service oriented. I'm being little selfish about how we can bring or add value to that business from India, build a team over here so that we can help them in building a tech stack over here, from here, and how do we have, market those products in India. So that way I look at these two angles, and if there is a possibility, I start getting involved in that. So so far I've been involved in 2 such startups. One is a cloud management platform, which is based out of UK. A patented platform, very good product, and we are trying to establish their market in India. Another is a construction tech company based out of Melbourne, Australia, and we are building their tech team in Bangalore, and also trying to market their products in India. So it's for Class A kind of contractors. To manage their employee health and safety requirements. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you. And one question to all before we end the session. We just have time running out and just 5 minutes left. Today, you all have been entrepreneurs yourself and investors too now, correct? What is one or two things that you would like to let our budding new tech entrepreneurs take away in terms of what they should do, how they should do, and especially keeping Surat ecosystem in context?
I'll go first.
Please.
So over 2 days, there are so many gyan everybody has shared about funding, about blitz scaling, etc., etc. I will stick to the most fundamental thing, and I want to share a few lines. चाहोगे तो आसमान में भी कर दोगे एक सुराग, चाहोगे तो आसमान में भी कर दोगे एक सुराग, तबीयत से पहले एक पत्थर तो उठाया जाए.
Good. Fantastic. Fabulous. Fabulous. I've seen a different side of you today.
I got motivated too.
Very nice.
Okay, so basically, I would like to share maybe my learning. I think being a SME, what you have to do is, you have to be agile basically. You have to be flexible enough so that you can pivot your business model or you can strategy with, because it's a fast changing world, and being a SME, that is actually advantage. So, you have to be agile. And another thing I would like to mention is, trust people, right? So that is the two advice I have.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ashfaq bhai.
So one thing that I have implemented is, we should celebrate failures. We should allow people to fail, learn from it, and not ridicule those people who fail. Rather, give them respect that at least they tried, and they tried something, and it did not work. It's fine, but they have the courage to try something on their own.
Fabulous. Great message. Well, friends, I hope you kind of enjoyed this discussion and have taken few really nuances points from this. One thing which I have been really very excited when I was going to be here, and I go back a very strong thought. And you know what? Wealth all this while was made from doing things perfectly. Now at the times, wealth is being generated from by seizing the unknown. You see what I'm saying? By seizing the unknown. And what I'm seeing, you have been doing that and done that. And I see a lot of budding tech entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs who are willing to and are poised to kind of seize the unknown. So my best wishes. Thank you so much for listening us so patiently. And thank you so much, friends, for sharing your thoughts, your experience, and your insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maulik bhai, for hosting us.
Truly, truly, truly inspiration. And I think this round of applause is not enough. One loud applause to the techpreneurs of Surat. Thank you so much. Truly, Surat city is no more just supposed to be called a diamond city. Surat is not supposed to be just called a textile city. Definitely, we are doing so much in technology, and we are definitely going to go too big in here with all the inspiration that you people have shared. Thank you so much. Very inspirational stories and journeys as well. Thank you so much for moderating so beautifully, sir. Brilliant. And now moving on, we have an amazingly interesting session yet again. Now, this upcoming session is truly close to my heart. The reason it is that being into the training and development industry for the last 15 years, education has been so very close to my heart. To be honest, it's been said that for, say, innovation to spread and scale, you definitely need the right efficiency and the right efficiency creators as well. To be able to find these efficiency creators, would you not agree that the education system, the entire community, who would be actually nurturing these efficiency creators, plays such an important role, such a crucial role out here. For all of us, it's going to be an interesting and amazing session wherein we are going to try and identify how does this ecosystem work? How can the entire community, nurturers, who are going to be the nurturers of tomorrow, who are going to be creators of the futurepreneurs, contribute towards building a completely promising tomorrow. We are going to have a panel discussion now on none other than the ecosystem enablers. Today, we have with us an august panel to share with us about these amazing facts and how are they nurturing the tomorrow. May I take the honor to request Dr. Nirmal Sharma, Vice Chancellor of Bhagwan Mahavir University, to kindly come up on the stage. May I also request Shri Percy Engineer, Provost Sarvajanik University, to kindly come up on the stage. May I also take the honor to request Shri Sanjay Punjabi, who would be moderating the session with these two eminent personalities, to kindly come up on the stage. A round of applause to all these people. I take the honor and privilege to request Shri Vishnu Paliwalji from GM Realties to kindly come up on the stage to felicitate our guests out here. Shri Vishnu Paliwalji. May I request Shri Ritesh Sarafji to kindly come up on the stage and felicitate our esteemed panel. We wish you good luck, Sanjay ji. A hearty warm welcome, Dr. Nirmal Sharma, Provost Bhagwan Mahavir University. Truly honored to have you, Shri Percy Engineer, Provost Sarvajanik University. And the stage is yours. We are truly excited to
Very good evening to all. I just wanted to ask the question to the audience that what is the theme for TiECon 2022? Anybody can say about it? Yeah, Nisha, you know the theme? So the theme for TiECon Surat 2022 is empowering futurepreneurs. And futurepreneurs are basically been in universities. And some of the speakers, some of the sessions probably tangentially touch the topic. But this is the session in which we are going to touch the topic at the core level. We have the two guests, and they are the personalities, those who are going to shape and those who are going to train the futurepreneurs. They are representing the universities, and the universities, as we know that it is playing a very important role so far as the education is concerned, or so far as the next generation of the entrepreneurs are concerned. So we just talk about our Honorable Prime Minister who is in Gujarat today, and when he says that we have to grow from $3 trillion economy to $5 trillion economy, it means that we need to create a wealth, and this wealth to be created by the next generation, and it takes time. When we talk about in Silicon Valley that we are into a knowledge economy, it means that knowledge plays important role in the economy. So with this background, I just would like to open the remarks and would like to ask my the guest over here, Dr. Nirmal Sharma ji. We just wanted to know about that COVID के बाद education में क्या बदलाव आया है, and ये जो बदलाव है उसको entrepreneurship या startup एक trend कहा जाएगा, fashion कहा जाएगा, या सही में वो सही मायनों में startup student की परिभाषा में अंदर तक उतरा है?
Good evening, everybody.
Corona was an unfortunate period, I should say. The whole academics was disturbed. And you know, up till now we were talking about entrepreneurship, job, whatever. But then on the other hand, when we talk about the base of this entrepreneurship and enterprises and entrepreneurs, on the base is education. Education, I say, not only the qualification. Person might not be qualified, but a person who is educated knows the thing, how to do the things, get the things done. So that matters a lot. And this was disturbed during Corona period. Things were online. But then the trend which was there, where the student and faculties were sitting together and discussing the things, it has gone haywire. The whole system has broken. And all of a sudden on 22nd March 2020, we got the information that it is to be closed down. But then how to continue the education? There was a turmoil everywhere. But then we came up to online. And online, the things were going on. But then it started very slowly picking up. As you say, entrepreneurs, they start with the small scratch and then start doing the things slowly, it goes up. Same way the online classes and knowledge sharing went up. But it has disturbed the thing. The whole system was disturbed. And it had an impact. And now we are feeling the burnt of it. The students, those who have studied in those periods, they don't have much access to the skill, only the knowledge. It can be had from other sources also, media also. But then whatever we teach the student in the classroom, it is not possible. It might be at a higher level, it is possible, but at the school level and the initial level, higher education, in the initial level of graduation, it is required to be in touch with the people, because intellectual property, the human resources, the teachers, the professors, they can interact with the students, and the scenario will be different. So it has impacted, but then it has given a chance, and it has given an insight that online the things can be done, and online industry has flourished. So either way this has happened. One side it has disturbed the whole system, but then it has given an opportunity to go think of online. Now, earlier we were not conducting any meeting and say interviews online. We were never thought of it, and then it was on a physical mode, but then now we have gone online. We don't want to bring the people, cost cutting. I'll give you an example. In 2020, our university every year they conduct the mega job fair rather. Now you can understand when there is a lockdown, how the people will come, how the industry will come, how the students will come and sit together and take the interview. The interview is this, But then it was a unique feature that we have gone online first time, and we had 6,500 students registered. About 300 companies registered. Interview went on. The appointment was given. The people joined the industry. And all these things happened online. You can just believe. And after that, only the IT company and they started working online. So we had a situation. It was a bad situation, but then opportunity was there. Then we have gone online. And the interview was conducted. And the people were placed. Throughout India, we have conducted interview. So this was an opportunity. Either way you can take it, but we have taken it as an advantage.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So Percy ji, I just wanted to ask about that in an era of Byju's and Unacademy and Udemy and Khan Academy, how the education is being taken as seriously by the students as well as by the academia, and how the entrepreneurship is playing the role at the college or campuses. Is it something like that before a few years that putting a guitar and going into the college and saying that I'm playing a music, similar kind of a trend has been seen that people would like to say, a student would like to claim that I'm running a startup? Or is it on an academia side also that physical education has been taken into a different mode? Your take, please. Physical. Yeah. Online versus physical.
Okay. Hello. Let me answer this question a little differently. But before I answer this question, I would like to, sorry, but I'm a teacher. And therefore, when a question is asked, and if I have little doubts about the answer, I would like to answer it. So with all due respect to Sharmaji, I have my own take differently. So I thought I would like to answer that question too. Corona was one of the biggest opportunity for the academic institutions. I'm saying this word, it was one of the biggest opportunity. Because when you say in the previous panel discussion, we heard that you should not be scared of attempting anything and you should not be nervous about failures and you should try new things. Academic had completely gone stale. We never wanted to innovate things in imparting education for generations to come. We kept on blaming the Macaulay's letter that was presented in the Parliament of UK Parliament, trying to destroy the Indian ethos and Indian values in education. But we were so timid in implementing new things. It was the corona which told us that the word positive is a big negative. That means it told us that everything that we thought was good was not good, and probably everything we thought that was not possible was probably good. It actually challenged us to challenge our paradigms. And this online education gave us an opportunity to understand that now the students need not get learnings or teachings only from teachers of the institution. It was the first time we could take education beyond the boundaries of the campuses. And that was the opportunity. Suddenly we all realized, why should we teach based on what resources we have? So most of the good institutions took up the challenge as making it a learning-centric education, not teaching-centric education. That means people who are interested to learn, now the opportunities are available that the teachers may be sitting in New York, but you can avail his expertise. A subject is offered in another university, say in Delhi, you can offer that credit. And therefore, this was a wonder to understand the curiosity and understand the doubts of the student. But a blended model is more better when you also allow him to study online sometimes from different teachers, from different subjects, from different universities, and then give him an opportunity to select subjects from a huge buffet of subjects, and then ultimately combine it to make it his own degree. So I suppose it depends on how you have taken an advantage, but neither completely online is good, neither completely physical education is good. A blended model is much better. That's what I would think.
So continuing that point, Persiji, we wanted to know about, you are heading the South Sarvajanik University, and a lot of universities and lot of institutions have thought about pivoting their role. So they are imbibing the entrepreneurship model, the incubation centers into the universities. How about your university, and what kind of experiments Sarvajanik University intend to bring so far as that unemployment problem or the startup related things can be solved?
I'll first address the last word that you used, unemployment problem. I think the problem is not at all unemployment. The problem is employability. I think that is what we have to work. Most of us always talk in a very political word saying that is the problem is unemployment. I think universities should see that the problem is employability of our students. So if we address that, and that could be only addressed by going little unconventional. Why should a student only study the core subject in which he is being taught? For example, if somebody is learning engineering, why shouldn't he also be taught something about banking and finance? Is it possible that all those people who are just now sitting in the previous panel, who are most of them engineers, do you think they would have done this beautiful entrepreneurship if they did not have knowledge about banking? They were all talking about capital and finance. So it is more important that you also give them education in transdisciplinary subject. Why it is important? Because you need to expose them that even this kind of knowledge is important for his entrepreneurship. And it is then when he's been bombarded with ideas and topics, he will realize that, okay, this is something where I'm interested, and then he would think about going for a startup or something. You are asking what we do at Sarvajanik University. The first thing that I've told my teachers is that you have to understand that every student who questions you is not a black sheep. All this time in education, we always thought कि जो तूफानी बच्चा होता है, जो ज़्यादा सवाल पूछता है, उसको लास्ट बेंच पे बिठा दो या उसके क्लास के बाहर निकाल दो. But in fact, it was not the problem of the student who was questioning, it was the problem and the limitation of the teacher. So Sarvajanik University now has made this thing very clear that you will first have to understand that now the generation and your students are smarter than us. Maybe we have knowledge in a particular domain, but they have better exposure than us because they are better equipped to interact digitally with the globe. So they are smarter than us. Once you realize that, you will start appreciating the kind of curiosity that they have. You will start appreciating the kind of questions that they have. And once you start appreciating the kind of questions that they have, you will indirectly motivate him to go seek deeper meaning into his questions. And that is where this whole idea of startup will come. Another important thing that we have also done is we have been very flexible with trying to make the summative evaluation and the term and evaluation. And more emphasis are given to summative evaluation. Therefore, even during his entire semester, if he is busy, he need not do all his performance in his end semester examination. In between, there are several opportunities for him to appear for small assignments, small tests, so that he would not lose on academics, at the same time get opportunity to work on the ideas that he has. So now university will have to understand that their degree does not come from conventional fixed education that is mentioned in the curriculum. Curriculum can take care of only 30% of what a university should do. 70% of things should come from a day-to-day realization that I need to do this also. And more than the students, I think the teachers and the university now need to be more innovative. Once we make the system more innovative, the results will follow in the students.
That's great. Wonderful. So Dr. Nirmalji, we are curious enough to know about what thinking out of the box phenomena or the concepts and the ideas Bhagwan Mavi University trying to imbibe so as the futurepreneurs can be created.
Answering to his question and the thought process, he said unemployment and employability. He is right. We are talking about unemployment. We are not talking about the employability. Thinking on this, our university has set up a standard, a center of excellence that we have seen during the placement. The students have their degree in hand. They have completed their studies, but the skill is not there. They have the technical knowledge, but the skill is not there. Once I was asking the Wipro representative, why you have not selected all of our students? They said, these students have the certificate, but if I tell them to go to Germany, bring the project, explain the things, get it initiated, executed, they are unable to do so. So what I will do with that one? And this is the problem. These are the problems with the entrepreneurs, new entrepreneurs coming up. Why it is going down? Because of this reason. The skill set is one of the most important part. And that's what the government is emphasizing upon, an SQF. We have taken 44 skill development courses. Now, we have realized these conventional studies at one end. Now, along with that, the skill is to be developed. Until the students are skilled, they cannot do anything outside with the degree. I hope the company representative will agree to this one. And that is why we have set up a center of excellence whereby we are working on a fourfold of skill development. The first is a soft skill training. Soft skill is required. Everybody can understand. Only technical knowledge without speaking out, without executing, does not work. The second one is a technical skill. Technically, the person should know how to execute the things. Bookish knowledge is not enough. And the third one is a research skill. Everybody has got in their mind, and everybody is somewhere in the heart, they are research oriented. कुछ ना कुछ करने की क्षमता सभी में है, तो उसको एक्सप्लोर क्यों नहीं किया जाए? Yes, you tell us what you want to do, and that's what we have started doing with the SSIP.
And the fourth one is education skill. These four things we are trying to implement it, and we have a separate department for that one. Education skill. We say we know everything. We have technical knowledge. I am a graduate, but are we educated enough? Are we educated enough to execute the thing in the society? We might be very qualified. We might be very expert, good money, but are we educated? So these four things we have tried to implement in the system, and thereby we are trying to do it from the first year itself for the students. That if we have got about 135 programs, we are trying to get the things done from the first semester itself, so that when the student pass out, they have sufficient knowledge, sufficient skill to execute outside, besides the degrees. I would like to put up a point here that in this skill development, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, 2019 we got 400 students to be trained, not only for the top level skills, but the smaller level. If I talk about the plumber, fitter, electrician, in the day-to-day life we need it. Who will train them? We are making engineers, managers, high level, high-end people, but who will do all these things? So we have tried this one, and we got 400 seats in the first year. And seeing the performance, the government of India has given us 1,800 seats in the second year to train these people, and we have trained them, certified them, and then they can apply as a vendor or as a contractor in other government organization. So at this level we are thinking, the university is thinking, we have even schools. So from KG to, let's say, PG and PhD, we are catering the students, but then we want the school level, the middle level, the higher level, higher education level, and the research level, PhD level, should be catered. And hence, if the skill is developed, yes, we got a good manpower. And that is what is required in coming days, I am telling you. India is growing very fast. We need a good manpower, skilled manpower rather. So are we doing so? And there comes the unemployment and unemployability. We have a lot of vacancies, but do we have skilled people? No. We don't have skilled people. Who is responsible? Yes. Proudly say, I am responsible, we are responsible, and we are changing the situation, and the government is helping with the NEP. That new education policy has come up. And we are trying to implement, and all the universities are trying to implement it, and we can foresee, the government has seen this one and discussed, what about after 15 years, where we will land, and that's what they have started now, and all the universities are implementing this.
So, last few questions, 2 questions probably, that the TiE and the audience over here are eager to know about if the group of students come up with some brilliant idea. So what is the, as a university, academia or institution, how do you respond to that, and what is the current status, and what further you would like to do for the startups or the budding entrepreneurs in your campuses?
Yeah. Government is very much interested in this startup. When I say startup, Make in India concept, I hope you understand this one. The government has started funding the students through university. Right now we have got 4 crores from government, and 4 crores we are putting from our side, from the university, and we are trying to give to the students, those who have an idea. This is our USP. Come. If you have an idea, come to us, we will fund you. And we have funded in the past also. I'll give you an example. Like एक लड़की, छोटी सी बच्ची, second year की, उन्होंने अगरबत्ती बनाना शुरू किया. अगरबत्ती कैसे? जो मंदिरों में फूल होते हैं, वेस्ट हो जाते हैं, उनको कलेक्ट करवाया. कलेक्ट करने के बाद उसको सुखाया, उसको प्रोसेस किया, उसमें अगरबत्ती बनाया, एंड एक बहुत बड़ी एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप स्टार्ट हो गया. पैसे भी कमाने लगे और काम भी हो गया, वेस्ट भी बर्बाद नहीं हुआ. बट देन उनको फंड कौन करेगा? बिकॉज एवरीथिंग स्टार्ट विद द फंडिंग. पैसा नहीं होने से, स्टार्टअप नहीं होने से, स्टार्ट नहीं होने से, फंडिंग नहीं होने से बहुत इशू खड़ा होता है. तो वी हैव स्टार्टेड फंडिंग. गवर्नमेंट इज ऑल्सो इंटरेस्टेड. SSIP where we have got a lot of fund. 2 crores and 4 crores we have. Let the student come up with the idea. Let it be of any semester. And we have started this and we are going to get, and for your information, the Bhagwan Mahavir University has started the incubation center also. Recently, we have a tie-up with the TiE. So, incubation center will cater to all the students, those who have an idea. Come, sit there. We will train you. We will give you the informations. You do the things. We will fund you. As per the stages, we will be keep on funding. We are funding now.
Percy bhai, what's your idea? What you're doing is the current status and what is in your...
Can I answer this differently? Your question is, if a student has an idea, what are you going to do about it? I think it is trying to address when there is a problem, or it is trying to address when there is an opportunity. I think your question should have been, what is the university doing to develop this culture and ethos of students being encouraged to think differently? When you try to only promote students who have ideas, it's an arrangement. But when you try to create a culture where students can think differently, it's a concept. So I think university should now understand, because the master of ceremony or the person over there, you said that, I don't remember her, yeah. And fortunately, you kept this session on the last. Because ultimately, let me tell you, all ideas actually start with education. And that is where we missed the bus since a long time. Since a long time. When I say when we missed the bus, since the time Nalanda was destroyed. Since then we missed the bus. For 700 years we did nothing, and then we had some universities established in 1857 and stuff like that. But we never had the vision and the mission to create people who could think differently. All the time we always wanted to create people who could work. For most of the people who come to universities, they come with a question that, do you have a placement cell? This is my biggest disappointment, that universities and educational institutions are not employment exchange bureaus. We are not supposed to give you jobs. We are not supposed to create opportunities for jobs for you. We are supposed to give you training so that you know how to live your living. Correct. Once we teach you how to live your living, the rest will all follow. Absolutely. And that is where this whole idea of startup will come.
That's
so
great.
I thought I would not like to say what we will do after a child has an idea. I will say I will do anything and everything that all my children, right from the beginning when they are studying, or even when they graduate, or even when they are lifelong learners, but they will always not be scared to try different things, never try to dream differently, and I will try to create a culture where they can dream. And that is all I want to do. That as an university, I want to become a dream merchant.
That's great. That's great. So with this note that we understand the importance of Saraswati over Lakshmi ji, and probably that we are passing through a decade where the Saraswati need the help of Lakshmi, and Lakshmi also need the help of Saraswati. And university plays the very pivotal, important and integral role for the futurepreneurs. And at TiE, we are committed for this initiative for fostering entrepreneurship at the very initial stage of the student, or that when they are at the school or at the university. And I would like to request Ritesh Sharaf to come over here and give one announcement that what TiE is going to do and what TiE has already done. And we also take note of some of the important dignitaries of the academia over here. We take a note of Oro University key persons over here. Mr. Mishra is there, Sandeep Sharma is there, Kishore Sharma is there. We also take note of Prachi ji, who is from Bhagwan Mahavir University, and we are working hand in hand for the program called TiE university in which that the concept is that at student level, if any idea is there, we'll take it to the global level, and the global level the student can be benefited. And for that announcement, I invite Ritesh over here. Yeah, Ritesh. So,
Before you announce, can I request one thing? I can see a timer clicking in front of me, and I will request to the next time the timing can be set to more than 30 minutes. Because this is one of the most important aspect of discussion, and I think education, as usual, got the least time. That is my observation. I'm sorry, but thank you.
So first of all, I'll welcome again once, Percy sir and Nirmal sir on the program TiECon Surat. The first TiECon I'm in Surat. And the best part is, what as TiE University we are doing is, to empower college students to become entrepreneur. This is our mission. And for this mission, we have signed MOU with 8 universities, which include Sarojini University, Bhagwan Mahavir University, then Oro University. Then we have signed with Vanita Vishram Women's University, with PP Savani University. We have signed MOUs almost all the universities. And also we have signed MOU with Lakshmi Institute of Technology and also SASET at Varacha. So till time we have signed 8 MOUs with the university to achieve our mission. And on this, occasion, I would like to even announce TiE University has declared an international competition at the global level, where we'll be taking entries of all the students from all the universities, where we have date till 15th of January. Any student who want to participate, they can participate, and TiE is going to provide them mentors, and they are going to train them also. Maybe with respect to, correcting their product, maybe with respect to how to pitch, and if they succeed in the competition, there is also some financial support to the student.
So before I formally conclude that, I also take a note of the education system. Deepali Kasat is also here with us from Sarvajanik University, and Dr. Hemlata Agrawal is also here with us from Luthra Management School. And I am very thankful to Percy Engineer, Provost Sarvajanik University, and Dr. Nirmal Sharma, Provost Bhagwan Mahavir University. And I just end up with the line, मंजिलें उन्हीं को मिलती हैं जिनके सपनों में जान होती है, पंखों से कुछ नहीं होता, हौसलों में उड़ान होती है. We'll see you at TiECon. TiECon 2022.
Thank you very much, Sanjay.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much. We will take that during the break. Sorry, we are off the time. We'll take it during the break. Thank you.
Less time. Yeah, I would be very happy to answer questions because...
Sorry? So we'll negotiate for one question. Is that okay? We have overshot by 60 minutes. I respect every department.
How many of you have questions
Just a minute. How many questions do we take? Buddy, how many questions?
We'll take 2, 3. Let's see how many questions we have first of all. So we have one here. Anyone else? Backside, anyone? So we'll take 1 or 2 max, right?
One question. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Actually, I have 2 questions, but the negotiation is only for 1 question, so I'll merge both. So basically, I am from industry, and the major challenge that we face is the unlearning and relearning process, right? And I've been talking to many universities and premium institutions how we can cover up that unlearning process, and then, because both of you address employability. So that has actually clicked me, how do we get the employable people? So most of the universities are talking about the employment. Now my question is, because, without having a direct interaction during the, as a part of your curriculum, you cannot make employable people, students, which are coming out of your university. That is, for sure. So, we had a limitation with the government universities. Now, since there are so many private universities are coming up, how the private universities are, actually they have a flexibility. So how you guys are, concerned about this employability, number one. And another part is right now, when the TiE is also working on that, creating entrepreneurs. I think we need to really seriously look at how many entrepreneurs that we want to create. If India wants to grow, there has to be, India can grow only with the larger enterprise. We cannot have a small entrepreneurs everywhere and then we expect to be a compatible or competitive globally, right? So basically we should be able to identify who can be a successful entrepreneur and who can be a good employable person. Because enterprise needs people. If all of us, everybody try to create entrepreneurs, then how the enterprise will go? So that is somewhere like how we are addressing that. These are the two things which I was concerned about. So I thought, let me just throw it here. Thank you.
The journey of 1,000 miles will start with first step. So to say that how can we survive with small enterprise, maybe it is from one of these would become a big enterprise. So I think the idea is, it is not how big the idea is or not how small the idea is, how much scope does this idea have, but it should be tried out and it should be given an opportunity. You were also saying that how can university address this issue of employability? I think by doing their job right. And you mentioned that the government universities had limitation, but the private university don't have that limitation. In fact, we all start with a very wrong concept that education is social service. And that is where we go wrong. I'm sorry I'm using a big statement. Education should be taken up as a professional service. And we should be allowed to give education in private university, and we should be asked to give professional service. Because when you give professional service, there is the question of value for money. Just now, there is no question of anybody asking for value for money because everybody is only seeking a degree. So what has happened is, if you see the admission patterns, the government college will fill up first, and then the self-finance college. And what is the question? That the curriculum is same of the central university. For example, if there is somebody studying in GTU, right, the curriculum and the examination of GTU, and then he may study in a government college or in private college, the same curriculum, same examination. Then why would he pay more? So we started the concept of self-finance college with a brake, and the fit on the brake and not on the accelerator. And therefore, this whole idea of taking education into private sector did not pick up in the right moment. And we did not pick up the right direction. Now it is a challenge, at least for people like Sarvajanik Education Society, because it is private, but not actually private, because it belongs to the community, the members of the citizens of South Gujarat. And that is where the catch lies, that we have the accountability of the public, but we should have the autonomy and the rights and the power of being private. And if we can mix both these values together, the accountability and the autonomy and the rights and the freedom, only then we'll be able to deliver these services more professionally. And when I say we deliver the service more professionally, that means don't go by the books, go by what is needed. The profession, the industry, the service sector needs a different set of education, different set of ecosystem, and the books and the curriculum mention something else. We will have to strike a balance. And that balance will come only if the universities are ready. When you say earn-learn, it is not the students who have to earn-learn. The institution and the universities will have to earn-learn first. And how is that possible? By breaking from the shackles of all this license raj and government regulatory body and stuff like that. Of course, you might have many black sheeps making money out of it, but that does not mean that you don't allow the good institution to do and perform better by putting them all under. So what is happening is that just now everybody is rated with the same benchmark. And that is how education system went down in a common university system. So I think the challenges for all of us as a private university, even if it is Bhagwan Mahavir or Sarvajanik, is to take advantage of this autonomy in a very judicious manner, and at the same time have the courage to try out something different. We might fail, but eventually we will succeed. I think the first step of early learning should start from the universities. That is what my answer is.
Yeah, sure. I'll answer your question in two parts. First, learning and unlearning. See, the system is changing very fast. Technology is changing very fast. We cannot stick to the system for a longer time. For an example, from 4G to 5G. I'm not talking about 1G, 2G, 3G. They have forgotten. But that is the base, 4G to 5G. Now, I have a syllabus of 4G, and the 5G has come in market. So where our student will fit into? It is our responsibility, and we have got an authority as a university to change the syllabus. And we are doing so to give the students the latest technology, latest knowledge in the curriculum. First part. Second, as far as the small entrepreneurs are concerned, we need a cluster of enterprises. And altogether it will boom to the technology and the progress of the country, economic progress. For an example, we have a person, and we have trained the students also in rocketry. Our students are making rockets, and they are working since 2 years. And now the situation has come, we are ready to launch the rocket. And you might have heard yesterday there was a news, India, yes, private sector has come in this, that they have launched the rocket. Why can't we be second in that one, if not first? And we are in the process to make it. And you will see in coming days, you will listen this, that Bhagwan Mahavir University has launched a rocket, private organization. And that's where we have to think and we have to do. And we have to make a cluster. It's not that I will be putting a launching pad. I have to take Sri Harikota in picture. I have to take MCF Hassan, whereby the satellites are being controlled. I have to take that into picture. We cannot do so because we are not aware of all these things. But if I have to make a satellite, if I have to make a rocket, I have to take help of others. And you might have heard that the small satellites are being made by the people here in Gujarat. The Rajkot people, the Rajkot student, the Rajkot industry has made a small part of the satellites which is being created by your SAC, Space Application Center, Ahmedabad. I hope you understand, you know that we are making satellites in Ahmedabad, your ISRO, launching at Sriharikota, and it is being controlled by MCF, Master Control Facility as Hassan. So where are the people going? And why the people are not there? And do we have any responsibility? We have the responsibility to make the satellites. We have the responsibility of making this one in the smallest parts. And we have the responsibility to control the system. We need people to be trained to work on that. It's not that everybody will become the entrepreneurs. But then, to control this system, we need people to work at MCF. 15,000 people are working, youngsters are working to control the satellites in the orbit, geostationary orbit. So, your question that we need people for the service, to provide the service, to work, and second, on the other hand, we need people to create the system which we can implement for the coming days. And that is why there is a vision of NEP. And the government, India government is focusing for 2048. You can just see, if the government is focusing, education policy has come up, we the university has the responsibility to look into your concern, and it should not come up in the next why the universities have not done. We are doing all the universities are forced or bound to do and follow the NEP, and we are doing so. Let it be this university, that university, or my university. We are doing so for the betterment of the students, for betterment of the society in the coming days. And you will not believe, in next 15 years, 20 years, if we are on the 5th stage of the economy, we will be first. That is my vision.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for sparing your time. And we definitely take a note. Next year, TiE would be a 3-day program. So we'll definitely make it a point to have more time for academy. Thank you very much. You shouldn't be sorry. It is academics which builds beautiful engineers. It's like this, Percy ji. College अच्छे होंगे तो engineer अच्छे बनेंगे. Thank you. Can I now request my dear friend Preet Swami and Jignesh Bhai to please... where's Preet? To nahi aaya na? Yeah, please clap for Preet.
Yes, friends, I am Jignesh Shah, founder and charter member and vice president of TiECon Surat. I will not take much of time, but I feel that event would be incomplete if I don't acknowledge, appreciate, and recognize contribution of people behind making this event grand success. I feel privileged and honored to express sincere gratitude with vote of thanks for TiECon 2022. When we had dreamt of TiECon, we were not sure about how it will shape, but with the help of so many people, we could able to complete this event successfully. It would be apt this point of time to show our gratitude in order to retain and grow our relationship for building of ecosystem in this region. First of all, we would like to extend our heartiest thanks to TiE Global Leadership, BJ Arun and Mahavir. Not only had attended, but also given lots of inputs and guidance to TiE Surat. We are very much thankful to entire TiE Global Leadership team, particularly BJ Arun and Mahavir. We are successful because other counterparts like Ahmedabad, Vadodara, Rajasthan, Kerala, and Lucknow, TiE President accepted our invitation and extended wholehearted support for TiECon Surat. We are thankful to supporting chapters and their representatives for being part of TiECon Surat. We are equally thankful to important people like Harish Mehta, Sanjay Mehta, who not only accepted our invitation, but very eager to see how Surat's ecosystem is evolving. All speakers of TiECon 2022 are star speakers or celebrity speakers from charter ecosystem. They are busy in their own schedule, but still they have come and shared their knowledge and network with Surat ecosystem, for which we are very thankful to each one of them. These speakers have inculcated many seeds in the minds of TiECon's participants, and we are confident that they will grow phenomenal way in coming times. There are many interesting participants from various geographic locations across the globe. We are so much thankful to each of them for inspiring us by your participation. Being entrepreneur, we understand this kind of event need a lot of fund, and this would have been possible with the help and support from sponsors and partners. A big thank to Unisync for coming on the board as main sponsor. We are thankful to Mayank Desai and Kashyap Pandya of Unisync to reach out to us as main financial source for this event. We are equally thankful to GM Realities and Growit for their acceptance to be part of this event as co-sponsors. Many, many thanks to Manoj Agrawal and Saurav Agrawal for being co-sponsor for this event. Over to Preet.
I am Preet Swami, founder charter member at TiE and treasurer at TiE Surat. It is a unique thing that has happened for TiECon Surat, and some of our charter members proactively came forward and stood us, supporting partners for TiECon 22. They are strong pillars of our non-profit organizations like TiE. Let's hear them with a round of applause to our sponsors Jignesh Shah, Ritesh Saraf, Nitin Dumasia, Rohan Desai, Rajesh Shanchad, Abhishek Mittal, Puneet Mittal, Kashyap Pandya, Gaurav Juneja, and Ashfaq Shiliwala. Any event of this caliber could not be carried out without collaboration with supporting organizations and academic institutions. We are lucky enough to receive support from apex body like Southern Gujarat Chamber of Commerce, iHub, iCreate, NASCOM, JCIA, TiE, Mumbai, Ahmedabad, Vadodara chapters, Savarjanik University, Oro, Gujarat Trust, PP Savani University, the Production House, Hello Entrepreneurs, Surtis, Max Media and Radio Mirchi. We equally share our joy and success with these institutions, and we will surely continue to link our future programs. The organizing committee of TiECon played a very vital, important, and integral role in successing this TiECon event. We at TiE Surat express deep gratitude to each and every individual who have contributed significantly for TiECon 22. I request you to please recognize their efforts by giving them a round of applause. A special mention over Rohan Desai, the table over there, Rohan Desai, Ritesh Saraf, Mayank Desai, Rakesh Doshi, Mehul Shah, Ashfaq Shiliwala, Vipul Kapoor, Hardik Seth R.A.D., Sakina Vora, Parth, Sahas, Vishwa Desai, etc. And all the participants of Startup Pavilion. One more special thanks to Nisha Anand and Prakash Anandani for a wonderful master of ceremony. Thanks to all our participants, delegates, invitees, press, media, and all who contributed directly or indirectly to the success of this TiECon 22. We are also thankful to our team UNI Resources, Mr. Sandeep Modi, Marriott, and other vendors who have provided a quality and prompt service. I also acknowledge all those who have supported this event directly and indirectly again. We'll see you next year with a more bigger and better and more vibrant TiECon 23. Thank you once again for attending and making this event a grand success. We'll take you to the next year. Over to Prakash and Nisha.
So before we officially conclude, I just would like to take 2 minutes. If you all agree that the captain of this total event, Kashyap Pandya, need a big round of applause. Under his leadership, we were able to have the first TiECon 2022. Kashyap, can you please come here? Can we have a round of applause for Kashyap? And Kashyap actually does a 2 important announcement, and which is required to be acknowledged over here at the concluding remarks. And I think that he's going to talk about, Kashyap, are you going to talk about carbon neutral? You were saying something like that? And also you were saying something about the dates for 2023? Kashyap.
So I think, friends, one very big announcement. This TiECon Surat 2022 is the first ever carbon neutral TiECon. Thanks to the effort of our TiE charter member Nitin Bhai Dumasia, who is helping us to make this event a carbon neutral. A big round of applause to Nitin Bhai Dumasia. Thank you so much. I am sure TiE Global will take notice of this, and I am sure other TiECons in different chapters will also be carbon neutral TiECons. The second announcement is a forced announcement. But still, I think probably next year, same time, we'll have another TiECon 2023, probably bigger, better. Thank you so much, guys.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. And I'm sure that these entire 2 days have been really very vibrant for all of you. It has been a wonderful journey connecting with all of you since yesterday, and it feels brilliant, amazing, as we conclude our session today. To talk about 2 very important points. One thing is that we would love to stay in touch with you. So we are available on Instagram by TiE_Surat. So please do follow us. We're also available on LinkedIn. It'll be wonderful to join hands together as a community. Nevertheless, we are sure that a lot of magic happened here on the stage, on the dais, a lot of speakers, and we're listening to them and learning so much. A lot of magic also happened when we saw people interacting with each other. If you look around, you must have actually experienced this magic. We also saw that there was magic happening even outside. So this was totally a magical event, and I'm sure that we would have all made maximum out of this opportunity that that we got. Definitely networking does help, and we all evolve as individuals as we network together, because that gives us amazing opportunities to scale up, to evolve as an individual. So once again, we are deeply, deeply grateful. Thank you so much for listening to us so patiently and being so participative throughout. So once again, a very, very big thank you to all of you. Thank you so much from me, Nisha, Anand.
Before I close this formally, we missed, and sorry for that. I would like to say a big thank you to IdeaBiz. All the creatives that you see has been designed by IdeaBiz team. Thank you very much, IdeaBiz. Now, before we close, कुछ बताना है? अगले साल के लिए तैयारी करनी पड़ेगी ना? Yes. एक बंदे का नाम है सैम बैंकमैन फ्राइड. किसने सुना है? गुड, जस्ट 3 पीपल. तो बता देता हूँ. MIT का ग्रेजुएट है, छोटा बच्चा है, 30 साल का मेरे हिसाब से. तो 2014 he graduated. 2019 he started a company, young boy, and it was called FTX. It got bankrupt last week, and at the peak last year, if I remembered right, October 21, his net worth was, hear me carefully, $30 billion. Even at the worst, he was at $10 billion. It got bankrupt. Bankrupt वाली बात नहीं करते हैं. Point is, a guy who studies from MIT, lives in that area, Silicon Valley, just at 30, builds an enterprise wherein his net worth is $30 billion. 8 3s are 24, 2,40,000 करोड़, अगर 80 रुपए का डॉलर गिनते तो. 12.5 रुपए लेके भावनगर डिस्ट्रिक्ट से एक बंदा आता है, 12,000 करोड़ का टर्नओवर करता है. कुछ तो सिमिलरिटी है ना. इसका ये मतलब नहीं कि अमेरिका की मिट्टी में कुछ एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी चीज़ है कि इंडिया की मिट्टी में. बात है इकोसिस्टम की. काफ़ी लोग राजस्थान से आए, काफ़ी लोग काठियावाड़ से आए, कहाँ से नहीं आए. आई हैव पर्सनली सीन एक मिस्त्री जो कहाँ से आया है और आज खुद एक इंटीरियर डिजाइनर. ही कॉल्स हिम एंड ही मेक्स गुड मनी. हर मिट्टी में कुछ ना कुछ स्ट्रेंथ होती है. इसका टाइकॉन 23 से क्या लेना देना. Still a lot of people believe startups is a fad. बहुत ज़्यादा लोग. लेकिन जिस तरीके से चीज़ें बदल रही हैं, startups will change the way we live. You cannot think of a life without Ola, Uber, Swiggy, Zomato. जो काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोगों के लिए आज भी जोक है. पैसे कितने बिगाड़ रहे हैं. आपके बच्चों से पूछिए, they cannot exist without all this. Why I say all this? I see a lot of young people in the crowd. I see a lot of established businessmen in the crowd. You are the guys who know what tech can change. You can onboard yourself as a TiE charter member. Figure out these entrepreneurs from Surat. और मुझे ये मत बोलना एक साल में कुछ नहीं हो सकता है. सृष्टि ऐसी बनी हुई है कि एक स्पर्म और एग जो एग्जिस्ट नहीं करते मिलते हैं, and in 9 months you have a live human. So similarly, startups can exist in 12 months. A great startup. If we start this process today, I'm not selling you membership, mind you. Kashyap Pandya will have to approve, I mean the complete board will have to approve your membership, charter member. But if we are a bigger team, we can catch them young, we can identify their ideas, we can have a very big startup from Surat. So 2023, we will have great startups from Surat who have got great valuation. TiECon is about fostering entrepreneurship. And I invite you all to make 2023 a great success. Namaste and thank you very much. Now, can I request everyone to come on stage or only the charter members? Kashyap bhai,